Abby Williams and Libby German were best friends. They loved hanging out. Best friends who loved playing softball. Best friends whose trip to the Monon High Bridge 7.5 years ago ended in tragedy. Thanks for inviting us in. It's now 11 o'clock. We've seen these pictures of these girls for years. They showed two happy teens. But the pictures seen today by the jury showed the grisly details of the wounds that the girls did not survive. Richard Allen is on trial now for their murders. Tonight, our Emily Longnecker breaks down what was revealed by their autopsy photos, plus the testimony that sparked fiery exchanges with the defense team and the theory Allen's attorneys are tonight pushing to get back in play.
Well, today's testimony was both emotional, hearing about the autopsies of Abby Williams and Libby German, and it was also technical, hearing from the expert who took data off of Libby German's cell phone. We also heard from a witness who says she saw Bridge Guy the day of the murders, walking on the side of the road. Dr. Roland Kaur performed the autopsies that showed Abby had one large gaping wound on her neck. Libby had 3 large deep wounds on her neck. An Indianapolis State Police sergeant told the jury about the data he got off of Libby's cell phone, showing what she posted on Snapchat that day, a picture of the bridge, then a photo of Abby walking on the bridge. Sergeant Cecil testified at 2:13 Libby recorded a 43-second video of Abby walking on the bridge with someone behind her. Data from the phone also showed the phone moving and stopping at different times after that. Then at 2:39, Sergeant Cecil told the jury Libby's phone stopped moving completely. A text came into Libby's phone at 4:06 from Becky Patty, her grandmother, saying, quote, "You need to call me now." The day started with testimony from Delphi resident Sarah Carbaugh, who told the jury she saw Bridge Guy for 30 seconds, saying, quote, "I saw a man covered in mud and blood walking on the side of the road." On cross-examination, the defense showed Carbaugh transcripts from previous interviews with police, where she described the man she saw that day only as muddy, but did not mention any blood. The jury had several questions about the data taken from Libby German's phone. Some of them appeared visibly shaken earlier in the morning when the doctor was discussing their injuries seen in the autopsies. Testimony wrapped up just before 5 today, with Judge Francis Gall reminding jurors not to discuss what happened in court outside the courtroom. In Delphi, Emily Longnecker, 13 News.
Abby and Libby's families have been subjected to heartbreaking images from the crime scene and those autopsies. And while nothing compares to what they're going through, 12 jurors and 4 alternates were chosen to review all these images. So what kind of support do these jury members get when this trial comes to an end? Our Chase Howell is in studio with us with that answer. Chase?
Scott, to put it plainly, just their daily rate and a thank you for serving.
10 women and 6 men have been chosen to view all the evidence presented by the state and the defense in Richard Allen's trial. The past few days, they viewed horrific crime scene photos from the day Abby Williams and Libby German were found murdered. Some of the jurors growing emotional and visibly disturbed by some of the images. And while WTHR's legal expert Katie Jackson Lindsay thinks jurors exposed to any sort of brutal imagery should be offered therapy, it's not always practical to do.
There are so many boundaries in terms of a criminal prosecution or a criminal case, because you don't ever, neither side wants to give the appearance of offering anything to the jury in order to get a favorable verdict. So you have to be very careful about that. Even the court has to be very careful about that to ensure that they're staying within the confines of the rules.
Jackson Lindsay says throughout her career, jurors have come up to her after the trial expressing the impact of either the testimony or graphic evidence has had on them.
In this case, we're seeing crime scene photos, we're seeing autopsy pictures, but in a lot of homicide cases, you're seeing actual body-worn camera footage of the body right there on the scene before any sort of medical intervention is offered or before the body is collected. And so that can have an equally or more traumatizing effect.
According to the National Center for State Courts, Alaska and Texas are the only states to offer therapy to jurors.
They took on a burden that I was never going to be able to take on by seeing those pictures. I still haven't.
Sharon Sedgwick helped pass the law in Texas. She says her daughter, Jennifer Cave, was shot and stabbed before her body was mutilated in 2005. After the trial ended for the 2 people who killed her daughter, Sedgwick would go on to champion legislation in her daughter's name that offers therapy to jurors exposed to brutal imagery.
I watch those jurors every day to see what kind of changes and see how they were reacting to what we were going through. And I just saw them withering on the vine. And I knew I owed them a great thank you for looking at those pictures and making the decisions that they made.
Now, I do want to note tonight, Judge Gold told us from the very beginning that she would be watching the jurors in the Delphi murders trial in case they get emotional and need to take a break or recess for the day.
Chase, thanks so much. Tonight we're getting a look at a new motion from the defense team asking again to present an alternate theory about who killed those two girls. Richard Allen's attorneys say Abby and Libby may have been murdered as part of a ritual killing, noting the formation of sticks on their bodies at the scene. Judge Galt previously blocked.
Can you hear me talking okay? Hopefully.
Richard Allen's attorneys from presenting that theory to the jury. The state had argued that investigators dismissed it, but now Allen's attorneys are renewing their push to allow an expert on Odinism to testify. So we asked our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, about that motion during our 10 o'clock Delphi debrief show tonight. She told us the judge should consider it.
What the defense has said in their motion is that, Judge, you have ruled that we cannot talk about this as a possible motive, this Odinism, religious.
Yeah, we're just starting this live. Welcome, what is it, pre-consent? I just said that probably terrible, but welcome.
Issue as a possible motive for this killing. But now an expert has taken the stand, or a witness has taken the stand and given a reason for the configuration of these sticks, a reason that we have evidence to that.
Is that first word pronounced preco? So is it precosent? Or like precosent, like president?
It supports that there's an alternative theory behind this.
Richard Allen's attorneys point to testimony from a state police investigator saying the sticks were placed there to conceal the girls' bodies. Now, they are arguing that blocking this Odinism theory violates Allen's constitutional rights. So if you'd like to see more from our Delphi debrief show, streaming weeknights at 10 o'clock on WTHR+. This is an in-depth.
On the screen, you can see that I am, any donations tonight that come through that are not super chat, half is going to go to Carrie, Libby's mom, for help with her trial expenses, and half is going to go to my relocation fund to find a new place after a hurricane flooded my place. Last Delphi live stream that I did a couple days ago, we were able to raise enough to send her $75, which you can see on the screen. I included like the screenshots that I did send that. She hearted it back, so I know she appreciates that. Hopefully we can top that tonight as well. My PayPal and Cash App information is on the screen and in the description. The first video I'm going to play is a one that I made, which is kind of a weird one. I was just randomly listening to like a true crime thing in the background one day, and I heard something that like caught my attention. And you'll see, you'll find out at the end of this, but for some reason it keeps showing me that it's unavailable, but like it's fine on my channel. I don't really understand. Anyways, appreciate everybody being here. This was called Down the Hills, about 3 minutes long. Very interesting in my opinion. You missed it. This happened February 8th or February 9th, one of the two, 2017 in Ohio. And obviously what happened to the girls in Delphi happened just a few days later. I just thought something. Down the hill, 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 down the hill. Kind of weird, right? Because apparently Bridge guy or somebody else said that 2 days later, and they killed Abby and Libby. So like 3 different girls were killed in the Midwest within like 4 days of each other. And both of the culprits raced down the hill. Kind of weird. My opinion.
Down the hill, 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 down the hill.
Like, so weird. And like the only thing I can like the only way it's could it possibly be the same down the hill is if the police, you know, fabricated that basically for whatever reason. It's like this interrogation was February 11th, so I don't think the public would have had any, any chance to watch it or hear it or anything like that. They would have had some kind of like law enforcement or FBI connection to the people in Ohio, and for whatever reason, use the same audio. I don't know. I doubt it. It's probably just a really weird coincidence. But either way, it was a really weird coincidence. Sitting here like I was actually watching. I watch a lot of true crime stuff, and a lot of it's in the background while I'm doing other stuff. And I just remember listening to the case about Reagan, the girl that was murdered in Ohio. And I just randomly heard the down the hill, and I was like, wait, what did he say? And then I looked at the date, and it said February 9th, 2017 or whatever. And I'm like, whoa. Pretty weird. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I heard that they, like the first 4 seconds or something of the footage of Bridge Guy on the phone was showing that it was at Delphi High School. And then it somehow changed to like the bridge area and stuff. Like, that's not concerning at all. And then the photo of Abby, like that Snapchat photo, like that one's not on her phone, but all the other Snapchat ones that were uploaded are on her phone. Kind of adds credence to, I guess, my theory that the photo is not real for one, and that Bridge Guy footage wasn't maybe real either. I don't know. Kind of weird. The next one's a video that I recently uploaded called "Is This Germane?" which is really weird. I mean, I have a college degree and everything, so like I feel like I'm like somewhat smart, I guess, as far as like language goes, but I don't remember ever hearing like the word germane in my life unless it was like somebody's name. So to hear it said 4 different times in one like 10-minute press conference or something was kind of interesting. You might find it interesting too. I didn't discover this or anything. I actually saw this on True Crime Design's channel, and I was like, no way. Every time I watch this back, it's like it really does feel like the gentlemen speaking for authorities are doing it on purpose and looking for a reaction, and that it was planned out to say that. And if you're not familiar, germane means like relevant, like it's relevant to the case. So instead of them saying it's relevant, they say it's germane. Really weird. Please smash that like button. Appreciate everybody being here. Yeah, I gotta get your name down. It's gonna be tough. I'm just gonna call you Pre for now. But yeah, Pre, I see weird writing all over it, man. And I've messed with that photo so many freaking hours trying to like make out the writing, but like no matter what I do, it's like I can't get it clear enough to where I can understand what it says. And I see that in a lot of photos related to this case. I don't know. Glad you see it too, you know, it makes me feel a little bit better. Like maybe I'm not losing my fucking mind. Yeah, I feel like there's like some kind of masking on these photos, and like, I don't know. Obviously it's hard to theorize about everything in this case, but I've like always thought there was some kind of like photography component. Like maybe Abby and Libby took like some kind of class or art program with people and met people, and they all know like weird stuff about photography. I don't really know. I've tried to like extract layers from the photos and find the metadata, and I just don't know what I'm doing. You know, I just push buttons and stuff and adjust settings until it's better. But it's really, really tough, man. I'm gonna start this one over. This one's about 6.5 minutes. Let's see if we can beat that 75 this time. I'm sure Carrie needs all the help she can get. No, I do.
And I would like to thank the media for their patience. I understand there's information that you would like to get to your subscribers, get out into the media. But as you know, we have information that is germane to our investigation that we have to keep close to the vest.
Like, do you think they had to like do that on purpose, right? And if you're not understanding why I'm saying that, like, because Libby's last name is German, and they're saying germane instead of relative or relevant. I mean, like, if you're speaking to the public, I don't think a lot of the public know what germane even means. Because I didn't, at least. Maybe I'm a one-off. I don't know. Just seems like a weird word to use. You know what's funny, Pri, is like, for years I've literally been like saying the same thing about a couple individuals and what I see, and everybody's like, you're fucking nuts, you know, and I got so much hate. And now I'm getting people that are like, oh my God, that's really interesting, and yada yada yada. It's really strange how people's views change, I guess.
And I would like to thank the media for their patience. I understand there's information that you would like to get to your subscribers, get out into the media. But as you know...
Sorry, I know I'm pausing a lot, but like, now that the trial's going on and we're finding out all this like new information, it's like, for me at least, it's connecting certain things that I've like come across over the last couple of years, you know, at least I think. So it's really, really kind of strange. So I don't know. But I've been spending a lot of time on this Delphi stuff. Like, my eyes are fried doing this instead of doing my music and YouTube working. So any donations are very appreciated.
We have information that is germane to our investigation.
Thank you, Linda.
That we have to keep close to the vest, because this investigation is too important to make any mistakes and give out the wrong information. So again, I thank you for your support and your patience as we go through this case. And again, I would like, as we go through this press conference, to remind the media there's going to be information that is germane to our investigation that we're not going to release today. But at the end of the press conference, we will have time for question and answers. So as we go through our speakers, I ask you to please hold your questions to the end of the press conference.
The poster in front of you. Someone knows.
And I'm also starting to like realize and think that it's a lot bigger and a lot deeper than I ever thought it was. Like, they're accusing one guy of doing it. I think there's like more than probably in the double digits involved. Like, I personally think it was like a ritualistic ceremonial sacrifice of some sort with a live audience. Like, there's a lot of people watching, and they're obviously all part of some cult. I'm assuming it's the Odinism one because of the markings and the sticks and shit. But I'll be playing a video shortly that'll show a little bit more why I think that.
Who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is.
I think people in authority are part of it too.
Is it a family member?
Makes that obviously tough.
Is it a neighbor? Is it an acquaintance?
This, I thought it was interesting too, because like the first thing he says when reaching out to the public for help on identifying this guy is he a family member? Like, he doesn't say like, is it somebody you work with? Is it a neighbor? You know, an old acquaintance. He goes right to, is it a family member? I don't know. Combined with like the germane thing throughout the press conference, it really makes me wonder, like, you know, at least early on, that was like their line of thinking, that it was somebody in the German family.
Media, there's going to be information that is germane to our investigation that we're not going to release today. But at the end of the press conference, we will have time for question and answers. So as we go through our speakers, I ask you to please hold your questions to the end of the press conference.
The poster in front of you. Someone knows who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is. Is it a family member? Is it a neighbor? Is it an acquaintance? Is
Welcome,
it an
Mark.
associate?
Welcome, Dean.
Or maybe that one guy that lives over at that one place that just kind of not right.
And I will say too, I never really gave too much credence to like the Odinism theory and like Brad Holder and all that. But I also like didn't hear about it until we all heard about it, you know. And now, like, kind of looking a little bit into him, I'm like, wow, I really do think he probably is involved. Definitely need to check out more things on that guy.
Maybe it's his jeans.
I don't even know who Hammond is.
Maybe it's his jacket or his sweatshirt.
Who's Hammond? The one in the blue, Linda? I don't know what he looks like normally, but right here he looks like he hasn't slept in a fucking week. But I mean, hell, dealing with this, he probably didn't sleep within a week, you know? Okay, cool. I didn't know who that was. It's good to know.
Maybe it's his shirt tail. Maybe it's his posture. Maybe it's the right hand in his pocket. You see, even with technology, we need human intelligence. In other words, we need you.
To the members of the community, when I met with our behavioral analysis unit and in their expertise and their experience, it is oftentimes even unwitting that a member of the community may have information that is germane to this investigation. And I'd like the community to go back 9 days and go back to the afternoon of February.
Now this, it could just be my what I think I'm hearing, but like the FBI guy, it almost seems like he's saying germaned, like with a D, like I germaned you. I don't even know. I don't even think that's like a word. So it's almost like he wasn't even familiar with this word and he said it wrong. But again, that could just be me looking into shit.
When I met with our behavioral analysis unit and in their expertise and their experience, it is oftentimes even unwitting that a member of the community may have information that is germane to this investigation. And I'd like the community to go back 9 days and go back to the afternoon of February 13th, Monday, February 13th, and just think if you had an interaction with an individual who inexplicably canceled an appointment that you had together, or an individual called into work sick and canceled an important appointment or a social engagement, and at the time gave what would have been a plausible explanation. My cell phone broke, or I had a flat tire on my car. But in retrospect, that excuse no longer holds water. That may be important.
Oh,
The image that you see there of the suspect, that came from Liberty's phone.
It's almost like they're playing a game of cat and mouse. Like whoever did this crime did it in a way where they're like, you know, left a bunch of clues and like, see if you can find me. And law enforcement played right back into it and like, we know what you're up to kind of thing. And I don't know, it's just really strange, man.
I think many of you had speculated that before. We weren't prepared to discuss it at the time. We have more video. We're not releasing it. It's germane to our investigation.
It's the fourth time, germane. And yeah, like, I really do feel, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into like the theory, but I almost feel like there's a really bad human trafficking issue in Delphi. There's a reason I say that, because I think there's a lot of fake Facebook profiles and like, I don't know, renting and selling advertisements of children on these fake profiles and stuff. And I do think that like there might be law enforcement people involved in either the cult or that, you know, and it's a big reason probably why it took so long to get to where they are now. Because people are afraid to say something, you know, because there's going to be retribution. There's a lot of moving parts and players, I think, man. But then you got to think too, if there is a bunch of people involved, how the hell could every one of them keep their mouth shut for 7 years? You know what I mean? It's just one of the most complex cases I've ever heard of.
And it's important that we spread that person's voice far and wide for somebody that will recognize who that
Sounds
is
good, Bree.
and will call us and tell us.
Tips are anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member, probably has family. No one will ever know.
That was there too, and again, this is probably just me looking into it again, but he says it again. You know, it probably was a family member. Or he says that he probably, what does he say? Let me see, hold on.
That is, and will call us.
They're anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member, probably has family.
Like you said, again, he may be a family member. And I'm pretty sure he's saying he probably has a family. But I think he said it in a way where it comes out almost like it probably is family. And like the look on his face and like the things he does with his mouth. Like I really feel like he's thinking that the German family is involved somehow at this stage of the investigation. Like it can't just be a coincidence, I don't think, that they say the word Germain 4 times, 3 different people. And he says this family member thing twice. I had to listen to it a couple times because I was like, did he just say it probably is a family member? But on the surface, I'm pretty sure it's probably has a family. It sounds like probably is a family member. Well, it makes you wonder too, though, because like, given the brutality of this crime and like the profile that they must have built on, you know, who could commit this kind of crime, would it be somebody that has a family? Like, to me, that seems off. Like, to me, I would think it was like some fucking weird loner that doesn't have a family, you know? I don't know, man.
Will recognize who that is and will call us and tell us.
Well, it's funny you say that too, Linda, because like obviously over the years I've emailed quite a bit of stuff to the Abby and Libby tip line, you know, and they don't ever respond. Like you get the generic reply, we got your email. But like, let's say for example, I'm not saying this, but like, let's say for example, the sheriff Lesenby was in on what happened. He sees a tip that comes in that, you know, is gonna you know, hurt his getting caught or whatever. He's just gonna like throw that in the trash. You're probably just sending a tip to the killer, you know, like pretty wild.
Tips are anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member, probably has family.
Probably is family. No one will ever know. It's anonymous.
No one will ever know. There's not an agency on the planet better than helping us facilitate this than the FBI. And they're as entrenched in this as anybody. No one will know. As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you. Again, he may be a family member, probably has family. No one will ever know. No.
Have they been anxious, nervous, irritable? Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out with a sense that is not normal? Have they had ongoing discussions regarding their whereabouts on that afternoon or thereafter?
Again, he may be a family member, probably has family. No one will ever know. No.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Mr. Patty, your granddaughter was heroic in her final moments. She was able to press record on her cell phone and provide the evidence to the voice that we heard. How would you guys react when you learned that she was able to do this?
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution.
You know what's ironic, Linda, and it's bad to say too, but like earlier today, my mom, she's, I don't know, she wants me to work and stay focused because I got to save money and get my own place after the hurricane floods and stuff. But I talk to her about the Delphi thing every day, pretty much whether she wants to listen or not. And earlier today, man, she's like, I had a dream last night that somebody came here and dragged you out of the house and I had to shoot them, because they wanted to shut you up. And she's like, I don't want to get shot in the head. No, I'm like, God damn, Mom. And then I was trying to make a joke out of it. And I'm like, do you even have a gun? And she's like, no. And I'm like, well, see, that can't come true. But it makes you wonder, too, like all the shit surrounding this case. And if there is a lot of people involved, man, I do got to be a little, tread cautiously, I don't want to, just trying to help. I'm not trying to die.
To this, obviously we're proud.
Not good to have my mom have a dream.
It's too bad it had to happen like that, But yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you. It was glad she had the wherewithal to do that.
Again, he may be a family member. Probably has family. No one will ever know. No.
Yeah, but she's a typical mom too. But she wants to put me on the right path. Kind of weird that he did that right there, huh? Like it's sad it had to be like that or whatever. And then he says it was, and then he stops, and then he says thank you and walks away from the podium like he slipped up, saying it was. Like otherwise, I feel like saying it was is like me saying like he was there or he knows like what happened. Otherwise, he would say it is. I don't know. Again, we could be examining these people, way too much because what you do when you're trying to solve a crime, it could just be the way they're speaking. Welcome, Joyful.
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this. Obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, But yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you. It was glad she had the wherewithal to do that.
Again, he may be a family member. Probably has family. No one will ever know. No.
I swear his cadence right there, the way he's enunciating that. Probably is family, probably has family, probably has family. It's like, whoa. Which if he really is doing that, you gotta give fucking Doug Carter some credit, man.
She had the wherewithal to do that.
Again, he may be a family member. Probably has family. No one will ever know. No.
I could be wrong, but I've always thought Doug Carter was really good person, in this investigation. He may have, not revealed as much as he could have, but I feel like he really wants to solve it. I don't think he's involved at all, but I feel like he knows that there's people around him that could be involved. You just can't prove it, That's a shitty spot to be in. If that's the case, But then it's weird because, the next year or whatever, he's, traveling with the Paddies and doing all that shit. I don't know. Well, I mean, as far as the family goes, there's the whole Derek German thing. People saying that he became a meth informant. The guy vanishes, doesn't say a word in 7 years, and gains 300 pounds or whatever. The Burris family that I believe is involved. Her dad has some meth charges as well. Some of them are right after, a month after Derek German's arrest. So he could have been somebody that he snitched on. Maybe that's a motive. I don't know. Then you got the whole Cody Patty thing, like saying something about having sex with a 14-year-old or something. And then I always thought it was weird. I might play the video later, the one that True Crime Design did about Libby's bedroom. And how like about it being painted and like not finished, and then one wall before had like no pictures anywhere, and then afterwards it's like the only wall in the entire room that's got pictures, and it's got a ton of them. Almost makes you think something happened there. I'm gonna be working on like my own personal thoughts as far as the timeline and who I think is involved. Definitely gonna be a very interesting one, and not what not everybody's normal narrative or whatever. Like, I don't know. I think hypothetically, I think something happened on the 12th. I don't think the girls were ever at the bridge on the 13th. Which I think they were taken on the 12th from their own from Becky Patty's house. Somehow a wall got damaged in her bedroom. You know, and Becky Patty is said to have said they've got our girls, which obviously means she knew something. And like the Ron Logan thing, going to the dump at 11 o'clock that Monday on the 13th, when he doesn't even have a driver's license and he had a lot of trash to throw away. And the bodies were found on his property. Like, I think that they had like some kind of ritual sacrifice on his property on the 12th, the night of the 12th. And then whoever did it was at the bridge on the 13th with Libby's phone. That's kind of where I'm at with it. But it kind of all depends, because like everything you're hearing about the footage and the video on her phone seems like they're pretty sure it was on the 13th, you know? So like the only way that could fit my theory is if it was fabricated. Which it's starting to come out now that it could be fabricated, you know? Like the photo of Abby, the Snapchat one. Come on, it's the only one that was uploaded to Snapchat that was not on her phone. Because it didn't come from her phone. Libby didn't take that picture, it's fake. And then like the video of Bridge Guy, I really think that somebody may have just taken that on the 13th and Richard was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I'm trying to wrap my head around like why the video footage of him would not register at the Delphi or at the Monon High Bridge for like 5 seconds, and it said Delphi High School before that. Me, that like speaks that somebody was at Delphi High School right before they went to the bridge. I don't know. So crazy. Welcome everybody. Sorry, it's hard to keep up with the chat a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's the thing I'm gonna play here in a little bit about the sacrifice and stuff, and what I see in a picture just fucking blows my mind. It makes me think I'm losing it. But anyways, this is one I just released tonight, because if you're following the case, you probably heard about Sarah. I think Sarah Carbaugh is her name. Her testimony and how it was pretty combative, I think. But she does say something that she saw a group of people that day at the Mears entrance. And one of them had a pink shirt on and she looked distressed. So let's like take that information in with my theory, because I have photos of a group of people at the bridge. Pretty sure it's the 13th that people haven't seen, that you'll see here in a minute. And there's a girl wearing a pink shirt, Krista Burris, like the girl that I've always thought's involved. So it'd be interesting if like I don't know. It'd be interesting if the defense could get a hold of the photos that I have, which I'm trying, and they could like ask Sarah, like, this look like the people you saw that day? Because then if she's like, yes, it's like gonna be fucking like, holy shit, you know? Welcome, She3PO, led with love. You know, like that's what one thing. God, ever since I started researching this case, because I didn't find out about this case until 2021 when I watched a video about it that channel made. Apparently, I shared Ridge Guy's sketch 2017 because I came across that and I was like, wow, I didn't even know I knew that. But for those that don't know, I was born and raised in Indiana. I went to Indiana University. One of my roommates in college was from Delphi. I went to Delphi High School. So like once I heard about this, it just kind of had a special place in my heart, you know. But ever since I started looking into stuff, and like I probably looked at so many other classmates' profiles and trying to like look for things that look weird, and that's kind of how I came across Trissa Burris. And can't tell you how many times my eyes have just like been fried. They kind of are right now. And like how many times I show like a friend or my mom or my sister like all these things that I'm seeing in these photos, and they're like, I don't see it, and I'm like, am I crazy? Like it really makes you question yourself. Like, God, am I just like fucking weird and losing it? But the more and more I see this stuff, I don't see it in like every photo that I look at. And it's hard to like think that I'm not seeing something when I see like 15 plus different things in one freaking photo. Well, I will say I was born with screwed up eyes. Like I have a lazy left eye and astigmatism in both eyes. So like maybe they're programmed a little different, you know, and they see weird shit. I don't know. Maybe it's a weird psychic ability. I highly doubt it, but but it's kind of like that thing where they say that phrase, a picture tells 1,000 words, you know, like I feel like I look at a picture and I can kind of like grasp what happened or what's going on. But in reality, I think in these photos, I think that for whatever reason, somebody fabricated them. Like I don't think I'm looking at these photos and seeing like a real Abby and Libby in their body and like real people all around. I think that it's like somebody putting a depiction of what happened in the photo. Like they're hiding what they did in plain sight for whatever reason, you know? Because it's weird, everything I see. And I'll show you in a little bit. Anyways, this is Delphi Murders. Who's that pink girl? I know what I was just talking about, the people that Sarah Carbaugh may have seen. I've tried everything. What's the Reels filter though? I'm not familiar with that terminology, but God, I've spent countless hours staring at these freaking images from every angle and zooming in and on my phone, on the computer, like, oh my God, my eyes are just done for. Sorry, I'm reading the chat and trying to catch up with everything. Google image filters. Well, let me read beginning of this real quick, because I think it's hard to read, Linda was saying. That Shaq thing was weird. Might have to play that, but anyways, I'm gonna read this. And this is my post. 2 of my posts in the Delphi Murders Uncensored group on Facebook have been removed the last 24 hours or so I'm posting them here. I can tell you it wasn't Facebook that removed them. YouTube has a 5-photo limit per post, so a second post with an additional 5 photos will follow this one. Today's post is below. Let me start this post by saying I'm well aware of what pareidolia is. That being said, everything that I see in this one photograph, I'm either losing my damn mind or I'm looking at one of the most sinister things you can see. Some background on the photo. Back in 2021, I was heavily doing my research on this case. Long story short, it led me to Krista Burris, a classmate of the girls. While looking on Google Earth at the Monon High Bridge, I was shown several people's Google profiles that contained groups of photos. One of the profiles contained an album with roughly 41 photos. I could be off by one or two. This profile belonged to Karma Burris, aka Carmelina Burris or Carmelina Conklin. She goes by several names, but it's Krista Burris's mother. Downloaded all of the photos and thankfully still have them, as they don't seem to be found. You can't find them any longer. A few photos showed a group of people on the bridge. Google Earth was able to show me the photos were taken in February 2017, but it couldn't narrow it down to like a specific date. Krista uploaded photos of the creek area on her Facebook on February 14th, saying she forgot to post them as it's been a stressful couple of days. And then she said something else along the lines like, it's starting to warm up now, so I decided to take some pictures. Which is kind of a weird thing to say, because like you said you forgot to post them, and now you're like talking about you decided to take some pictures like you just took them kind of thing. Anyways, I don't think that profile of hers is still around either, because I can't find it. Krista also posted a photo on her Instagram on February 20th of her mom on the bridge. Assuming they went at the same time, I can deduce that they were on the bridge sometime between 2:10 and 2:14. Because when she says I have a stressful couple of days, and now I can post them. She took them, they went back further than like the 10th. Just guess or whatever. And then I believe the photos Krista uploaded show things that either show or depict the crime scene and or events in Abby and Libby. Same can be said about some of the photos from the group of 41. Can't tell you how or why or on earth people would do this. However, that being said, I couldn't tell you how anybody could do what they did to the girls. That's what that first one says. After all this text, then it kind of shows you these photos, but I want to give you like some context. I'm not looking at the chat right now yet, by the way, so I'll catch up with that in a second. Obviously, I'm aware my hypotheses are against popular opinion and highly scrutinized. Call me crazy, hell, I probably am. But in case I'm not, please try to have an open mind and come to your own conclusions and don't just throw hate my way. Trying to get real justice for the girls and hold the right people responsible. I know I agree it would truly be something if now after all this time we'd find out the real culprits were never mentioned or considered. Well, some of them anyway. Arma and her husband Bobby Joe Burris also both have several methamphetamine and fraud charges as well. Don't know if that could be a motive or related to Derek German, but nonetheless, it's facts. Anyway, I'm including specific photo from that group of 41 photos. On the surface, it appears harmless. Again, sounds insane, but flip the photo upside down and zoom the fuck in. There's a number of sinister things that I believe depict the events and possibly the last moments of the girl's life. I'll stop there for a second. Like, just thinking about this, looking at a random photo, flipping it upside down, having to like zoom in and you see all this crazy shit. Like, that sounds so like batshit crazy. So I get it if you think I'm crazy, but you'll see. Anyways, I think this goes deeper than anyone ever thought, and the number of people involved who took part may be in the double digits. In my opinion, the girls were catfished to meet somebody at the bridge, which was leading them right into a trap. And now we know that Abby said something on that video to the effect of, there's no path here, we need to go down there. To me, that means that they were at the bridge at some point looking for a certain destination that they were most likely given directions or instructions on how to get to. But then when they got to like the one place to take a path, there was no path. They needed to go down there. Which makes you wonder how the down the hill thing plays in. But it definitely kind of brings Keegan Kline back in the picture, in my opinion. When Becky Patty said they've got our girls, she knew who got them. Like, I believe that a ceremonial celebratory gathering of the Odinism cult took place and that Abby and Libby were sacrificed in front of a live audience of people. There's much more in the photo that I haven't pointed out as well, but my eyes are fried and I'm exhausted. Including 2 slightly different looks of that photo, once flipped vertically, zoomed in, and with adjustments made to attempt to make things as clear as I could. You can do your own forensics on the photo too, also including a few showing the groups of people at the bridge as well as Krista's post. If the post gets removed, which it did, yada yada. Call me crazy, just don't put the wrong people in prison for something they didn't do. And I also, before the post got removed, somebody asked me to basically include like the original photo in that area without all like the circles and arrows and squares and stuff you'll see. And so I did that as well. So there's a look at it without me touching it. So you can like kind of see for yourself certain things. And I also included both it flipped upside down and not flipped upside down. So I'm going to let this just play. It's like 5 minutes long. I'm not going to pause. But you guys might want to pause so you can like have enough time to look at everything. Music's really loud. Hold on. I didn't realize that was so freaking loud. Pretty funny though. Who's that pink girl? I'm playing Who's That Girl? No, I said I wasn't going to pause, but this is Karma, Bobby, Joe, Burris. They're Chris's parents. And you can see a group of people in the background, which there's a zoomed in one coming up, I think. But I don't know if that's the Mears entrance or not. But if somebody knows like what the area looks like and knows that this is or isn't the Mears entrance, let me know. Because if it is, that could be like really significant. This is just showing you Krista Burris on the trails with the pink shirt. And then this is just, I don't even remember how I did this, to be honest, because it was a couple of years ago. But just shows you that that could have been Krista Burris kind of like pretending to be Abby and staging a photo. Because remember, Abby wore that shirt the day before when she was practicing softball with her grandfather, apparently. Like, there's a picture of it. So, like, would she really wear the same shirt the next day? I don't think so. Well, I mean, I say definitely as if I did see the real photos. I have a feeling I may have. I don't really know, but if I did, I agree with you. This is her post saying that her mom was on the high bridge. And her post was on the 20th. But again, I think it was sometime between the 10th and the 14th. And what I said earlier about 3 of them wearing the same shirt within a couple days, like there's a picture of Karma Burris, Krista Burris, and Emily Collier all wearing the same freaking shirt. I don't know what that's all about. But it looks like there's people all the way at the end of the bridge. I don't know who this lady is. If you know who that is, let me know. But she looks like she's up to no good, in my opinion. This was on the 17th. R.I.P. Abby and Libby. With like emojis that don't really go with saying rest in peace to somebody. And to me, she's got like a smirk or like a shit-eating grin on her face. Again, people like react to grief and things differently, so whatever. But then on the 15th, she posts this saying nothing's that bad if it feels good. What the fuck's that all about, you know? There's another photo of her doing the same pose in a bathroom with a different phone in her hand. And then a third photo of her with a different phone in her hand. So that's kind of weird. And not to like go too deep into it, but there's another post that she did. It says R.I.P. Abby, Libby, Little Ray. And I could never figure out what Little Ray was. And I think I recently figured that out thanks to somebody in the Delphi Facebook group. I think it was a young kid named Ray Barrage from Logansport that November 2015 apparently unalived himself. He was only like 15 years old. And the person that told me about because he went by Little Ray, the person that told me about that said that at the time it was pretty big news in their area, and like people definitely didn't see it coming because there was no depressing signs from the kid, and he like seemed like an upbeat, you know, I want to be alive kind of kid. And it's funny you say that too, Lisa, because there's a photo of that kid with a camera in his hand. And like I said earlier, I spent like a ton of time a couple of years ago looking at all these profiles of people that were friends with the girls, and then like profiles that were friends with the friends of the girls, and it was just like insane. But like my memory remembered a lot of names, right? So I found the Ray Kid's Facebook profile and I looked at his friends list. There was one name that I recognized, and that one name was Logan Holder, who was Abby's boyfriend, and Brad Holder, the Odinist guy's kid. Then it kind of makes me wonder, like, well, fuck, did this kid really unalive himself, or was that like that connected to this somehow? How would Krista Burris know how to say little, R.I.P. Little Ray? Why would she say it like 14 months later, along with Abby and Libby? It was kind of crazy and just like makes the as far as like making images clearer and stuff, but like I said earlier, it gets to a certain point where like, God, I can't like stare at the photo any longer. Even if I know more, there's more there, it's just like, can't do it. But here's the real weird one. And I'm not laughing because like I'm a good thing by any means. I'm just laughing because I can't believe how off the wall it sounds. So, yeah, ritualistic ceremonial Odinist sacrifice with live audience. Let's see. So this is one of the photos from the Google Earth ones I found on Karma Burris's profile. Not there now. So on the surface, this just looks like a picture of like the area, no big deal and stuff. Like right away, you can see two like big sticks like crossed like an X or whatever. But I thought a couple years ago that I saw something weird like right here. But after they came out with like the Odinist stuff, I decided to take a look again and kind of look for the sticks markings or whatever. I don't know how I even like did this, but so to see everything that I believe I'm seeing, I had to flip the photo upside down. And it's like right in this area. And it's crazy. There's like faces all over. Like there's faces, there's characters, there's like people doing things. I can't explain it, but I do know that all of that stuff is not really in the picture. Why would there be a picture of like a wooded area with a bunch of weird shit in it? It just seems like there wouldn't be, But anyways, you'll see what I'm talking about. I do have Discord, but I'm like never on there. Like the best place to get a hold of me is my email or Instagram. So this is without any filters and shit. I will say, like, right away, one thing that caught my eye is like right here. I always thought I could see like a word, like bubble letter writing or something, or even like bubble letter writing with other writing inside of it, or it could be all numbers. I don't know. I've never been able to like get it to where I can actually see it clearly. But obviously, if people are like doing these photos to communicate with other people that know how to look at it, maybe that's why. I don't know. But I definitely think there's something there, X-wise.
Nigga, this that monster. In the dark, hopping that. You ain't gotta tell me who can stick this shit. What you going?
People shot these photos.
Shit. Ain't nobody running promise, I will come and tell you what I've been for your night. What you thought it was a little rubber till you see him rubbing bodies like a bow tie. I'm venomous.
I'll pause it right there for a little bit so you guys can actually just look. See if you guys know anything. I will say, or see anything. I will say it looks different on phones than it does like on a computer. You might have to like zoom in or zoom out, or if you don't see anything, whatever, I don't blame you. I see all kinds of stuff. And the crazy part is, like, every time you kind of look at these photos, like not looking at them for a while, I see more shit. I may have seen that one, Rolo. I'm not too sure, but if you can find that, maybe send it to me. But like briefly, like what I see. Again, I'm gonna be kind of quick, I guess, but one right here, I see at least two people standing there watching what's going on. One of them I think is Carbaugh, because she's wearing like a blue shirt. Bridge photos, and it looks like she's in the other bridge photo. It looks like she's like holding up like a tie-dye heart too, which is kind of weird because it's tie-dye shirt of Libby. So I feel like there's two people watching right there. Right here in the blue square, I see what could be like the Odin arrangements of the sticks, not only right there, but like possibly right here. And then I see, I think I want to open this up a different way. Hold on. Because YouTube doesn't really let me like zoom in and stuff, but I think I just saw somebody sent over a Cash App. Appreciate you. Hold on one second. I won't tell you who it was because they said don't dox me. Thank you for the $10 Cash App. So far, we got 5 of that going to Harry. For those that don't know, my apartment in Florida was flooded for the second time in 11 months. So I've been staying with family until I save enough money to relocate. So half's going to that and half's going to Carrie. Thank you for that, anonymous person. I'm pulling up the photo right now so I can zoom in and stuff. Second. I got so much Delphi crap on my computer. I'm like, where did I put that one? Here, I'll play this again real quick.
Nigga, this that monster. In the dark, hopping that fence and shit. You ain't gotta tell me who came, I sent this shit. What you going to do? Shit. I ain't in my game. Like, bye. What's that? No good.
Okay, so right here again, the yellow, right here. I see a girl standing here in blue, possibly with her hands up, which like I told you in the other photo of the people at the end of the bridge. There's one of Karma Burris with a blue shirt, and she's got her hands up, and she's holding like what looks like a heart or something with like a tie-dye color. So it's weird that she's kind of doing the same thing right here. I think there's somebody else with her standing there. I don't really know. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. And then over here in the right, to me, this looks like at least one person, possibly a couple, holding something. I don't know if it's like a long saw that they're like cut somebody with, or something, maybe to electrocute somebody or to spear them. I don't really know. But that's what I see here. And then I see like a girl right here, almost like they're hitting the girl with it. And she's like moving in pain, you know, like arching her back. Like that. I don't know if you guys see that, but like right here, like there's one person, two person, three person, and they're holding something extremely long. And they're hitting this girl with it. If you guys aren't seeing anything and you think I'm wacko, I get it, you know. Showing you what I see. So then, like, in the square, well, before I do the square, see this little arrow up here? To me, I've always seen a bunch of threes in this case. In photos, like, threes everywhere. Even the bridge guy right under his fucking face. And so right here, I see like at least three, another three right here, and all over really. I was actually, I say happy, but like happy because like when I've showed my mom in the past like photos like this, she don't see what I see. And like today when I showed her this one, she saw pretty much like everything. And then some. So I was like, okay. Yeah, I'm not crazy. So then in the square right here, I see what looks like arranged sticks, maybe like a triangle, like the rudeness thing. And then these long branches or something. But then I also see like some kind of character right here, possibly holding a gun. Almost like they're gonna off themselves, like it's like facing their chin or something. And then I see a girl here, like her face is right here, and she's looking this way. Almost like this long twig is an extension of her arm. Right here. And I know like, and I don't know if that's Abby or a depiction or whatever, I don't know. But I know that they used to say that there was like antlers on her head or something, and like right here, it does kind of look like these arrangements are like right above her head. So or that person's head, I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely a witch too. I saw a witch. I said that to my mom because she like kept walking away from me after I was like on her to look at everything. And I'm like, wait, you want to see the Wicked Witch of the West? She gave me this look, and then she's like, I do see a witch. I'm like, I know. And there's a lot of stuff I'm not pointing out here too. It's just because I can only do so much. Right here, I see a bunch of numbers. Like, I don't know if they made a snuff film or like what the purpose is. But like, it looks like a bunch of numbers right here to me. There's so many faces in this like photo. Like, how could this stuff be in a picture of the woods in the background? And that's the one I was telling you. Like, it looks like somebody, like a character holding a gun, like about to off themselves. Maybe that's supposed to be, I don't know, Libby holding on to the tree or something. I don't know. I don't think so, but then there's something right here. Looks like an arm or a leg or something. I know somebody said it earlier, but it really is like demonic. I think it's pretty much exactly where the crime scene was. The bodies were found. I was trying to use an overlay earlier and figure that out, but like I got frustrated, so I quit doing it. But then, like right here, I see somebody that kind of resembles Keegan Klein, possibly even like holding a camera or like filming or something. Right here, like he's facing us, and this is like his arm bent, and he's looking, and there's like a flash maybe. But then I also see what looks like a possessed. It sounds weird, but like a possessed face of Brad Holder. Right here. Like that's his eyes, nose. He's looking this way. This is that other guy I was saying kind of reminded me of Keaton Klein, but that's definitely a person. Sorry, I'm having trouble looking at the chat, but so if you have something important for me, I'll send it right now. Just wait. But yeah, so that's what I see right there. And like this part seems to be like, I don't know, a lot brighter than some parts of the photo. So I don't know if there's like a fire of some sort or burning of some sort. But I feel like we would have heard about that if so. But there definitely is some kind of masking in the photo. I know somebody said that the photo was real and not a depiction. I don't know. I will like believing that with the amount of shit that I'm seeing. Unless there's like a lot of fake shit in with the real, you know? Like even now I'm seeing stuff I didn't see before and I'm like, man. Like this right here I thought it just looked weird. It looked like kind of like an evil altar or something weird. And now I kind of like feel like I see somebody there too. Like to me that even looks more like a body right there because there's even like little spots that look like it could be blood. But the masking they use or whatever, it's like once you see one thing, you turn away and then you look again, you see something else. Because like now I see like a face of an animal, you know, like a bigger one. And either way, why would this be in this photo? And then I don't know what this is either, but it's something. It looks like a creature. Possibly like even like sitting on something. So weird. Because there's something that resembles like, I don't know, like scissors for lack of better words. And I've seen it in several other photos too, and I just never really understood what I was looking at. This is where I see the bubble writing, with writing inside of it. This is one of the Wicked Witches of the West, along with another weird character next to her, possibly wearing like bulletproof vest or like something. I can't really tell. I've tried to read the writing, but I can't really make it out. Incredibly frustrating. Like I feel like I'll like see some letters and then I'm like, oh. Like whatever masking or whatever they did to these photos, like they did a good job, I guess. That's the thing. Because it's like figuring it out is incredibly hard. I suppose if you know what you're doing, it wouldn't be. There's a lot of other stuff too, though. Like right here, there's like a sharp, something sharp, like the outline of it, like a curved sword or something. And then like right here, it's almost like there's a, I don't want to say a ladder, but it's almost like maybe tracks of like what are the ATVs, is that what they're called? But yeah, you get to a certain point where you're like, there can't be any way I'm really seeing all this shit, right? But this is just one of several photos where I see stuff like this from the same people from the time the girls were killed. I want to see something super quick. Something right here kind of looks like something in this other one. Hold on. The other one's gonna be from the picture on Krista Burris's, one of the ones that she uploaded on the 14th. Sorry, I've done like so much Delphi stuff lately. There's like a million different ones, and I didn't do the best job of labeling them, so I'm trying to figure out which one it is. So it's this photo right here in the bottom left. Right here. I'll just take the real photo real quick. Without filters and stuff. So like right here, I hate when I see people, man. It's like, fuck. I swear I see Tobe Lesenby in like a bunch of these photos, or what looks like him. I don't know what that means, but okay, so basically like right here, it looks like, I don't know, two things cross. They kind of look like scissors, but like with one with like a, almost like a comb or something. And in the background of this one, with the red water too. Like to me, is something very similar. That again doesn't look like it's really in the picture because it just looks weird. Like, I don't know if you guys can even see what I'm doing right now, but like you see how there's something weird there, like, or similar at least. My eyes are fried. But it looks very similar to me. Again, it almost looks like a open pair of scissors with like the sharp edge right here. But then it looks like that looks like a girl. And this one looks, I don't know, like a stick or like a weird thing. Looks like a body right here. I don't know. Or I just have one hell of an imagination and I need to like go to the loony bin or something. But like this and this look very similar to me right now. Not to mention these weird faces over here with one looking like fucking Leslie. Hopefully it lets me undo everything I just did. Close. Such a creepy photo. I'm gonna let the rest of this play real quick.
Come back from where I am sending you. Lord, let us pray. Demon, I command you to release this body in the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus, you will release this soul. You will release the power you hold over him. You will release the evil from his body. Let there be evil. Watch out, you never come up with the nighttime. If you can, you can try to run, but I will come in my mind. I will never let up anybody better know chill when it's my time. You can die, I'm in the right mind, nigga, nighttime. Let there be evil. Watch out, you never come up with the nighttime. If you can, you can try to run.
Like, I don't know how you can even deny it. There's not a person standing right there, man. It's like clear as day. Me. I want to show you something else real quick since we're here. So the group of people I was talking about standing at the edge of the bridge, it kind of looks like her standing right there, just a different angle. Kind of hard to see right there. But there's a girl in blue standing there. I got a better one. Hold on. So this is like really zoomed in with a bunch of weird shit again, right? Same group of photos on the same person's profile around or on the same day the girls went missing or whatever, the 13th. And I see a lady standing in blue holding it with her arms up, holding something that resembles like a heart with tie-dye coloring. A pink girl, you know, with Sarah Carbaugh's testimony, the pink girl. This is who I believe is Chadwell. I just have a feeling. But, and right here, this is really weird. There's a fucking, like, there's a head just chilling right there, which to me kind of resembles Richard Allen, but I think it's Brad Holder, the creepy Odinist leader. Right here. Just his head looking right at you. But remember how I said in that one, in the other photo, how it looked like there was a group of people holding like something very long and like stabbing somebody or something. Now I can see it again from a different angle. Like it looks like several people holding something very long. And then you can see like people right there. Like now I see stuff I didn't see before again, and I'm like kind of sick to my stomach if I see what I think I'm seeing. But it's two different photos from the same group of photos that show two different angles. This weird fucking shit. But if you look at like the regular photo, you would never know that by just seeing this. I don't know. It's one of those things, like, I swear I'm fucking right. Like, I'm not, like, trying to be cocky or anything like that, but it's like, for years, I can't let it go. Like, I know I'm seeing what I'm seeing, and, like, nobody will listen. So now, recently, like, people are giving a fuck. I don't know, I'm gonna have to re-examine this part later, but there's a couple other versions of this one. Coloring wise. But like, if this is really what happened or part of what happened, there's a ton of fucking people there. Like, she's standing there in blue holding up something tie-dye. How could this have happened on the 13th in the middle of the day? All of these people, not to mention everybody else that was just there separately. Couldn't have, right? I don't think so. But again, like, the pictures are so pixelated and blurry, it's like you really can't make anything out clearly, but maybe like professionals that know what they're doing can. Which I am not. I'm just showing 3 different like filtered ones, different coloring. There's weird people over here that look like they're dancing. And then there's like little characters or like troll looking things. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. What might be a dog. This one's inverted, I think, the coloring. You mean like what is the original? Like, what do you mean by what is the photo? Like, basically, I found a group of photos. I looked up the Monon High Bridge a couple of years ago on Google Earth. And it would show you if people like tagged themselves there or like wrote a review. They had photos that they took. It would show you like their name, like a little marker, and you could click on their name and see the stuff. And I was already kind of familiar with her daughter and thinking her daughter was doing weird stuff. So I downloaded the photos. And then what I'm talking about and showing now is stuff that's in the photos, like, but you have to zoom in like really far to see anything. How you doing, Shay? I didn't notice that was you. I'm not really looking at the chat as much as I should. I will in a second. I'm probably gonna take a little break and play a video or something for a couple minutes here in a second, because like I said, my eyes are like fucking fried. But that's only like 2 photos out of maybe 15 different ones that I think have weird stuff in them from the same people. Kind of weird.
Let there be evil. I meant this shit. You ain't even gotta ask who I sent this shit. Hit them all in the eye, blink in the kitchen, sing rinsing grits. Nigga need to keep a rooftop, so bitch, I got rent to get. Adios, nigga, vamonos out the window. Made this type of beating, 100 of them with the T, wonder what the endo. Ain't nobody playing games, so I'ma try to get away and in tow. Wonder when a nigga die, where my ashes all get smoked. Fuck is in this shit? People call me the devil. It's funny every time I think about it, I be laughing when I'm on a week. Maybe I release it, even if they wanted me to, I'ma make sure they get them. Black metal. Don't nobody even come near my level. For the blood swoop it on the rug, nigga, I done dug with that shovel. Ain't no hood, try to get a blood love, but it's rusted like metal. You done been around the world, but you won't come to my ghetto. Where they find you at, nigga? In the pitch black. I heard they really wanna vote, it would be a mismatch. Rapping like if I can gun till they hit the 911 dispatch. I'ma always be about my shit, stay up in the gym lit with the wrist wrap. I did that. Big homies gotta calm me down, blood big back. Ain't nobody really raw, fucking law, eat them all like Kit Kat. Somebody.
It's a great question, Lisa. That's what I try to wrap my head around. It's like, why would they do this? I'm gonna find this slide here in a second and show you once I find it. That's kind of relevant to that, but I don't know. I really don't. Like, my guess is it's something to do with like the cult, or like, I don't know what. I don't know if they sell like the footage or what they did, or if it's a way to communicate with others. I don't really know. That's like a $1 million question.
Stop, but they drop me and play no get backs. Hit them with the dynamite, nigga, I'm blood, I lit that.
Believe me, I definitely think of both sides of everything. Like, why would they do that?
Let there be evil. Watch out, you numbers coming with the nighttime. If you can try to run, but I will come in my.
I will say though, like, this is just. I think a lot of this stuff is connected. Like, I'm starting to think this is connected to the Logan Sport kid that, quote unquote, ended his own life. 2015. I think it's connected to the Evansdale double homicide in 2012. Possibly be connected to the Florida fires. And there's reasons for why I'm saying all this.
Let there be evil. Let there be evil.
Here's something really weird. And the main reason I think it could be connected to the Evansdale thing. Like, there's a random picture on Chris's profile. So there was just a random picture, looks harmless, of Krista and some baby. And this is an older one too, an older picture or whatever. This is before the Delphi thing. So that's how the photo looked when I saw it. I honestly don't really know what the Logan Sport 6 is. You might have to email me and fill me in on that. So it just looks like her playing with a kid, right? Because then I noticed something right here. I couldn't figure out what it was. Looks like a face to me. And then, like, when you look at the face, like, it looks a lot like Elizabeth Collins, one of the Evansdale girls, in my opinion. Either way, there's a weird, creepy face underneath the stroller for some reason. Even if it's not her, you know, but like, then there's just so much weird stuff, like, all over. Very disheartening, I guess, to say the least. The girl that she's friends with, her name is Emily Collier. Like, I feel like, I don't know if it's the kids that are directly involved or if like the parents are using the kids or what the deal is, but I think there's some kind of human trafficking angle. And there's advertisements in these kids' photos on their Facebook. Like, I know some of you haven't seen like all my videos, and I get that. Like, for example, this is Emily Collier, and this is from 2012. Or not 2012, from February 12th, 2017. Sunday. And like the regular photo is very dark. Can't really make too much out. Her shirt, just for kicks, says killing it every day, or killing every day. Cute. And when you brighten up the image and stuff, to me, I clear as day see at least one girl right here. Sitting. Facing this way. I don't know if it's like a black eye or no eye or a blindfold or what. Long blonde hair. Or hair, I don't know if it's long. But I can see her sitting on something. Feet going down here, almost like her feet are, I don't know, in some kind of contraption or something. And then I think there's another girl right here. Laying down. I think there's a snake on top of her. And you're like, what? I get it, but like, Emily Collier has a snake. She's got photos with the snake. I can see the patterns of a snake right here. Made me always think there was a snake involved in what happened to the girls somehow, but it hasn't came out so far, so I don't know what's going on down here. You know, I'm going quick through this stuff, but a lot of this is on my channel in certain videos. This is the one girl I see. Very zoomed in again. That's what I think is a snake. Possibly another girl. This Emily Collier chick's weird. She also has these photos that she uploaded on the 14th. Where she's got like this flash so you can't really see much. And there's a couple where, to me, like the first couple are Emily and the last one's Abby. I don't expect you to see it, but right here, Emily, Abby's poor little face. Possibly like with her mouth cut, I don't know. I think they said her mouth was stretched or something. And then there's the other one over here. This other one. Again, I think this is Emily, and then I think this is Abby. It even looks like there's like bleeding on her lip or her tongue. I'm sorry for like the graphic nature of this stuff, if it really is that, but and a lot of the stuff that I see in these couple people's photos, like not only do I think I see this stuff, but they're from like the fucking same day, like the 13th, 14th. Seems a little weird. She even had it as her profile photo on the 18th with the one that I think is Abby highlighted. Or one of them, I guess. See, she's got a snake. There's a lot of weird stuff with this Emily chick that I haven't even put out yet. And I can only do so much. Like, I've not even been working for like the last week and made like zero money. And slept very little because all I can do is think about the stupid case. And I say stupid just because it's like consuming. But I can't help but like feel like I'm on the right track, you know? This is a weird photo from her profile, Emily Collier. Where I feel like these two girls are being trafficked. It's a Snapchat. It's got two money signs. Like, why would you have two money signs on this picture? And what does SFDF stand for? I've tried to figure it out for the life of me. When I look up online, like what the money, those flying money emojis, what that means, it says something is for rent. And I learned that emojis and like arrangements of emojis like mean certain things too. Like I never knew that. Hidden things. Not to mention, I feel like her arm looks completely weird. Like her arm does not look like it's bending the right way right there. In my opinion. And Emily Collier was arrested a couple years later on meth charges. And ironically, like, she's now like a guy or something. I don't know. She now goes by Emmett Collier. Take that for what you will. I want to show you guys something I haven't even shown anybody yet. How weird. Couple things, I guess, but God, some of this shit's so fucking weird, man. I don't even know how to explain it. When I see it, I'm like, what? So this is just a post Emily Collier made. When did she make this? I want to say it was right around the murders, like a month later or something. Look, there's so many different photos that are just like something weird going on, And a lot of them have like the flash photography, like taking a selfie in front of a mirror, which is a lot of people just doing that harmlessly, like TikTok stuff. But I think there's a sinister element to it. Anyways, I'll come across it, but so it's just a picture. It's got somebody's leg hanging out the window or something. It's got hands right here that are kind of like arranged very weird, or like they're bound somehow. And then they make a heart with these hands. But then, how do you explain that, like, in this heart, in the side of the door, there's another fucking hand? How is there a hand in the panel of your door? Like, there's something with these people, like, getting off, like, doing things in plain sight that, like, nobody knows about. Yeah, and I found, like, a weird quote about that, too, once, and I'm trying to find where it was. There's so much to, like, talk about in show, it's like I can't get to it all. But yeah. Okay, yeah, it was March 20th when she posted that. The hand thing. I don't know how to explain the hand in the door there. And then you got, I don't know, I'm telling you, like, I'm right about these people, man. And nobody knows about them. Despite me trying. Like, I've emailed authorities, I've done what I can, man. Where's that one at? There's one of the guitar that shows a gun that I thought was interesting. Right here. This is like 2019. Let's see, it's got the guitar, and then coincidentally, it's got the handle of a gun hiding behind it, but you can't see like the barrel. Interesting. A heart makes it 3. That surprised me. Good observation. So then there's another one of the guitar. So weird, man. So I noticed something looked weird here at the bottom. In the bottom of the guitar, there's a picture of a little baby. Little baby right here. Hidden. And it's not a reflection like this little circular thing trying to pull off. There's no reflection of this baby anywhere. There's a weird bloody head. Are you guys like seeing what I'm seeing on some of these, or is it all like crazy shit? See a person right here with a backwards hat on. Almost looks Mexican. I didn't see that until right now. It's like person with a backwards hat on, like some blood spots. And then it almost looks like two different people fighting, or like this person angrily and his nose is very big, like about to go in this person's mouth or something. I don't know. The fuck I'm looking at. Big watermelon? I'm losing my mind. And then when you... Oh, there's a different photo of it. Hold on. There's another one of the... Shows the baby a little bit better. But this one's the same picture with the baby down there. And when you rotate it, and zoom way the fuck in, it says something right here. If I can get it big enough here. Looks like something like for sale. Hey, for sale. I can't make out the last part. Me anyways. This one shows it better, I think. And there's something here too. Talking about a best friend or something. Right there. Like I either see like for sale or it says people maybe or something. Either way, it's weird that there would just be a random message written sideways on our wall. I haven't even like put out a lot of this stuff, man. She's got a lot of photos with one specific little girl with some stuff that looks weird. Like her leg doesn't look right to me, but that could just be like perspective or the angle or whatever. But even like when you look, even when you zoom in and look at like her face and stuff, it looks like some bruising and like messed up teeth a little bit and maybe blood stain. I don't know. I wonder if sometimes like in some of these pictures if these kids are even like alive. I hate to say that, but there's some really creepy ones. I'm trying to find the right one. All right, here is it. This is one of them. And then I found the other one. So this one shows, and these are all on Emily's profile. So I don't know why this has all these photos of kids. But like to me, like on the surface, it looks harmless. But like, watch her legs. Okay? Yeah, her legs are all wrong. Exactly. Watch her legs. Where does the rest of that one go? Like, even if it was perspective, it's way too short to see her other leg. It's missing something. Like, it's a Photoshop fuck up. What if you think that's weird? God, shit's so weird, man. Like, I have the worst feeling that these are all like kids that are either kidnapped or sold or trafficked or killed. I see this red trailer in a lot of the stuff too, but this looks like two girls like holding hands playfully. But what the fuck is up with this arm? It's like a mini arm compared to this arm. That can't be real, right? It is, forgive me, but like, something's weird there. Like, look how big this arm is. And she's just got like a little one right here. All awkwardly. Something's weird there. There's another one too, I think. Oh, right here. This one's all sorts of fucked up to me. Yeah, you could be onto something there. Almost like the freak show, and the first thing that caught my eye right here is you got a kid in a shopping cart. Like, is that a subliminal? Like, I got a kid for sale? That's weird. Yeah, I'm sure everything I'm seeing needs to be like examined more thorough and stuff. But like right here, like where does this extra elbow come from right here? Like, sure, your first thought might be like somebody's hiding behind her, but like, look how small she is and how big that arm is right there. You're telling me the rest of this person is fitting like right here? I don't know about that. Looks weird. Yeah, these are all in the same profile, man. Emily Collier, Dick with the Snake. That's now a guy, apparently. That's friends with Krista Burris. Then I thought it was weird that they got like a married couple, the kid. You wouldn't think like your first option to take a picture would be in front of like a storage place or something. Kind of means something if it does have like some sinister connotation to it. They're not going to just put something random. Here's the actual photo of that. Yeah, and Emily Collier has multiple profiles too. I'm just briefly going through some that I think are weird. Like this one, I wonder if that kid's even alive. Kind of looks like there's some marking under like the neck. And I notice in a lot of these photos that I think are strange on these profiles, they got their tongue sticking out all stupid. Some look fake. This one's not that crazy and could not be a big deal, but it shows again that these trailers or this trailer park. This one's got 5 kids. And on the surface, you know, it looks like fine. Harmless, but what if it's like not? What if it's like I got these 5 kids? One of the comments says I can guarantee you will still get to see mine. That's kind of a weird comment though too. think there's one more I'm just trying to find, and then I'll play a video. I'm going to take a little break and play something. Anybody have any requests on Delphi video you want me to play or something? Let me know. If not, I got plenty on a playlist. What I was going to point out in this group with the 5 children right here, I think I'm losing my voice, is I don't think this like fabric right here is like in the picture. It's something so small, but it just looks like it's added into the picture. Like, see it? It looks like blurry and like very like extra pixelated right there. I don't know. I will say though, once you look at like little kids' faces so many different times, like they all start to look alike, man. Really, I don't know. It's really tough. I feel like there's just something here. Here it is. That was in number 3 too. Real? I see stuff. I don't know. There definitely seems to be something with the 3. Does that have like some special significance with like satanic and cult type stuff? Inga, thank you for the post about the donating. If you would like to help, it definitely goes a long way to help myself and Libby's mom. So this just looks like a harmless picture of Emily and the kid, right? Doing the whole fucking flash mirror selfie thing again. There's something to that, I think. Oh, you bring up something, Lisa. I should probably show about the other one. Forget about some stuff because there's so much. And seriously, every time you look at the photos, like you find something new. I never noticed this little picture frame with something going on over here. But it makes you wonder, like, how did they have the time to do all this if they're putting this in photos? Blows my mind, man. Look, that's probably just a harmless picture of a kid, but I doubt it if it's in this photo. It's like she's crying or something too. Yeah, thank you for helping last time, Shay. So what I was going to show you though is right here. So the little girl's leg is right here, gray pants, with like a border that's like gray or something, and then her ankle. So the way that she's sitting, that's her left leg. So that means her right leg is on the other side, right? Like over here or something. And now I see pictures of little girls right here too. Time to go to bed. But then you scroll down. Where the fuck did this little leg come from? Like that can't be her right leg. That would be like a broken leg, right? You guys see what I'm talking about? Looks like her foot's cut. But it's kind of like that picture of that she has with the extra hand in the door panel. Like a Photoshop fuck up. Like, where did that little leg come from? There's no way she's sitting like that normal. I see what you mean by like how it could be crossed over, but like you can't bend like that, right? I don't know, it really looks off to me. I don't know, it's hard to tell because there's a fucking desk in the way or whatever. But there's no disputing the hand in the door panel. That one's there. Something weird's going on up here too. I don't even want to know. It really is like demonic shit. When you mentioned the teeth, Lisa, that made me think of this one again. Just look at her teeth and her face, like it's all fucked up. It's not normal. Like you could even tell it's photoshopped. And there's writing on her fucking teeth. See what you did there, Pre. Looks like her neck's like something's going on with her neck. This is another one where I feel like there's writing all over her clothes. I just don't know how to like unmask these photos and see everything. Awful though. This was kind of interesting. When they first came out with the Anthony Shots profile info. Man, she threes on her 3 game. Yeah, I never knew about that till a couple days ago. The significance of like the hidden meanings behind the emojis. But when the Anthony Shot stuff came out, before they knew who the guy was, Vincent Kowalski in Canada or whatever, or Alaska, when they first came out with like the info that they were looking for anybody that talked to him or something, and they showed the pictures of the model and stuff. Like, I don't think or don't know if I was the first person that like found who that was, but that night I like spent several hours looking up male models. I think it was Calvin Klein, if I'm not mistaken. And then I eventually found the fucking guy, and I made a video. I'm sure other people may have found who he was beforehand, but anyways. Give me father. I was proud of my sleuthing skills. This is like 12 minutes long. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. If anybody does want to donate, it'd be much appreciated. That goes to Libby's mom as well. Either way, I appreciate you being here and discussing this and listening to this stuff.
For I have sinned, the platform and around me don't know where I've been. They held him back on fire and drive, that's your Cadillac. In fact, diagnosed sick in the head, that's facts. Still lacking no defense for attack, coming down with a sickness instead. Everything I said, it meant to make sense.
It's in Kowalski, Ketchikan Police Department. Present, home! Order, home! Right in the bay!
My name is Sergeant Jeremy Mears, the Public Information Officer with the Indiana State Police out of the Lafayette Post. While investigating the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, detectives with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office and the Indiana State Police have uncovered an online profile named Anthony Schatz. This profile was being used from 2016 to 2017 on social media applications, including but not limited to Snapchat and Instagram. The fictitious Anthony Schatz profile used images of a known male model and portrayed himself as being extremely wealthy and owning numerous sports cars. The creator of the fictitious profile used this information while communicating with juvenile females to solicit nude images, obtain their address, and attempt to meet with them. Pictured on your screen, you'll see images of the known male model and images of the fictitious profile sent to the underage females. We have already identified the male in these images that were used by Anthony Schatz. The male in the photo is not the person of interest in the investigation. Detectives are seeking information about the person who created the Anthony Schatz profile. Investigators would like any individual who communicated, met, or attempted to meet the Anthony Schatz profile to contact law enforcement by utilizing the tip email, abbyandlibbystip@cacoshrf.com. Please provide as much information as you possibly can. For example, when you communicated with Anthony Schatz, how you communicated with the profile, what social media applications the account used, and if Anthony Schatz attempted to meet you or obtain your address. If you have saved images or conversations with Anthony Schatz profile, please attach them to your email. Again, if you have any information, please contact law enforcement by utilizing the tip email, abbyandlibbystip@cacoshrf.com. Thank you.
So lately I've been receiving a lot of messages about the incident with George Floyd, about the officer kneeling on his neck, and him being unable to breathe. I think first off, when I watched the video, to me, sure, he's in the blue line because he wears a badge, but also understand that everyone who wears a badge isn't in it for the right reasons. I joined to be a police officer because I wanted to be one since I was 8 years old. I looked at police officers as superheroes back then, arresting bad people, because there is bad people out there. taking him to jail, you know, maybe arresting the father that beats the daughter, or finding the guy that kidnapped a kid, you know, stuff like that. That's why I got into the job, but clearly people are going to fall through the cracks like that guy. Secondly, there's no justification for the use of force. For one, the guy's on, no matter if he resisted or not, the guy's on the ground. He's given up. You can tell in his voice he's given up. He wants to be done. He says, "Please, can you get off of my neck?" Part of me tried to look at it as a mistake. Maybe he just landed in that position while he was wrestling to get him on the ground. He said, "Get off my neck." If it was a mistake, he would have gotten off his neck. But he stayed on his neck with his hand in his pocket. And the kneeling on his neck is obviously a no-go. We're trained in the academy. When you get someone at a point of disadvantage, when they're prone out on the ground like that, that officer should have had his knee that was on his neck, that should have been on his head. It should have been on his mastoid, which is basically a nerve, the lower portion of your head that is used to gain compliance. It is not on your neck, and you're taught to place it on the head because it gains compliance. And also, if you obstruct breathing of someone, it's considered deadly force. The other knee, while you have the other one on his head, is supposed to go behind his shoulder, like on his back, so his arm would be in between your legs. That's how it's supposed to go. So yeah, I mean, the more I watch it, the more upset I get, because that's not the guy I see in the video. For one, with the knee on his neck, that's not a cop. I don't see him as a cop. There's no justification for that. The part that gets me is the guy's pleading with him to get off of his neck. And I know every single person that I've worked with would get off of his neck. It's not even being about a cop anymore. It's about being human. I've dealt with people that have tried to fight me, have fought me. Just because they fought me doesn't mean that you don't treat them like a human being after you're done putting them in those cuffs. They might have made the wrong decision by resisting or fighting you, but as soon as you can get them into their cuffs, you treat them like a human being. It's just that simple. The guy just wanted to be able to breathe. He wanted to get up and get in the cop car and be done with the situation. That's how I took it when he was talking to the cop. So, I guess, I don't know, there's no part of this it's even close to right with me. Like I said, it's not even about being a cop, man. It's about being human. There's nothing human about that. So those are my takes on that video. I don't know if you guys wanted input at all. But I guess from a training standpoint, like I said, there's no reason for that. You're trained a certain way so that things like this don't happen. For two, it's about being human. Get off of his damn neck, dude. And then three, it's compliance. Why are you still kneeling on his neck after he's done fighting? I don't know. It's just, I have nothing to say. Like I said, he's not a cop. I don't see him as a cop. It doesn't sit right with me at all. It's about protecting and serving your community.
Yeah, YouTube is my only source of income, so to say the least, spending all my time on this case the last week or so has not been good for the wallet.
Yeah, I'm speechless. This whole video is just kind of speechless. I've watched the videos multiple times today, and it just doesn't sit right with me. So those are just my thoughts. If you have any questions or concerns, shoot me a DM. Thanks.
Couldn't believe like that night when I found, like I literally was looking at a bunch of male models trying to find this dude. Once I found him, I was like, hell yeah. And a couple hours later, everybody knew about it anyways. Pretty much it on that one.
Just forget the negative.
Trying to see how old this was. December 7th, 2021. The thing I was talking about earlier that I thought was really weird is this. It says, I have this sort of obsession. I like to have a lot of Bandcamp URLs handy. Part of the reason is I like the idea of having this sort of disjointed presence, this fragmented maze of random remnants of information and art scattered across many different places and then not actually telling anyone about it. Kind of eerie because I feel like that's exactly what the fuck's going on right here. You know? All kinds of fragments and remnants of information and art scattered in many different photos. Weird, eh? So that actually might be a thing for some weirdos. I don't know. Really don't know. But yeah, I'm going to play this video after the police one. I did this in August of 2021. I still think Max Snowberger had something to do with the girls like gonna be meeting somebody at the bridge. On like this just shows you how much fucking time I put into this. So Max Snowberger, he's friends with James Tousley on Facebook, who I don't know if he's like a real person or not, but I think it's a fake profile of Chadwell's. You'll see why and stuff when I play this video. And he was friends with Austin Chadwell, who on the surface is Brian Chadwell's nephew, but I have reason to believe he might actually be his son. So he's connected to Brian Chadwell through Austin Chadwell. He was friends with Liberty German. He was friends with Krista Burris. He's friends with Carmelina Burris right now on Facebook because I saw that today. He was friends with Abby. He was friends with Garrett Kurtz, who's in jail for a couple of murders already. And he started the RIP Abby Libby group. on the 13th, before anybody even knew that they were dead. They were just missing. Gives credence to my theory that they were dead on the 12th. Part of me even wonders if that girl that's good point. 3. What was I gonna say? Oh, when Garrett killed I forget her name, Nicole Bowen or something like that. A couple years later. I think they said it was something to do with like Ashley Garth and Nicole Bowen, like something to do with the feud of the girls and him or something. So like what if that wasn't true? What if somehow Nicole either found out or was gonna spill the beans that Kurtz was a part of the Delphi thing, Kurtz and Garth. And so they had to get rid of her so they didn't get in trouble. Definitely plausible because like people have said that Garrett Kurtz like was kind of like sick to his stomach afterwards and didn't do shit from like the 15th to the 20th. I don't know who Prater is. I don't think anyone is. That Christopher or something like that? Oh, I don't know who that is. I mumble too, so, and I'm losing my voice, so you're getting the best of me. There was something about Max that was really weird. So Max Snowberger on November 19th, 2018 on Twitter. But the worst part about knowing what's going on is I went through the same exact thing in Delphi. And I know exactly how bad people feel, and I just feel sorry for them. Like he's literally saying the worst part about knowing what's going on. Like, is that not him saying, like, I know what happened? But he was rumored to have been asked by the girls to go with them to the bridge to meet a 19-year-old boy they had been talking to online. He declined and advised them they shouldn't go. But yeah, I'll play that after this police one. Because I watched this earlier and I thought, I don't remember it being as weird as it was. But it was weird. To the least. So this is like a few hours after the bodies were found on February 14th. Press conference. They didn't even spell conference right. 2 bodies found outside Delphi. All 3 of them act very strange, but like specifically so Lesenby. Like I can't figure out if he's like just super tired from everything. If he's like super angry at somebody. But his like demeanor and the way he talks and how short he is just like very weird to me. 10 minutes long.
The Indiana State Police, I'm the Public Information Officer from the Lafayette Post.
Steve Mullen, Delphi Police Department, Chief of Police.
Tope Lesenby, Carroll County Sheriff.
Basically, we're going to make this, it's going to be short and sweet. We don't have that.
One thing I thought was weird right here, which it's just me probably. But like once Tobe had to like introduce himself, he was almost like caught off guard that he had to like say his name. It almost looks like he said it differently than he normally would, so his voice wouldn't sound the same, but probably me just thinking that.
Post.
Steve Mullen, Delphi Police Department, Chief of Police.
Tope Lesenby, Carroll County Sheriff.
Basically, we're going to make...
Like, did you see he had to like kind of gather himself, but like before he said his name, and then he kind of did it outside of his mouth. Like, could that have been because he knew his voice was on something? I don't know. I'm reaching, but it's kind of weird.
Steve Mullen, Delphi Police Department, Chief of Police.
Topalize and be Carroll County Sheriff.
Basically, we're going to make this, it's going to be short and sweet. We don't have that much at this point in time. Basically, what we've got, we have found 2 bodies. Is that the Sugar Creek?
Deer Creek.
Deer Creek, sorry. In Deer Creek, about a mile east of town. We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play. We have not made positive identification of the 2 bodies, so we're not going to be releasing any information on them at this point in time. We've got the Indiana State Police is assisting the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the Delphi City Police Department in the investigation here. We also have the FBI Crime Scene Investigation Group here out of Indianapolis. And one thing the family asked us to do is to thank all the communities around Delphi and the people here in Delphi for assisting in attempting to locate these the 2 young children that were missing earlier. They just wanted to say thank you to those people, and thank you. They were just wanted to express their gratitude toward the hard work that was done in helping search for these children.
Has the search been called off for these 2 teenagers?
Not officially, because we have not positively.
You look too, and I got a lot of this from the comments on this video actually, but like, you can see Tobe at times like very heavily breathing.
Identified the bodies at this point in time.
Do you have people still searching the woods and creeks and fields?
We still have, there's still people out looking, but it has been scaled back. I mean, just put it that way.
Are the bodies of the 2 individuals recovered, are those of young female children?
I'm not at liberty to give that information out as of this time.
Who found them?
I'm not going to say at this point in time.
Why do you believe that there was foul play?
Just the way the bodies were found. That's about all I can say at this point in time.
Were they in the water?
They were on the edge of the water, from what I understand. That's about the best I can tell you.
Any outside injuries?
I'm not going to make a comment on that at this time.
What time were they found?
That I'm not sure. 12:15?
12:15.
About 12:15 this afternoon.
Are there any either suspects or persons of interest being questioned at this time?
We have not gotten that far into the investigation, so I cannot comment one way or the other.
Sheriff, you are from this community. Talk about the toll this search and this apparent recovery has taken on your county.
It's been a long several hours. It's played tremendously on the emotions of the community, but the plus is, the positive is the outreach of love and support for the families involved. And I think that's been fantastic. It speaks highly of our community.
You've talked to the families. There's been no identification, but we could hear that this was a sad meeting.
Yeah, towards the end, Kim Riley like completely says something else, like it's not Monon Creek. He says something else, and then he's corrected. And then he kind of says something like, "Yeah, well, I don't know what creek it is. What is it?" Like he really, you could tell Delphi wasn't prepared for this. Like he was just brought in or something, didn't really know what was going on. It's weird.
There is some sadness, yes.
How long do you think it's going to take, of what you know so far, how long do you think it's going to take to positively identify these people?
I can't speak for the coroner. He's the one that will take care of that part. That's not something I can give you that information at this point in time.
How far down was it from the bridge? Downstream?
Probably more than a mile, or less than a mile, rather.
I'm going to say somewhere between 1/2 and 3/4 of a mile, I'm guessing. The road curves back in there, so it's really hard to tell as the crow flies how far it is, but I'm going to guess about a half to 3/4 of a mile back there.
It wasn't that far from where the search started. You mentioned hours of searching, hundreds of people. So were they not in plain sight in that area, that it would have taken a long time for you guys to find them?
We really don't want to comment on that at this point in time. We don't really want to put out too much information at this point in time. Something I will do, if you follow me on Twitter, I'm going to probably put tweets out approximately every hour on updates. It may be as much as that I'm just going to say we have nothing new at this time, but I will try to do that for at least the next 4 to 6 hours.
How do you suspect, do you presume that these are the two people you were looking for?
I really can't comment on that at this point in time.
Were there any visible injuries or other signs of trauma to the bodies that were discovered?
We're not gonna make any comment on that either. I know we're not giving you much. I understand that, but I mean we're at the baby stages of this case. At this point in time, I can't.
And another reason I think that they weren't killed on the 13th when they say that they were is I feel like they would have been found, no questions asked, on the 13th. My thoughts.
Not release really much more information. As soon as I can, I will be more than happy to put stuff out.
Who's the lead investigator?
Carroll County is actually the lead.
Office.
Is it fair to say the search has been drastically scaled back?
Correct. I will say that, yes.
Sheriff, are you classifying this as a homicide investigation at this stage?
It's a death investigation with unknown sources.
Chief, you have not said anything that this is your town. Talk about the impact this has had on your town.
It's had a terrible impact on our community. The people who participated in the search, the people who have participated in all the efforts to try to find the victims in this case are very much appreciated. But I know that's had a terrible effect on our people, and
It almost gives you like the vibe that like like a lot of people know what happened, like even authorities, but like for some reason they can't do nothing about it. I don't know why that would be. Like, this cartel or something weird, or like somebody's got their, got them by the balls or something. Like, for some reason, I just get that feeling. Like, a lot of people know who's responsible, but whatever reason, this person is like very scary, or this group.
we are grieved that this sort of thing would happen here in our community. I am pleased to see the community come out and help us the way that they have. I'm very pleased to be
Yeah, that was wild.
that has done
I never even
everything
heard of
they
that
can
word.
to help us out in this case.
Going forward, you're going to do everything, obviously, you can to find out who was involved in this. And then earlier when we talked, pretty much all the law enforcement's been holding back tears because these young girls and families and the whole search has really taken a toll on you. So are you going to do everything, exhaust every option, just like you did in the search, to find out who was involved in this?
Yes.
How weird is that? He has a dead stare and a very quick little one-word answer, yes. That is so fucking weird to me.
Earlier when we talked, pretty much all the law enforcement's been holding back tears because these young girls and families and the whole search has really taken a toll on you. So are you going to do everything, exhaust every option, just like you did in the search, to find out who was involved in this?
Yes.
Anything to say to the community?
Like, even look at his mannerisms, like right there. It's like he's awkward after he says yes. Like he doesn't know what to do with himself, and he's like, "All right, move on. Stop looking at me." Like, what would make him do that?
In the search to find out
Like I get the vibe that he's angry and hurt. Like he knows who did it, and he's like, "I can't believe they fucking did this."
who was involved in this.
Yes.
Like, it looks like he wants to cry.
Anything to say to the community?
Huge thank you.
Yes, thank you for all their help.
Should people in the community be afraid right now, based upon what you've seen and you know?
On a little side note, and notice the Karma Burris lady. She's friends with somebody that lives in Logansport. Forget his first name, but it was something Lesenby. And it was like kind of weird. Not sure if they're related or whatever, but thought that was interesting. Oh, by the way, I think I forgot to mention this earlier, and I should probably mention this more. But this Carmelina lady, Karma Burris, her maiden name is Conklin, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it was Keegan Klein's girlfriend or somebody that Keegan Klein knew with the last name of Conklin. I think it's like her cousin or something.
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel. Our people are very smart. We have a very good community, and they are very strong. And they are able to draw their own conclusions about this whole situation, I think, quite successfully. Thank you for the question.
Because, and the reason I ask is I hear the words foul play suspected. And people might be wondering if there's somebody running around this community preying on people that they need to be afraid of.
I understand what you're saying.
Should they be?
All right.
I do. I
This whole
think
case
people
reminds me
have
of
their own conclusions
Ozark.
about this situation, and they are smart enough to figure out that what
It'd be
the
worse.
situation warrants them to think. So that's all we have to say about that.
And you said you scaled back the siege completely, so the hundreds of people, even they were coming up a little bit ago, can I offer my help? Can I get back out there? At this point, do you guys not want more people heading out in that area? What's the advice for people who do want to be involved in the search?
They can continue to help in the way we need the assistance at. I am not at the scene, and I'm not aware of what's going on out there at this point in time, so I can't really say what we're going to use them for. We may be just telling them we thank you for your help, and we may just be sending them back. So, you know, again, it's we believe what, you know, you believe what you can, and then we got to go with the truth that we have. So that's what we're working at.
One final thing, you started off with a statement about finding the bodies, you said Shrewsbury. Can you say that over again with the right creek in it?
Oh,
Deer Creek.
the bodies were found in the Deer Creek area, just east of town, about a mile from the 3/4 to a mile east of the, what is that? The
Freedom Bridge.
Freedom Bridge. I know I didn't help you much there, but
It's not from Freedom Bridge or the Monon
High Bridge.
High Bridge.
I'm not sure which bridges.
They're two separate.
It seems like, how can you confidently say like bridge, and then when you get corrected, you're like, I don't know. Like, so what? You just fucking talking out your ass the whole time? Like, I like Kim Riley, but I feel like it like totally discredits him, man. I don't know which bridge. Like, come on, man. I just put a poll up. You want to vote on what we play next? One of them is an old video of mine connecting 4 people that included what I was just looking at a little bit ago, connecting all those people and like the plain sight thing. Max Snowberger. One of them is 3 old Robert Ives interviews.
I know. So
Yeah.
which-
Freedom Bridge is on the Heartland, and
Okay.
High Bridge is
It's
the bridge that's right
back.
up that used to be the
Yeah.
railroad
So how
bridge.
far from High Bridge? I think that was the last known location.
Within probably 3/4 of a mile or so.
Okay, and how close were they to the area where they were supposed to be picked up by their relatives?
Within that 3/4 of a mile, so.
Okay.
Is that with the flow of the creek or against the flow?
It would be upstream.
Upstream, against the flow of the creek.
It's like some of them are like,
That's really all we got right now.
I don't know, like being way too like happy and like about what's going on, you know, like considering like the situation.
Chief, you
As a homicide investigation.
Say the search has been
Do
drafted.
you want to watch this again?
I cannot really. I will be.
Search has been drafted.
Is that where it is?
It's a death investigation.
In time. we don't really want to put out
When
too
did he
much
do that?
info.
Yes.
Are the two people you were looking? Do you suspect? Do you presume that these are the two people you were looking for?
I really can't comment on that at this point in time.
Were there any visible
I don't remember where that
injuries
was.
or other signs of trauma to the bodies that were discovered?
We're not gonna make any comment on that either.
Covered.
Just the way this afternoon.
It's been fantastic.
I can't speak for the coroner.
He looks really pissed right here, man. And he's looking at him. See that? Lesenby looks really pissed, and like Mullen's like looking at him all weird.
There is some sadness, yes.
How long do you think it's going to take, of what you know so far, how long do you think it's going to take to positively identify these two?
I can't speak for the coroner.
Like even like the heavy breathing and stuff. Like I'm no expert by any means, but like you might sorry, you might be onto something, Pre. Like because there are rumors too that Derek German was an informant. So it's like, do we like convince Derek German to like do something that ultimately got his daughter killed? Makes you wonder, because then like Toby would feel like kind of responsible. Like I put him in that position, and because I did that, forced him to do that, they killed his daughter. You know, like I could see that totally being plausible. Like it's probably more plausible than what I think. Crazy, man. I still can't believe the way he just says yes and just stops talking.
It's a death investigation with unknown sources.
Like Mullen just like seems like he's staring at him, like staring into his soul.
Search has been drastically scaled back.
Correct. I will say that, yes.
Sheriff, are you classifying this as a...
Well, that could like be connected to my theory too, because like you'll see it in the video I play next, because I think that's winning the vote. But some of Bobby Joe Burris's methamphetamine arrests are very like right around when Derek's arrests were, and Derek basically had like 1,000-day sentence changed to like 1 day. That don't happen, especially for meth. Interesting. I don't know if that would be enough motive to kill somebody's daughter, but
It's a death investigation with unknown sources.
Chief, you have not said anything yet.
almost like these guys are just like, just let's get through this, guys. We're almost done. Like they just don't want to be there. They just want to get through this.
Talk about the impact this has had on your town.
It's had a terrible impact on our community. The people who participated in the search, the people who have participated in all the efforts to try to...
Wondering.
And they are very strong. And
Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. I give up on finding that yes thing. Figures the one thing I want to find. Like I can't find it again. I'll be off mic for some of this, but I'm still in the chat. I just need to like give my voice a break. But before I play that video, just for fun, since most of you don't even know that I'm a musician, my main point on this channel by far, I do make my own music, but we also go live several nights a week, typically around midnight or 1 a.m. Eastern. We can live music requests, and we play a lot of music from the independent community. It's a good time, so definitely consider coming to hang out with us in one of those. They're less depressing usually, unless you listen to all my music. And for those that don't know, I am a recovering meth addict as well. So I do kind of understand some of that aspect of the case. But I've never like been in trouble for that or anything, but you'll hear it in my music. But this is my music video called Great Minds Think Alone. And then I'll play that video. Appreciate you being here. Hope you enjoy.
A real life story I'm about to tell. I felt so alive, burning in hell. She took my heart, she took my soul. I swear my bitch took everything that made me whole. She had me getting high, losing myself, barely getting by. I used to be just a regular guy. All I ever wanted was a piece of the pie, yeah. I gave her the best of me. I swear she craved the worst in me. And now, no more killing time, drowning my addiction one last time. Great minds think alone. I'm not worried what she's doing, who she's pursuing. Ain't got a fucking clue in. She might be screwing or ruin. Great minds think alone. I'm not worried what she's doing, who she's pursuing. Ain't got a fucking clue in. She might be screwing or ruin. It's a lonely life I've come to find. That it's you and no one else, but you shouldn't mind. I lost most of my friends, left me high and dry. To bleed so deep inside, but no suicide. She had me getting high, losing myself, barely getting by. I used to be just a regular guy. All I ever wanted was a piece of the pie, yeah. I gave her the best of me. I swear she craved the worst in me. And now, no more killing time, drowning my addiction one last time. Great minds think alone. I'm not worried what she's doing, who she's pursuing. Ain't got a fucking clue in. She might be screwing or ruin. Great minds think alone. I'm not worried what she's doing, who she's the most beautiful in the world, even when she cries. I thought it was fate, she would be my wife. But the day she walked away, she saved my life. Great minds think alone. I'm not worried what she's doing, who she's pursuing. Ain't got a fucking clue in. She might be screwing or ruin. Great minds think alone. I don't know who I'm fooling. I wonder what she's doing, who she's pursuing. I miss the girl I knew when I'm ruined.
Yeah, it goes to show you how toxic our relationship was. She played herself in the video where I'm like, my relationship sucks and you introduced me to meth. Yeah, long story short, that's why I got out of Arizona in 2019 and I've been in Florida ever since. Get out of a very bad, toxic situation I was in. have been a lot worse, so I'm definitely in hindsight glad it worked out, I guess. Yeah, it is on Spotify. I got a lot on Spotify actually. Probably like 100 songs or so. 7 stars. You might have to, I don't know. You might have to refresh your chat. I'm not too sure if you're saying that because I said the mom had a dream thing a couple hours ago. I don't know. But thank you. And my mom is awesome. She just wants the best for me. But she also wants me to get the hell out of her house already. These hurricanes, it's taken me a long time. Speaking of, if anybody wants to donate tonight, half is going to my relocation fund and half is going to Carrie Timmons, Liberty's mom, to help out with her Delphi trial costs. Last stream, we were able to send her $75. So far tonight, we were able to send her $15. So if you want to help us both, be much appreciated. I am going to be off the mic for a little bit to get my voice back, but I'm going to play that video. It's a video that I released August 1st, 2021. Delphi case, could 4+ individuals be involved, connecting it all? Let's see what it talks about. It talks about Brian Chadwell and his biological family a little bit. It talks about Krista Burris and her mom. Possible connection between Derek German and Bobby Lee Burris. Talks about Austin Chadwell and how he may have been involved as well, and whether he's Brian Chadwell's nephew or maybe his own son. About Max Snowberger, James Tousley, news helicopter search footage, flash photography in that. Delphi land purchase corruption stuff and interurban tunnel underground areas. Really weird Five Nights at Freddy's video. I think we played those last time. Max Snowberger's Woman Crush Wednesday YouTube video, which is very weird. Possible YouTube connection, possibly everyone involved or attended an art/photography/YouTube event. I always fuck that up, I think. It's Bobby Lee or Bobby Joe, one of the two. I think it's Bobby Lee. I don't really remember off the top of my head, but you'll see it in here. I think it's Bobby Lee, though. Since I typed Bobby Lee, it's probably that. And then connecting everything, Max Snowberger directly connected to everyone involved, besides Brian Chadwell, but connected through Austin Chadwell. And now, a lot of this in this video, to me at least, makes more sense now that we have a lot more information. But be interesting to watch this. It's like over 3 years old. This is like an hour long, and then we'll see where we're at after that. Might end the live or might play more stuff. If there's anything that you guys want me to play or you want to discuss after this too, just let me know. The information provided in my videos are for entertainment purposes. Turn this volume down a little bit. Only. I offer no statements of fact beyond those available through information freely available to the public and through diligent public and private research. While I may theorize, question, and speculate about certain persons in my videos, I leave the conclusions to the audience. To the extent that pending or settled criminal matters, crimes, or possible crimes are discussed in my videos, all parties or defendants are presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the Jackson Files. In this episode, I'm going to show you the individuals I believe are involved in the Delphi case, and also show you how they are all connected to one another in some way, shape, or form. Again, please listen to the disclaimer at the beginning of this. All of these individuals are innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. So this is James Brian Chadwell. Obviously I've talked about him quite a bit. This just shows you that he looks like the original sketch that was released. And also shows the 2 tattoos that he has that are very eerily reminiscent of Abby and Libby. Just to recap, James Brian Chadwell, this is the post that he posted on his Facebook on the day the girls disappeared. This is the image down below in the left corner that I believe was possibly an image of Abby and not this woman up here. And then once I put a filter on this, it ended up looking like this. And just to show you, like, his brother Ashley Chadwell was asked, do I think he's capable of this kind of crime? He said, absolutely, absolutely. And his stepfather, Jimmy Chadwell, said, lock him up and throw away the keys this time. May 11th, 21, says Chadwell was charged for attempted murder, child molesting, attempted child molesting, kidnapping, criminal confinement, battery resulting in serious bodily injury, and strangulation. And that all occurred on April 19th. This I just included because it's pretty interesting in my opinion. So the man in the middle, Donnie McElroy, is believed to be Chadwell's biological father, who in my opinion he resembles quite a bit. On the right is Laura Mae Chadwell. That was Brian Chadwell's mother. And if you notice, she was born to Lester Vandergriff and Bessie Llewellyn. Now Donnie McElroy's wife after her, or wife that he married after having a baby with Laura, is Kathy McElroy, but she was Kathy Vandergriff. So long story short, Laura Mae Vandergriff married Jimmy Chadwell on 10/14/1979, and I believe she was 4 months pregnant at the time when she got married, and she was 16 years old. So she was pregnant when she was 15 years old by his biological father, Donnie. And then Donnie, 12 years later, marries her cousin, her cousin, Kathy Vandergriff. So just a very kind of interesting situation that he was with 2 cousins, and one was pregnant when she was 15. So I don't know if she was, molested as well, if that is a biological thing or what the deal is there. And this just confirms that Donnie is his biological father, because another family member on this thread, when Brian posted this on his Facebook saying, prayers for my father, he got in an accident. Another family member says, Brian, is this Donnie or Jim? I'm just adding this for context. This also shows that Donnie has a battery charge on his record as well, resulting in bodily injury. And all of this is for context as well. These are 2 of Brian's half brothers, Derek McElroy and Stephen McElroy. If you look at Derek McElroy's record, very similar. A lot of domestic battery, restraining from abuse, or he had a protective order against him, drug charges, criminal confinement, all kinds of domestic battery, strangulation, intimidation, eerily similar to Chadwell. Even look on August of 2020, domestic battery on a person less than 14 years old. You can't make this up. Stephen McElroy, to me, is almost like a mirror image of Chadwell, down to also being a tattoo artist. And, he's got the elongated earlobes or whatever they're called. Pretty creepy. Granted, this was a post from 10 years ago on his Facebook, but if you look, he said, shut the F up, you little, you can read the rest there, but obviously just shows his character there. But again, all kinds of charges. Theft, mischief, false informing, theft, stolen property, theft, burglary, drugs, public intox. Nothing violent on his record that I can see, but a lot of issues nonetheless. So in the last episode, we talked about Krista Burris. She also goes by CJ. She was the one that said on the 14th, 2 girls that live in Delphi went missing yesterday and was found today around 12 p.m., half in the water and half out. And I think it was a murder. It was pretty crazy because I don't think that they said that at that time. And she was the one that posted all of those images that had hidden like crime scene details in the background, in my opinion. And also the face in one of her videos that reminded me of one of the Evansdale girls. This is just showing you all the snapshots here of the images, the stuff that I found in them, plus her videos with the dying Abby's hair and the board comment, to be honest, and I'll give you one. Watch the last episode if you want, more details on all of that. No, this was interesting because this was not in the last episode. I found this afterwards. But very interesting because it says, this is Krista Burris' Instagram on February 20th. She said, "Mama on the high bridge." And it looks like her mom just on the bridge. But for one, if this was actually on the 20th, I doubt the bridge was even open due to what just happened a week prior. However, if you look down here, way down there, it almost looks to me like the background of the same photo with Bridge Guy. But if you zoom in on that, I mean, again, it's all pixelated and weird, but like, it looks eerily similar to the Bridge Guy photo and all the pixelation and distortion you see in that. And you can't really make it out, but like, that could be a backpack, of course, but it also could be blood. It could be somebody carrying somebody. The black part here, I don't know. I mean, that could be like the police officer, because I really do think that somebody was impersonating a police officer during this. And then again, you can see all kinds of writing. I just couldn't make it out, but I'm hoping authorities can. It's just very strange that this photo is like this, And this is just another view of it. Confirms that there's a lot of writing here. And to me, even it almost looks like somebody hanging here, which is kind of strange. I mean, because it goes from the mom to somebody hanging almost, like, I just think that somebody manipulated these photos and like is hiding things in plain sight. Like, I really wondered what that is in the background. But it looks very similar to the background of the photo with Bridge Guy. I don't think this is relevant, but I'm just going to show you anyways. I'm not going to go through all this, but you can pause and read it if you like, but basically just showing a lot of charges that Derek German had leading up to April 2015 regarding meth and drug possessions, and how Bobby Joe Burris was charged with the meth possession, among other things, like a month later after Derek German filed a plea agreement. And he was sentenced to 1,100 days in jail, basically, and only had to serve 1 day. Everything else was like suspended and put on probation. This makes you wonder. Because Chris's father, had a meth problem, so did Liberty's. And so to see that he was arrested for the first time for meth a month after Derek, it makes you wonder if those rumors are true, that maybe this was like a revenge type of crime for that. But I really don't think it's relevant, but it's good to know nonetheless. And this just shows you Carmelina Conklin. That is also Carmelina Burris. That is Chris's mother. And she was arrested for false or fictitious registration. So, like, these people, in my opinion, are very capable of deceiving And then I mentioned in the last episode that this may be Krista searching for the girls. I also found, Krista's, or not Krista, but Liberty's guardian, Becky Patty, is a very similar hoodie. So I'm assuming that's her in the search and not Krista Burris, but you really can't be sure just from the back, in my opinion. And obviously it all depends if Becky Patty was wearing this during the search or not. I'm sure that's verifiable. So the third person that I believe may be involved in the Delphi case, I don't believe has been mentioned by anybody up until now. And his name is Austin Chadwell. He is James Brian Chadwell's nephew. However, I have reason to believe that he may in fact be Brian's child. Again, that is completely my opinion, but I will show you reasons why I think that. So Austin Chadwell, on his Facebook, he lists Brian Chadwell as his uncle, Crystal Chadwell as his aunt, and Giselle Chadwell as his cousin. His parents in Facebook land, I guess, are Jessica Chadwell and Christopher Chadwell. I do find it interesting that he does not have them listed as his parents, but he has Brian listed, but that's not why I think that. This is just a comment where Brian says, "I love and miss you, young brother. I should have been there more." And Austin said, "I love and miss you too." I mean, again, that could be nothing. But to me, that's something like a father would say to a son more than like an uncle would say to a nephew. I should have been there more. But again, that's all hearsay. Now, he lived in Walton, Indiana, or lives in Walton, Indiana. Has him listed here as a MMA fighter, boxer, Team Buck Wild MMA. I will note that he does have multiple Facebook profiles. A lot of these people do. This shows you that Austin Chadwell in 2019 was arrested and charged with operating a motor vehicle with a false plate, a plate belonging to another vehicle. I found that very shocking when I came across this, because obviously that shows that he's tried to deceive before by having a false plate on a vehicle. I can't tell you why, but very interesting. The bottom let's see. So this photo right here shows Austin Chadwell just boxing, looks like. And if you look at the date that he posted this, it's on February 14th, so the day the bodies were found. There's 5 comments on this Facebook post. However, you can only see 3. And Austin says, "Hey, I didn't make it because the same thing, not feeling well." So I'm really not sure what that means. I'm very curious if there was another post on this photo. Maybe Brian had posted on it saying he didn't make it because he wasn't feeling well. I don't know. But it points out that Austin was supposed to be somewhere that day and he didn't make it because he wasn't feeling well. So he does not have an alibi for where he was on the 14th, in my opinion. And out of the 21 people that liked that post, of course, Brian Chadwell is on that list. But I'll get into more of this photo as well, because there's stuff in here hidden that I saw. And the way that I saw that is right now, just by looking at it, I can see writing on the ground. Very clear. And this 3 is very similar to like the 3 that you see on the bridge guy photo. This shows that Christopher Chadwell, who I believe is Austin's father is capable of domestic battery. But the big reason that I think that he's possibly Brian's real child is, for one, around the time that this child would have been born, and he has a brother named Aaron as well. So one or both of these kids could possibly be Brian's. But I believe Brian had to do like a 13-year prison sentence a while back, around the same time that these young men were born. Again, I don't have like definitive records of that, but I'm sure that can be looked into by the proper authorities. And this was alarming to me right here. So in January, Jessica Chadwell, his mother, filed for dissolution of marriage, but it looks like she had to refile because it says she filled out one without kids. They have kids. Now, who makes that mistake? If you're filling out a dissolution of marriage, how do you forget to mention that you have kids? Seems very weird to me, and it seems like oh shit, and then she had to fix that. So I don't know, don't have any proof, but I have a feeling that those two children, Aaron and Austin, may in fact be Brian's children. Now, to this photo. And again, if you haven't seen the things that I've seen in Brian Chadwell's photos up to this point, I don't expect you to see what I'm seeing now. But nonetheless, this is what I'm seeing. So up here, this top strip, to me, I can see that it might very well say Abigail Williams. Like Abigail Williams. And it also looks like it might be overlaid and also say Liberty. It's like very hard to read, but again, I believe the authorities would probably have the proper equipment to do that. This is just another angle of it, or another filter. I can't really make out what this part reads, but there is writing, same here. But the weird thing I see is, to me, this looks like a policeman. And I'll show you what I mean. So this is the hat, and imagine a side view of a policeman looking to the right. So this is the hat, and this is the gold thing on the front of the hat, showing that it's a police officer. This is the face, looking this way. This little thing is the neck. This gray-black part is the chest area. This is the belt. And then you have the jeans at the bottom. So, Bridge Guy could have been impersonating a police officer, and his hat is a police hat. Now, again, this is really hard to see, but on top of this hat, you see the shape of a line, and then you see like a triangle kind of shape. I believe that it's people walking, and this blue hat is also meant to like be a bridge. And the reason I say that is if you go down here, the blue thing at the bottom looks to be a blue shoe. Now, I don't know what kind of shoe was that Liberty had lost that day, but if it's a blue shoe, maybe like a blue jean kind of fabric shoe, and I'd be very alarmed about this. But I also believe the blue shoe is meant to, I can't really go down there because this thing keeps popping up. So the blue shoe is also meant to like represent a hill, because if you look, you have those lines again. You have the straight line, and you have the triangle, and you have somebody behind them with a hat on leading them down the hill. And this could possibly be somebody bent over. I can't really like make that out. But again, right here, I see the outline of what looks to me like James Brian Chadwell, like his face right here, and his body. So it's almost like one person's leading them down the hill to Chadwell. And I tried to blow it up here, but it's a little hard to see. I can make it smaller and see if you can't maybe see it better here. So this is where I see the officer, his body, the belt. And then somebody leading down a shoe, which obviously is meant like symbolic of a hill, and leading them down to Chadwell. I tried to blow that up. It's really hard to see. But I mean, what are the odds this is in Austin Chadwell's photo on the 14th of February? On the 13th of February, you got Brian Chadwell uploading a photo that looks like Abby's body. And then on the 14th of February, you got Austin Chadwell uploading this photo that appears harmless, but when you rotate it and analyze it, it legit shows like it's got clues in there. Like, what are the odds of this? Very, very creepy. And these next two slides is just going to show you what Austin Chadwell's face looks like over the new sketch. And to me, it makes a lot of sense because they came out with a new, younger sketch. I believe the younger face was the face of the 16-year-old or the 19-year-old, whatever the case was, that was luring the girls to the bridge to meet him. That's what I believe. So this is Austin Chadwell's face over the newer sketch. Now, I obviously don't put too much into sketches because it's all very hard for that to be realistic, in my opinion. This is the other one. So this is the next person that I believe is involved, and he was a person of interest at the very beginning of this case. His name is Max Snowberger. He was rumored to have been asked by the girls to go with them to the bridge to meet a 19-year-old boy that might be 16. I don't know which one it is. They had been talking to online. He declined and advised them they shouldn't go. Shows you at the bottom that he does have some charges as well. However, it doesn't look anything too crazy. Looks like operating a vehicle while intoxicated, endangering a person. Blood alcohol above 0.08 but less than 0.15, and resisting law enforcement. To my understanding, he did go to Delphi, and then after this happened, he switched schools to, I believe, Logansport, and then he dropped out, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I want you to see the thing in the middle that's very disturbing to me. This is on November 19th of 2018. He posted on his Twitter, "The worst part about knowing what's going on is I went through the same exact thing in Delphi. And I know exactly how bad people feel, and I just feel sorry for them." Like, what does he know about what's going on that he went through in Delphi? Like, very alarming. And then I wonder if anybody knows what the tattoo it is that he has on his arm. It's like a MH, but the M almost looks like a pi sign with like an arrow at the end of it, and like a music note at the start of it. And the H is like a crooked H with like bowed sides. That's just showing his charges again. Now, I don't have verification of this. However, somebody started a group on Instagram that said RIP Abby Libby. And apparently this group was started on the 13th of February, when it wasn't even a thought that these girls were not living anymore or murdered. And somebody had posted that this account belonged also to Farmer Dude 123, which somebody had said that traced back to Max Snowburger. I'm unable to verify that myself, so I don't know if this really was Max's account, and if this really was RIP Abby Libby on the 13th of February. But I'm sure those things can be traced back through Instagram. It's very interesting if so. And look who follows that group, Krista Burris. I just thought this was interesting because Max posted that he was in a relationship with 6 girls. One of the girls was the same, shot her twice in a span of 8 months. And this is back in 2014. So if my math is correct, that would have made him like 11 or 12 years old. Very interesting to me. Max Snowburger had a friend on his Facebook with the same last name, Snowburger, but it was with a W. I thought that was kind of strange. And he had posted this like a week before the murders, and it's a gray Dodge. And I remember hearing something about a gray Dodge, so I'm just including that for law enforcement. This is another person. I don't know if he's involved or what the case may be, but his name is James Woolsey. This right here is a photo that I thought was Chadwell's dog on Toolsley's account. Or it's James Toolsley, not Toolsey. I spelled this wrong. But I've been briefly talking to Brian's brother Ashley, who wants justice for the girls as well. And I said, does this happen to look like Brian or his dog? And he said that is his couch, his dog, and him. But I'm not sure who is on the couch and if that is his house, because I've never been there. But I've seen a post where he got the couch and I've seen his dogs. So kind of weird that his stuff would be on this profile, right? Another picture of the dog driving. It says, I'm a good person and trustworthy, but if you do me wrong, you'll see how evil I am. The other strange thing, it says, went to Delphi Community High School August 25th, 2010 to May 28th, 2014. Obviously, if this was a kid that was the same, age as Max and all them, he wouldn't have graduated in 2014. So just for law enforcement, I looked up people that graduated from Delphi in 2014. And these are the individuals I thought were interesting. One is a snowbirder himself, Jesse James. Then there's a Tyler Lee Logan and a Matthew Dennis Randall. Again, it's completely like just something I thought was strange that he had those dates, so I just looked into it. So these people probably have absolutely zero to do with anything. But nonetheless, it's good for law enforcement to follow up on. This was interesting to me. On 2/23/17, James Tousley posted this photo of his Mustang. There's a red truck as well behind it. He uploaded a photo of like art that he did, which to me reminds me of like Brian's art. On the 21st, he uploaded a photo of tires. Like, I don't know if that has any relevance, but I just realized too, you can see somebody in the glass door. I might have to look into that more and see if I can't see if that's Chadwell or not. And then on January 10th, 19, he posted this Mustang, and I posted this for license plate purposes for the law enforcement, but he posted this and said, new car thoughts? I thought was weird because he's had this for 2 years. Unless he was showing his old car and saying like any thoughts on what new car I should get, but it just seemed kind of strange to me. And then this is a random photo of a Jeep, so I included that for law enforcement as well. I'm really curious about this photo now that's in the glass door. Very hard to make out. So interesting. Again, I'm assuming he would have been like 11 or 12 years old in 2014, and he's putting photos like these up. This is helicopter footage from the search on the 13th, where you can see flash photography down here. Right there, you see that? Like, what flash photography would that have been on the 13th? They apparently hadn't found the bodies yet. Is that somebody taking photos of, like, crime scene, like the perpetrators? Or maybe gunshots somehow? Very, very interesting. Like, I wonder if that's the area where the bodies were found. This I thought was interesting. I'm just including some stuff in here because it's very interesting. Like, before the murders in 2015, there was a Indiana State Police investigating a city of Delphi land purchase. And the mayor saying there was a mistake, and it was all over like a piece of land that was going to connect like a third of a mile of the trail to another part or something. Just thought that was interesting. And this does show that there's something underground. Like, I really have a strong suspicion that, like, the reason that the bodies weren't found when they were searching and then they ended up finding them, I believe, in an area they had already searched, is because they were hiding somewhere. They were hiding them somewhere, possibly in like an underground bunker or something. I know that they had, like, it says an interurban tunnel is underneath the bridge. This is an old article. I mean, I'm assuming that police would know if there was some kind of underground place there. But there's another reason coming up why I think that. And this is weird, and some of you may have seen this, but somebody had posted on Liberty German's Twitter on May 19th of this year. Obviously, that can't happen. It says the Shia, the mid-14th century, caused the Little Bighorn National Monument in the past. Very weird, creepy message. But it does say Instagram it's a German thing, and I looked up Insta German thing, and like, who are these people? I mean, I don't know if that's Liberty's family members or what the case is, but it says owner at Motor Care Salvage Parts, and then I click this, and it's like some murder gang, but they're talking about like murder out cars. But like, why is that her Instagram now? I just thought it was strange. All right, so this next stuff that I found is pretty crazy to me, but there's an animation series that's very popular called Five Nights at Freddy's. And I believe the whole thing is based around like a pizzeria that, I mean, I don't really know, but like the pizzeria that somebody had killed 5 kids. But it's pretty weird. So there's 2 episodes in particular that are kind of strange, and I'm going to play the clips for you. So the first one, I'm just going to play it. So it's at 10:08 and 10:15. So the whole premise behind like these episodes are they went to like some convention that's like a YouTuber convention, and there's a secret group or a secret cult that if you do certain things for somebody, you can get a lot of views and subscribers. It's kind of a weird deal here, but this came out a month after the murders.
That's why, boy. I'm scared. D, something's wrong. They gave us these weird white masks, and now we're underground on some weird bridge.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that this bridge has a bottomless pit beneath it.
I know, it's cool, isn't it? We in some underground. It's not
lab
that cool,
in a
D.
secret
hall, and yeah, so just follow my lead, okay?
So basically, they're talking about being underground, underneath the bridge. It's kind of interesting, but it gets a lot more interesting in the next episode. So let me show you that. I want to show you one other thing if I can find a part here. Because the yellow character, I believe his name is like Golden Freddy, but he walks around with a selfie stick.
This is just dreadful. Maybe we shouldn't have come. Everyone keep saying we're so awful was, only having 4 and 5 subscribers.
It's just pretty interesting. So
Let me go back here. And Krista Burris had posted this not too long after the murders as well. Kids growing up today with this Freddy. I grew up with this Freddy. So at 10:08, they said, now we're underground on some weird bridge. I'm pretty sure that this bridge has a bottomless pit beneath it. And then somebody says, I know, it's cool, isn't it? We're in some underground lair in a secret hole. And so I put, is it possible the girls went to either meet or try to expose the secret cult? Remember, Max reportedly declined to go with them and told them not to go. So this one I'm going to play real quick. So 34 seconds and 3:16 is where it starts. Okay.
Oh, wow, there's so many people here. You ready to go?
That'll make you both feel a lot better.
You do?
Oh, yeah, I do. How would you two like to go to that secret YouTuber party they've been talking about?
Why do we have to wear these stupid wet masks? And
Maybe it's because,
I was talking about going to like a secret YouTuber party.
I think it's a little too late for that going, Freddy. These guys are creepy.
Well, that's it. I'm gonna live stream my death. I'm getting ready for this. Alright, here we go.
Right, I might as well just take some snapshots of this before I die.
well, could we jump in the dark chasm? No, I'm jumping in there.
Okay. So pretty weird. So she's got the selfie stick, which I connect to Liberty and James's profile. And she talks about live streaming and taking snapshots right before their death. And a bridge. And a hole under the bridge. And then let's see, 8:40 and then 10:26. Okay.
Oh wow, there's so many people here. You ready going, Freddy?
Don't worry, I'm not one of them anymore. I'm just a normal person.
Normal person? That's good, but how'd you get in this hole?
Oh, I fell in right after you did.
You on the bridge trying to kill us?
Well, that was before, but this is now.
Seriously, what, you booed or something? Well, if you're supposedly on our team now, then tell us what you know.
Okay, well, you guys opened my eyes when I saw what we were really doing when we tried to get you. Well, as you probably figured out, we're all gathered here to celebrate the Crystal. We're all successful YouTubers. I run an unboxing channel. Figures, doesn't it?
Oh, so Treach was right. The crystal does have something to do with people being successful.
So let me get this straight. You guys all been kissing up to this crystal, and it gives you secret YouTube abilities, like bunches of subscribers and views and likes and stuff. Well, I never really kissed or anything, but yeah, it pretty much does what you just said.
You know, that's why it's not kiss the crystal, because there's so much bacteria that crawls around and could crawl up your tongue and your mouth.
Yeah.
So one minute you were chasing us down the bridge, and the next you say you're changed and have turned in your white mask. You want to explain that? Well, it opened my eyes to what we were doing, and I felt like it was wrong. We can't chase people down and get them, kill them or whatever.
That's right. Proud of you. Killing is wrong.
We would come in every VidCon and pay our respects to the crystal and, you know, give it some of our
So pretty interesting.
YouTube money
Let's see what else it
and
says.
stuff like that. Ever since I started with the crystal, well, I started getting millions of YouTube subscribers and likes and tons of money and stuff and fans, and it was wonderful.
That seems really good. So what's bad about the crystal?
Well, the crystal wanted us to do certain things with our channels. Things that I didn't agree with, you know what I mean?
So this creepy crystal told you all this. How does it talk to you?
Well, it's not the crystal, it's Brother Maximilian. Well, his first name's Brother, his last name's Maximilian. I think I'm beginning to understand. What sort of things did the crystal want you to do? Well, I was I had to do things differently than the way I wanted to do them, you know? Kind of couldn't be as creative as I wanted to. Well, he wanted me to compromise, and, well, I'd do things like the hot knife challenge for views, and I'd break stuff and just things that I felt more kind of wrong, compromise.
Oh, so you did one of those hot knife things. That's pretty cool.
Maybe they...
So pretty strange. So at 34 seconds, how would you two like to go to that secret YouTube party they've been talking about? And this episode's called The Secret Cult. And the selfie stick just is like blows my mind. And then at 3:16, well, that's it. I'm going to live stream my death. I'm getting ready for this. I may as well take some snapshots of this before I die. Can we jump in the dark cave? Then there's a part where a man in a parking lot takes them to a hole. And then at 8:40, how'd you get in this hole? You were on the bridge trying to kill us. And 10:26, well, the crystal wanted us to do certain things with our channel, things I didn't agree with. Well, it's not the crystal, it's brother Maximilian. Kind of strange, right? So not only is there a character named Max, but it talks about a bridge, somebody on the bridge trying to kill them, live streaming and snapshots of their death right before they die. So that's why I say it really makes me wonder if there's some kind of like area there where it's like a bunker where they could have been while people were searching, as awful as that sounds. And there's a ton of these episodes as well. I've watched a lot of other ones kind of looking for stuff, and I couldn't find too much, but there is another video I thought was pretty strange, and this was a video on Max Snowburger's YouTube. This was March 15th of 2017, and listen to what he says right here.
My Women Crush Wednesdays are Abigail and Liberty. Just because me and Liberty were so fucking close. But yeah. And Abby I shared practically 2 lockers down. She was my locker. Yeah, but that's gonna be my Woman Crush Wednesdays. I just thought I ought to come on here and do it, because that's the best. That way it gets around, and yeah. That's my Woman Crush Wednesdays.
Now, to me, that seems really strange, and he almost looks like he's bummed out about it. Like, to me, it almost, again, I have no, this is all hearsay and theory. But, like, I wonder if he had started something, or he introduced the girls to Chadwell, and then realized that something bad was going to happen, and then he tried to, like, stop them from going, but they went anyways, and then what happened to them happened, and he's like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened. And it's like, almost like he's being remorseful, but at the same time, like, just hiding it. But it's kind of weird. Women Crush Wednesday, like, about people that aren't living anymore.
My Women Crush Wednesdays are Abigail and Liberty. Just because me and Liberty were so fucking close. But yeah. And Abby I shared practically 2 lockers down. She was my locker. Yeah, but that's gonna be my Woman Crush Wednesdays. I just thought I ought to come on here and do it, because that's the best. That way it gets around, and yeah. That's my Woman Crush Wednesdays. Yep. See ya.
Pretty weird to me. Now, the other interesting thing that I found, like something that I've thought for a while, is I wonder if a lot of these people, such as Liberty and Abby and Max and maybe Austin and Brian, if they all attended something at the same time, like some kind of community art show or photography, or you know, something about social networking or YouTube and how to grow your YouTube, because it would make a lot of sense. And I also noticed this. So Max Snowberger joined in December of 2015. Austin Chadwell joined February 4th, 2016. And Krista Burris joined March 2nd, 2016. So all in a span of like 90 days, 3 of these people started a YouTube channel. And this cult is about, or like the Five Nights at Freddy's cult is about YouTube and growing your YouTube. And keep in mind, Liberty, I couldn't find one for her, but the photo that I see of her with the selfie stick is from January of 2016. So also in that 90 days. And Abigail's in that photo. Like, all of that accounts for 5 people out of like the 6 or 7 that I think could be involved. Because I couldn't find one for Brian Chadwell either. But like, it really, really makes you wonder. It's just. And then I saw this. I thought this was interesting. This is like another somebody that started like a cult-like movement. And they said, I have this sort of obsession. I like to have a lot of Bandcamp URLs handy. Part of the reason is I like the idea of having this sort of disjointed presence, this fragmented maze of random remnants of information and art scattered across many different places and then not actually telling anyone about them. Like when I heard that, I was like, whoa. Because that's exactly what I've been experiencing while investigating this case. Like I'm finding different things in very many different places. Nobody's talking about them, but they're there. So I really feel like there's some kind of... I really feel it's possible that all of these people and potentially more all attended some kind of event together. And then out of it came some cult movement. And maybe Liberty and Abigail didn't join it, but they knew about it and they were going to like look into it that day because they both liked crime, like true crime stuff. And I've heard rumors that Liberty was going to go to the police about something, like very soon after that, and how she wanted to go live with her mom. Like, I don't know if any of that's true, but if so, it all makes sense. Very strange. So here I'm going to show you how everybody that I believe is involved is connected. So the main person I have here is Max Snowberger. Remember, he's also the one that said that weird tweet, the worst part about knowing what's going on is I went through the same thing in Delphi. He, on a side note, is friends with Garrett Kurtz, who is in jail for murdering 2 people that he's confessed to. He's also the person believed to have started the RIP Abby Libby group on the 13th of February when they were just missing. He was friends with Abigail Williams. He was friends with Krista Burris. And when I'm saying he was friends, I'm talking about on Facebook. He was friends with Liberty German. He was friends with Austin Chadwell. And he was friends with James Tousley. James Tousley was the one that had the picture of the Mustang on the 23rd, but also had a picture of like what is believed to be Chadwell and his dog and his couch on his Facebook. And so Max is connected to Austin Chadwell, that other profile I told you about, who obviously connects him to Brian Chadwell. So that's the only one he's not directly connected to is Brian Chadwell. Liberty and Brian connected through that imagery on both of their photos. Brian's being the day that they disappeared. And then Krista, you know, she has all this weird stuff about the crime and the details. And she follows the RIP Abby Libby group. She may or may not have been part of the search party. Brian posted that what could be Abby's body on the day they went missing. So it's very interesting. I mean, Max Snowberger connects everybody that I've mentioned that I believe is involved, and he's friends with Garrett Kurtz. The only one he's not directly connected to is Brian Chadwell, who he could be connected to through Austin. Again, I've sent all this to authorities. By the time you guys see this, I've sent this to authorities about 2 weeks ago. Right now it's July 18th. And I'm not planning on posting these publicly until August 1st. I am still working on things. I am probably going to take a step back from this because it's consumed my life for like the last 3 weeks or so. I haven't made any money in 3 weeks because I make money off of YouTube and doing music related things and going live. And I haven't done any of that in 3 weeks because I've been so interested in, you know, figuring out what happened in this case. And I would love to continue putting all my effort and energy into it, but however, that doesn't pay my rent. all right, shut up. But
Even
normally
even though the situation's like the same 3 years later, shut up. There's a lot of weird Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, man. There's one like right after the Flora fires. That's really creepy. And then there's 3 related to the bridge and the cult, the secret cult, and the people on the bridge trying to kill him. Like, dude, how weird is that, man? Around the same dates, like, what are the odds? And the reason I say I don't think they're related is that Five Nights at Freddy's like Puppet Plus channel or whatever, they have over 500,000 subscribers and like a shitload of videos. So I don't see how they could be related. I saw him and Keegan Kleiner on the witness list. I just don't understand. I don't understand why. Like, that could be a bombshell, but I feel like it's more so related to like how they were investigated. But I don't understand how you can like. I don't understand how they could be witnesses given their conduct. They're both in jail forever, and for what they did was like awful. So it's like, how can you take the word of those people? You know. Curious to see where that goes, but I think those will get shot down. But in case you missed the start of the stream, this is a weird thing that I just randomly discovered once. I can find what I did with it just now. There we go. Called Down the Hills, Odd Similarity. Another really weird fucking coincidence that I don't think could be related. It's eerie, uncanny. If you haven't voted on what I'm going to play next, there is a poll up. It's a really sad case too, by the way. Down the hill, 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 down the hill. How weird is that shit? 2 different states in the Midwest, 2 different awful murders of girls that happen outside, down hills. Fucking like 4 days apart. How weird. Alright, before I play this 2-hour thing, I'm gonna play this, Who's That Pink Girl?
again, I know I post often about if you're able to help or not with donations that would go to myself and to Carrie Timmons, Libby's mom. The reason I am pushing that so much is because I've been spending all my time doing this instead of actually making money doing what I should be doing. So any support definitely makes it to where I can do this more often if it's something that you want to do. But this is Who's That Pink Girl? It's related to Sarah Carbaugh's testimony today, possibly. I'm going to fast forward past the text parts.
think I was just talking to myself because I was muted. Damn it. I hate when I do that. I said I'm going to look for the Keegan Kline music video. In the meantime, I'm going to play this one earlier that I played earlier called Ritualistic Ceremonial Sacrifice with Live Audience. If you missed it, probably going to seem very weird. But all of these Devil's Advocate ones are on my channel, so you can always go back and check them out.
Nigga, this that monster. In the dark, hopping that Vincent shit. You might gotta tell me how claim I sent this shit. What you talking about this real claim I meant to hit? Enemies, please, even claim prove this shit. Then you put it in the elevator with the bad guy. People tell me y'all don't so sick, but they gonna get the rap. I know that. But thank God. Shit didn't. Tap out. A little bit. Big. A big. On this spot. Let there be evil. Just be evil. Let this be easy. I meant this shit. You ain't never got to ask me, why meant this shit? In the morning, I ain't blinking. Fuck is in this shit? Where they find you at, nigga? I really wanna roll, it would be a mismatch. Rapping like if I can gun till I hit the 911 dispatch. I'ma always be about my shit, stay up in the gym lit with the wrist wrap. I did that.
I figured this song is appropriate because it's called Let There Be Evil. It's definitely a video.
Ain't nobody really roll with them or hit them. They can't. But it's
Be evil.
Let there be evil. Let there be evil. Let there be evil.
I haven't watched this music video in a long time. I wonder if it's gonna like seem different to me. We're gonna watch something else first, but it's his channel is Klein Photography. First thing is New York City in 24 hours. Which this was posted December 12th, 2016. Interesting. I don't know if I ever watched this one or not. So I'm assuming this is like footage that he. It says New York City in 24 hours. Okay. Because at first it almost sounds like he's gonna be there in 24 hours, but I think what it's saying is this is like his views of New York City in a 24-hour time period, right?
Cause your face tells the signs in your eyes leave me naked.
Otherwise, just like stock footage you found somewhere, which I don't know why you would do that. The number thing is crazy. Alright, this is boring. Trying to see if there's like a hidden nugget in here, but doesn't look like it. Yeah, let's watch the music video. Oh, Secure the Bag. The movie. This was from January 27th, 2020. This is kind of weird though, because it says it's Keegan Kline's song and movie called Secure the Bag. But it also shows a copyright for a song called Secure It by Christian Radke. I don't know what that's all about. Unless that's like an alias of his, or maybe it's just totally different.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is that other guy's song and Klein just shot the video. I don't know.
Sauce.
There's no way that's his vocals.
I know you got your feelings, but they just ain't me.
Like I said, if it is, I'm really impressed. Let me check this other one out real quick and see if it's the same one or not.
Yeah. You shop and give you everything that you want.
See, this is the same person, and they're named Christian Radke, and it's from like a year and a half earlier. So, another little fun fact about Keegan Kline is he, and somebody else's music is his. This is Christian Radke and Nico Baines. I know my music stuff. Sure don't look like Keegan Kline either. What a fucking guy, man. That's really interesting. I always thought it was Keegan's deal. Maybe he shot the music video. I don't know. Or maybe it's just bullshit. More than likely, it's just bullshit. Yeah, this guy just dropped a new song 19 hours ago. Oh, man. Yeah, I was gonna say, man, that guy sounded good. That guy's better than me. Speaking of me, let me just play my new song that I dropped. Why not? Called Oblivious. Took me forever to drop it. The person that just donated, is it okay to say your name? If so, let me know in the chat. Appreciate that $20 donation. So that means we're up to 25 to send Carrie. We sent her 75 a couple days ago, so that's cool. I made a really cool AI video for this one that I'm pretty proud of. Gonna be loud.
Walking through the shadows, such a lonesome face. Lost in the echoes while my mind decays. Filled nights keep chasing.
selfie connection to a photo on Liberty's Facebook. Proof that Chadwell is aware and capable of hiding things in imagery. Introduces my person of interest, Krista Burris. On 2/14, Krista Burris Facebook posted verbally describing how Abby and Libby were found murdered before that was released. I think. Her post on 2/15, I think it was actually 2/14, of the 5 images that I believe show potential crime scene stuff in them, whether that be real or depictions. Krista Burris's live stream video. Oh, cool. This has the video. I thought I got rid of that. Cool. But yeah, so she has like a Facebook video where she's with Emily Collier, the other interesting classmate. And they're with another classmate who also is named Abby, and they're doing her hair. But her post says dyeing Abby's hair. And it's from 2/25/17, and I think it shows weird stuff in the background. Another video posted that same day of the 3 girls called Board Comment, to be honest, and I'll give you one. Again, I think it shows weird shit in the background. Then the Krista Burris video, where I already showed it earlier briefly, but how her picture looks like one of the Evansdale girls looks like that she's in the picture, like hidden. Either that or I'm a Looney Tune, Kelly. My mom probably called me a Looney Tune. Image of law enforcement carrying a large stuffed bear. I think that one was debunked, but I think that was not a large stuffed bear. I think it was a dog or something. 2 photos of the girls with possible suspect hidden in the background. That's an interesting one. Probably me reaching. And then there's some other weird shit. Facebook profile Serenity Wolf. Kind of resembles the Evansdale girl. And some images of somebody's profile named Cody Navasky, where it shows gutters. And it looks like there's weapons in the gutters or something. There's 2 vehicles showing their license plate number. I thought that might be helpful. Protective order from 2010 against Chadwell in South Dakota from somebody named Tracy Landigant. And this I always thought really weird. Charges from 2012 against Chadwell from 9/6/2012 for child abuse and 2 passengers ages 5 to 18 not wearing a seatbelt. Who are these children? I have possibly Evansdale, Iowa victims Elizabeth Collins and Lyric Morrissey, because they went missing in July of that year, and their bodies weren't found until December. And conveniently, Chadwell had to start serving a prison sentence in January. So it makes sense that he had to get rid of them if that was the case. But I doubt that those were the kids with them, because you'd think authorities would have easily figured that out and saved those 2 girls, you know, because obviously they're probably well aware of those missing girls. Maybe not, though, because it's a different state. I don't know. But this also leads into the theory as to why I think maybe those 2 kids that a woman married to Chadwell's brother forgot to put on their divorce thing, had to redo it. Maybe because they're not really her kids, maybe they're Chadwell's kids, and at the time Chadwell had them. That's probably a more feasible option, which means Chadwell's got 2 kids that the world doesn't know about for some reason. And then there's the affidavit of the charges against Chadwell in 2021 for what he did to the 9-year-old girl. Anyways, that was very long-winded. Sorry about that. But it is like a 2-hour video, so I'll be here in the chat and talking every once in a while. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Shay, thank you for the donation. I got to update that now, so we got 25 so far to go to Carrie. It means 100 total from the 2 streams. The information provided in my videos are for and it got to turn the volume back down. These videos were so like fucking loud audio wise. Sorry about that.
Entertainment purposes only. I offer no statements of fact beyond those available through.
I used to have a lot more of these videos, and I think I got rid of them because I had a channel at the time separate called the Jackson Files, and I don't know what happened, but it got taken down. So somebody probably must have like not liked what they saw, and I didn't want to lose my main channel, so I got rid of a bunch of stuff.
Information freely available to the public and through diligent public and private research. While I may theorize, question, and speculate about certain persons in my videos, I leave the conclusions to the audience. To the extent that pending or settled criminal matters, crimes, or possible crimes are discussed in my videos, all parties or defendants are presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Jackson Files. This is an update on the Delphi case. This is episode 10-7. Evidence: James Brian Chadwell premeditated and used fake Facebook profiles and crime scene details, and who I believe he may have committed these crimes with. Again, please listen to that disclaimer that I've played already to start this video. Everybody mentioned in this video is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, and these are only theories and stuff that I've researched on my own, and I guess these are the opinions that I formed that may have happened, which led to, you know, what happened to Abby and Libby. Alright, so if you remember correctly, in the last video towards the end, I posted this Facebook post from Brian Chadwell the day the girls went missing on February 13th, 2017. It says, "Yep, my girl is more badass than yours, always working on something, LOL." And then I proposed how I thought that the girl in the lower left corner on the photo to the left, that could have been either a drawing or a photo of Abby, because she was wearing something very similar the same day, right? And then you all saw what happened once I changed the colors and everything. So this right here, which I referred to as a possibly a knife, I've found out some more information, which is very, very creepy in my opinion. But it's not a knife. If you remember in my last video, there were some things that I was seeing in the car engine that I believe to be a bracelet, like a charm or ID bracelet, and it's something that I've seen in other images as well, which definitely made me think that more. And so right after that video, I went to Liberty's Facebook profile and I started looking through her photos, simply looking for any bracelets that may come up in the photos of her or Abby. So I didn't find a bracelet, but what I found was a lot more, in my opinion. And it connects James Brian Chadwell. It connects him to Liberty from imagery. And you're going to see what I mean right here. This photo right here. See this? I refer to this as a golf club. But I later found out from somebody that was pretty close to the girls, and I found out it's not a light, or it's not a golf club. It's a selfie stick. So just keep all that in mind. This is about a 7-minute video I'm going to play for you right now. All right, so tell me I'm not losing my mind. So in this photo right here, this is what I thought was a knife tucked in between like her skin and the jeans, right? And this photo on Liberty's Facebook from a year before the murders. This is so, like, awful. Like, this is almost telling me that he stalked these girls. Like, this was premeditated. It wasn't just random. So, see this right here? Holding a golf club, like a putter, it looks like. Look at her hand. Got some kind of weird effect. Which is weird, because look, I see weird effects. I see this over here. I see this right here. But regardless, I see this, which is showing me what I thought was the knife in the other picture, right? Now watch this. So this is the picture. Can't make this shit up, bro. I have another copy of this picture right here. It's completely transparent right now. But watch this as I bring it back to life. There's no way this could be a coincidence. See how her hand and like the pole for the club like fit in there perfectly? I'm sure I could line it up a little bit better, but look how her hand fitting right there. And the club. Tell me that's not something, dude. Look how it fits right here. Almost perfectly. Like, I bet I can move this a little bit more. This is insane. Like, look at that. Like, what is going on? Like, holy shit, man. So I would need to make this a little bit bigger. Look, you can see, like, right here, maybe. Like, does that mean her hand was buried with her friend? Look at that. There's no way that's a coincidence. No fucking way. How perfect the hand fits right there. In the club. Like, what the fuck? Please tell me I'm not crazy. Like, please. Like, this is insane. Like, I'm like blown away. Like, I don't even know how I stumbled across this. Wrong one. This proves that it was premeditated. No way that just magically fits there. So as you know, this is the old sketch on the left that came out, and then about 2 years later, the sketch on the right came out. Both resemble James Bryan Chadwell in some regard. I am going to show you later in this video who the second sketch, the younger looking one, could be. I just want to reiterate some points real quick about Chadwell. Again, this is a video or a post that he did on Facebook about 2 months after the murders. It's simply evidence that he is aware of hiding things in photos. And then this was 5 months after the murders, and this is simply to show that he's a pretty good artist, you know, in my opinion. Like, I probably couldn't draw something like that. So we know that he's capable of, you know, creating art, and we know that he's capable of hiding things in photos. So that's the main things that I wanted to show there. So back to the photo that I connected Liberty's profile to Chadwell's profile. I was just looking through the creating art, and we know that he's capable of hiding things in photos. So that's the main things that I wanted to show there. So back to the photo that I connected Liberty's profile to Chadwell's profile. I was just looking through the comments, and I noticed that there was somebody named Cameron Venata that was commenting quite a bit, and, you know, complimenting the girls and stuff. And, you know, I just thought I would look into it. And at first, I thought it was a fake profile. There's a few reasons why. But nonetheless, I did clear everything up with that person. I talked to somebody in the area that is very familiar with that person. And long story short, I'm not too worried about him. I think he has nothing to do with this. However, I did look into his friends before I had that conversation. And what I found was pretty interesting. On a side note, I did watch the movie The Shack, the movie that Doug Carter mentioned or referred to in his conference in 2019. And if you have not seen that movie, I highly recommend it. I mean, I literally was in tears a couple times during the movie. And, you know, it definitely makes you think. And it does have some similarities to this case, so I totally can see what he was referring to. It's about to storm here too, so in case you heard that thunder, that scared the crap out of me. And I think I forgot to mention as well when I was showing the imagery that was connecting Liberty's photo and Chadwell's photo. I wonder if the girls, or even just Liberty, may have taken like a community art or like photography class, and maybe Chadwell was in that class. You know, it's a weird like one-off, but I do think that he was targeting them for a while. So these are the obituaries. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if these are the legit obituaries, but these are on the Delphi High School like Oracle website. And I just wanted to make note, and I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I noticed that says Liberty went to be with the Lord on February 13th, 2017. And it says Abigail died Tuesday, February 14th, 2017. So maybe the rumors are true that Abby did live till the next day. But I'm going to get into somebody that I originally thought this was a fake profile. I thought beyond a doubt that it was a fake profile. But just a few minutes ago, actually, it came to my attention that it's not. And so this person is going to have a lot of questions to answer, in my opinion. And I'm not sad to be the one to bring on those questions, because I hope you got some good answers. So, and this person was friends with the first person we checked out, the Cameron Venata kid, right? So she goes by the name of Krista Burris. So on January 29th, and again, remember Chadwell's MO, in my opinion, is he likes to hide things in plain sight. In the words, in the images, in what he's talking about. He's putting clues there that most people won't pick up on. So, me dropping hints, it was about to be Valentine's Day, so sure, cool. And then like, I want so bad. Notice this is on February 12th. And what stood out to me here is on this woman's back, there's like a face very similar to the Chadwell tattoo that everybody says resembles Libby. So now here's where it gets pretty interesting, right? Notice the date, February 14th. Does anyone know when Abby and Libby's funeral is going to be? I believe she posted that at like 7:30 in the evening or something. And then somebody that just found out what happened, like basically that they were no longer living, said, "What the hell happened?" She replies at like 8:30 in the evening on the 14th. Two girls that live in Delphi went missing yesterday and was found today around 12 p.m., half in the water and half out, and they think it was a murder. Now, as far as I'm concerned, and again, I don't know, I just found out about this case like not even a month ago, and it's blowing my mind, but I don't think those details were announced, especially on the 14th, within 9 hours of them finding their bodies. So then she shares, two missing teen girls in Delphi may have been found. She shared that, I believe, after she said that. And then RIP Abby and Liberty. And then there's a post on the 13th that I can't see it. It's not showing to me. So she posts on the 14th, the day the bodies were found. I never got to post these because I've had a stressful couple of days, but it's starting to warm up. So decided to take some pictures. Now, all of these photos, except for one maybe, which I didn't really see anything at first glance, have something very like disturbing in them, in the backgrounds. So not only is she saying that they were found murdered with their bodies half in and half out of the water on the 14th, but she posts these photos on her Facebook on the 14th, right? So let's take a look at these photos. This is all 5 of them again. I'm going to start with this one. Obviously, right off the bat, the blood, not blood, but like half of the water is like red. You know, it's kind of weird, kind of creepy. But, and again, I don't know if this is like, if these, I don't know if what I'm seeing in these photos is aligns with what law enforcement found on the crime scene. But if so, like I said, just got some questions to answer. So I blew it up and circled it here, but this right here is right here. And this is still up on one of her 3 Facebook pages. I'll get into that in a little bit, but to me, this does kind of go along with the half in the water, half out theory, I guess, but to me, this looks like one of the girls with her upper half nearing the water or the edge of the water. I'm not too sure. And then her legs on land. And then, again, you know, they really haven't released a lot of stuff on this crime scene, as you all know. So, to me, this looks like a spear almost. Like they said that one of the girls may have been like stabbed in the heart, so that could be like an enactment of that. And she's up against a tree or something. But then there's like this weird scissor-looking thing, and this like really leads me to believe that at least 2 people are involved, which I'll get into later. Because I see one person here and like another person here. Or maybe that's like supposed to be representing good and evil. I don't know. But pretty creepy nonetheless. And then what I'm finding in a lot of Chadwell's photos, is like, it's not just the pareidoia bullshit where I may be seeing faces here and there, but like there's writing. Like there's blatant, clear as day writing in this photo. Like you can see right now in the water, there's letters and numbers. It's just so hard it's so hard to like transcribe and get it to where you can read it clearly. But they're there, even on the land over here. So, that's one of them. This is another one, and I think this is just like basically showing the other side. If I'm not mistaken. I think it's kind of like transverse. I could be wrong. But again, this is right here on the right. Like, it's hard for me to really make out what is here, but it's hard not to miss up here. So like, I don't think it's been announced that one of the girls was decapitated. I think that they said that Libby was like an inch away from that happening. I don't know if that's a fact. I don't think any of us do, but I mean, how many times have they said that this is a horrific crime scene? and odd. You know, like you really can't put anything past these like terrible people that did this. So I don't know if this is symbolic or, like I said, if this matches the crime scene. I don't know. But there's clearly something here. And I didn't alter this photo at all. I literally downloaded it and zoomed in. So like, I don't know what's up with all the red. I don't know if this is like some props that, like, you know, they talked about them staging stuff at the crime scene. Again, there's writing all over the place. Like, really, really creepy stuff. But now it comes to like the odd part, right? In this photo, which I believe is clearly away from the bodies, right here is this stuff. Like just some of the things, but there's obviously a big bear, like a stuffed animal bear. There's this little creature head right here with like the stitched mouth right there at an angle. There's another like head up here. Like, I don't really know what that is. I mean, I don't know. I kind of see a couple things there. I don't really know if, like, right here I kind of see the Grinch. As weird as that sounds. And then like a man right here. And then I'm assuming this is like a coffin with another weird, almost like a weird like creature head from Beetlejuice or something. You've ever seen that movie? And then I really can't like speak of what else is here. But again, like they said, it was an odd crime scene, and like the guy left, or whoever did it left signatures. This is one hell of a signature if this is what they're talking about. And again, Krista Burris, like, where the hell did you get these photos? How do you know all this stuff on the day their bodies were found? Like, I thought she was either Chadwell in disguise, which is proving not to be the case. So I feel like the only other alternative is you were in on it. And I'm not accusing anybody. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but like, what the hell, you know? And again, there's writing all over the place. And I don't know if this black is like chains or shackles. But in a lot of Chadwell's photos, I saw a lot of things that looked like chains. I wouldn't be surprised. Very, very disturbing. And I don't know if you guys have heard of like I think it's like a cult indie cartoon, Five Nights at Freddy's, where they talk about like killing kids and shit, and like they have weird creatures as characters. And so like I don't know if this person responsible for this, you know, adopted that cult following. Like, pretty weird stuff. But the next page just shows both sides of that. I tried to light it as best as I could, but I use Adobe Premiere Pro. For those of you that are curious what I use, but I mean, I'm a novice at it. I'm not very good. I've just taught myself, so I'm assuming, you know, by the time you've seen this video, I've already sent it to law enforcement like a week ago. So I wanted to give them some kind of time to follow up on this if it is meaningful to them, which I assume it is, before anybody else knows that this is out there, you know? Because I believe this is like very, very important, especially if these photos are showing like really what happened and really what was there. So again, you see like the stuffed animal bear. I mean, you can see it's like the bear, you know, and then the weird head with like the stitching. You can see the head. Again, it's like two heads clashing here. I don't really know what the hell's going on here. There's so much in this photo. But very, very weird nonetheless. So then there's this photo, which this is just my personal opinion. But I think that I also think that Chadwell, there's a very good chance and a very good likelihood that he was responsible for the Evansdale, Iowa double murder in 2012. And like, weird coincidence, but the Iowa murders disappearance happened on 7/13/12, and the Delphi girls disappeared 2/13/17. The exact same numbers reversed. More than likely just coincidence, but I mean, you never know if like the guy is just some like really satanic or religious freak. I mean, you really don't know. So again, there's obvious writing in here, but this is this blown up right here, or this is this magnified, I should say. But I believe the Evansdale girls were found. They were found months later in December after going missing in July. And they found their bones, if I'm not mistaken. And so, right here, this reminds me of Elizabeth Collins. It just really does, man. The way the hair is right here, it just really reminds me of her. So maybe that's like meant to be like her body there. Again, this is open for interpretation because this is very blurred out, very pixelated, and very weird and creepy. But I also see another girl right here. Like her legs right here. And then like a weird BTK type face again right there looking to the left. Oh man. But again, there's all kinds of writing in there too. But what I'm getting at is I think that he just planted a photo of bones that could be reminiscent to the Iowa case. But that's just my guess. So if that wasn't enough, right? You know, this shows Krista Burris on the 17th. R.I.P. Abby and Libby. R.I.P. Abby and Libby. And then like a couple posts on the 16th and 17th that I can't see. She posted Abigail's obituary or funeral. And then on the 18th, it said R.I.P. Abby, Libby, and Little Ray. I tried to figure out who Little Ray is and I have no idea. But again, in this photo, there's writing like all over this as well. I didn't try to like see what it said really. Like after like seeing this in so many photos, it gets really exhausting. Especially like if you have a life. I don't really have a life, but I've been dedicating a lot of time to researching and investigating this on my own. And it's definitely taken away from, you know, making an income, to say the least. Alright, so this is really weird. This is on the 25th of February, so like 11 days after the bodies were found, right? Still on Krista Burris' Facebook. And she says, dyeing Abby's hair. So, again, on the surface, I believe this girl here, this young woman, her name is Abby. Spelled differently than the Abby that, lost her life. But dyeing Abby's hair, like, it's like a black heart. Like, are you trying to say something there? It's a video. And if you look in the background, I don't even think I included the one photo, did it? Yeah, I don't think I did, but like there's one photo that really, I'm going to message it to myself real quick right now so I can show you. Because there's one photo that really, to me, shows her face. Hold on one second. I have so many of these like crazy photos on my phone right now. It's raining here as well, in case you guys hear the rain. Alright, cool. I just sent those to myself. So, what I see in the background is what could be like half a face or a face with like a bleeding eye. And like showing the literal dyeing Abby's hair, right? Like god awful shit, like if that's really what they're saying here, right? So these are the photos after I put like a filter on them. So again, this might be hard to see, but once I put like this next one, like I see a face here, like the hair and the eye and the nose and the mouth. Like I see it clear as day. So like if you can't, I apologize, but I see it. And the other eye right there. Dyeing Abby's hair. So I'm actually gonna play the video. I don't know how much of it I'm gonna play. I think it's like 10 minutes.
You got table.
Oh, it's 17 minutes, but I'll just play part of this. And so this is where I'm seeing what I'm seeing. In the background, of course, like typical Chadwell fashion, right?
Well, you got it on your mom's table. That'll be fine. Ew! Yeah. Grab a hold of it. Timmy, Tana. Ow.
I do know that this girl, I believe, is Emily Collier. I figured that much out. This girl's name is Abby something. And apparently this is Krista Burris.
Stop bullying me! I forgot you were live. I look like a hot gay guy. I mean,
Someone's watching.
A gay guy. I look like a hot guy.
2 people's watching.
Who?
Comment if you're watching. 3 people. Comment if you're watching.
You just hit my head. What are you mmming about? It hurt.
Oh, my grandpa's watching.
Dude! Alright, give me a hair tie, somebody.
Brady Fair said, hey. I don't know if I know that person, but hey. Why are you holding on your hair tie? Oh.
I'm not! Oh, I am, but... Hold on.
Haley's watching.
Tell us the whole thing so we can dye your hair. I think we got enough dyeing on my hair.
Yeah, we're gonna dye your hair next.
You just hit my face again.
I dye my hair, but Mom would kill me. So, I'm gonna just leave it brown.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize how loud this video was. This is what I was talking about. The mom has it on the bridge. Krista has it on her selfies, and Emily has it on in this picture and in the video that I'm playing right now. All within like a couple days. Why? Like, there's got to be a reason they're all wearing the same fucking shirt. Like, what mom shares a shirt with her daughter and a friend? I don't know, it just seems really off the wall to me. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Just seems weird.
Just put it in a pony. Damn it, Emily. Just wait until I dye your hair. Be like, oops, sorry, right across the eyebrow. No, then my eyebrows be dyed black. Oh, I know.
Yeah, I have all of those photos. I don't know like how to confirm necessarily that they're from the 13th, but I do think that.
No, we're not dyeing my eyebrows. Come on, they'd be on fleek for that. No!
Obviously,
if I shave my eyebrows, that's how
biting
good
about
I
it.
look. Whoa. I look so hot.
Oh my god.
Look at your hair.
You forgot
Look
that.
at it.
You got on me. You forgot that part. Brandon Evans said hi. Hi.
Look.
There went hair.
What the fuck ever. You sit down now.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Here, I'm gonna put the timer on for
20 minutes.
Scared.
It's
I don't
really,
know. I don't know if I should do it.
No, it's fine.
I don't think it'll look good. Yes, it will.
You never know until you try.
Wait, what is it? 25?
What if it looks like shit? Yeah, 25.
What do I do then? I can't.
I don't know. Be screwed just like I am.
Put them back on, because she. Oh wait.
No, I need them. I want one. It went through. Goddamn.
Has anyone?
I will say too, when I was researching more about Krista Burris earlier today, actually, and I'm no stranger to drug addiction myself. There was a period in my life, not too long ago actually, where I went through a meth addiction myself when I was in a bad relationship in Arizona. But her mom and her dad, I believe, were arrested in 2020 for methamphetamine charges and possibly some other stuff. And as far as I know, her father is still incarcerated as well. So I'm just, throwing that out there because I came across it. I don't think it necessarily means, that their daughter's a killer by any means, but you just gotta take this stuff for what it is, I've never watched this whole video either, so I'm trying to see if I play this all the way or not.
Taylor's watching.
Yeah, give me that one.
Okay, did you pour this?
Yeah, but where'd the lid go? Oh, it's right there.
Because these videos are still up, you can go see them.
Start, shake it.
This cake.
It's on. Jeez. Towel.
But I mean, I don't know if it's a coincidence that it's right in front of this doorway where there's something weird in the background, and it looks like writing again as well.
No. We will not. This is.
No.
Honey.
But at the same time, this video looks harmless, and it's girls just dyeing their hair,
You're getting it. Your hair looks. It's because we put your head down.
So you win.
I will say that Krista is very interested on who's watching, though. I mean, but that could just be a young girl being excited that she's live,
My whole. Yeah, I'm gonna get. No, it's not. Cunt master. It's everywhere. My hand on your. Ah! Go to professional. Anymore. Eyebrow.
Use bleach to take that off, right?
I'm just skimming all the way through this so I can see if I'm missing anything.
Fuck 20 minutes. Got you. So do I just throw the rest of this away? Or you think Bailey wants to dye her hair?
She won't dye her hair. She'll get like a good color.
Throw it away?
Yeah, throw it away.
Uh-oh.
So
Getting it everywhere.
we successed our one person, but the other person, I don't know who's watching, so we accidentally dyed her eyebrows.
Only one of them.
It burns.
Scalp too much. Damn.
Why are you trying to just do it?
That's right.
Oh, I just dropped my phone.
Wait, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
Okay. I thought you were gonna just go for eyebrows. I wanna take some pictures.
Don't say that.
No,
I could be wrong, but this girl looks like she's high right now on something. I could be totally wrong, but you never know.
I don't want to date you, Peyton. At all. At all. Yeah, Peyton, suck my. Listen, what?
20 minutes.
I want to date you. This Peyton Lawson. I don't want to.
Suck my pee.
Here's a weird thing about, I swear I see something back here, man. But then I think to myself, like, are these girls and these people really, like, this fucking, like, smart and sophisticated to, like, put all this shit in their photos? I don't know. But, speaking of Carmelina, the weird thing I found, right? Hold on. Not what I wanted to do. Alright, there we go. The random picture Carmelina I found. And then I noticed something weird like in the background, like right by her head. I'm like, what is that? And up here. And this is what it is. Looks a lot like the Evansdale girls' faces. Lyric right here, kind of bigger, and then Elizabeth Collins here in the corner. I couldn't tell you what this is. There's a word here starting with an S. But I swear that looks like those two girls, man. And keep in mind, there was that picture that Krista had where it looks like Elizabeth Collins as well, a random face. I swear this shit's like so demented. Like, what is the reason? Almost looks like her, even, kind of. I wish I knew the secret to, like, uncovering clarity in these stupid photos. Not only does it look like the two girls, but, like, they're bloody and shit. Like, how could all of this be coincidences? You know, one or two, sure, but when there's fucking, like, 1,000... At what point do you start to think something's going on? There's a 3 right there, at least one of them. I don't know, man. It's so weird. Then it makes you wonder, like, what would be the reasoning for, like, killing 2 girls and then a couple years later killing another 2 girls? Maybe more in between and shit. I don't know. Like if it was human trafficking, I don't think they would kill him, right? Sorry, I didn't really like notice before the two faces in this little thing. Now I'm like, what the fuck? Telling you, every time you like step away from these photos and come back, it's like, be prepared. My eyes are so fried right now. But regardless, like, why would that just be in this random photo, like right there? Like they're hiding shit in plain sight for some reason. I did figure out. I'm starving all of a sudden. I did figure out like this top thing. I don't know everything it says, but it says the word rounds in like bubble lettering. I don't know if it's like ammunition. But either way, it's like see how that's highlighted, that certain color, red or orange or whatever? Like, so is that. So it's gotta mean something, you know, because they're doing that. In my opinion. Guess I didn't save the top there. My mom was actually the one to like help me realize it said rounds. And then once I looked at it on her phone, I was like, oh shit, it does. Like this bottom word says rounds. Can't really figure out the top word. I don't even know if you guys can see that, but I got a better picture of this somewhere that I already like did all this filtering and shit. Hold on a second. I probably have so many pictures on my phone about this shit. About Delphi. Oh shit. Well, here, while I look for it, let me get back to the video.
Leave her alone!
Now, I want you to notice here at the end of the video, you almost start to see like the outline of a body in the same area. Of course, I can't find it now.
Listen. Don't wanna hear. Why the black?
It's gonna be like right here in the corner.
Whoops, my bad. Oh no, I was fine with that.
When the fuck is the 20 minutes up?
Mine's different than yours. Yeah.
God damn it. I'll wait 5 minutes after her 20 minutes. Probably 10.
No, I don't want to date you. I want to date you. Austin did. Peyton Law, I don't want to date.
Suck my butt!
So it's coming into play right here. Watch. Again, this is just kind of like what you can see here. And again, it's not like, I'm assuming it's not really a body and dyeing Abby's hair in their room, you know, like obviously. But this is something, in my opinion.
Leave her alone!
I didn't pick any songs. She did. No one's watching.
You scratched over all the Logan Sport.
Because they think.
Dumbass bitches.
During.
Okay, so now let's check out the next one. There's another one, believe it or not. So, same day, Krista Burris posted another video. It says, bored comment, and then in quotes, to be honest, and I'll give you one. And this is where the body, in my opinion, the body, like with their back up against something, naked. So I'm assuming it's Libby, because I think they said that they found her naked. But I don't know what these are, if these are clues like heat and like the 300s. I don't know. I have no idea. But this is that video. See, like, is this Chadwell or even Krista Burris, like, with us? Like, excuse my language, but to be honest, and I'll give you one, after you say dyeing Abby's hair, 11 days after they're found.
Your hands are like really black now.
Why do I know this whole song by heart?
And sure, that could just be light coming in. And that's why I wasn't there in the first video, but like, that's what they want you to think.
I don't like this song, dude.
Of course, it doesn't help that it's sideways.
I went down she's not gonna be gone the whole day, but she's gonna be gone the whole day.
She talks so good.
Then what are you doing tonight? Telling to ask people I don't even freaking know. Except
And it's like blatant that this is in the background. Like she knows this is in the background.
I might stop this like video because it's just irritating me. I'm being honest, it's just kind of getting annoying. So this is I don't know if you can see that or not, but this says rounds, like bubble type lettering, ROUNDES. Oh, it says like Ellis, maybe Elvis, I don't know. This could be 50. My buddy thought it said 50 cents. Could be ammunition, like something rounds, Ellison. I don't know if that's a brand or something. I don't know. Either way, it seems like they pointed that out on purpose to like have it look all bright orange and shit. I'm gonna pause this video and play this this old one. This was me first learning about this case when it was the Snapchat murder. So I'm kind of just curious how they presented it and how I reacted, I guess.
Killing time, drowning my addiction one last time. Grave my heart, thank alone. I'm not worried what she's doing.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the Jackson Files on the Jackson Reaction. Today we're going to check out a new channel that we haven't reacted to before called Explore With Us. The title of this one is Snapchat Footage Taken by Murdered Girls Reveals Chilling Clues. Say that 10 times fast. I appreciate everybody tuning into my channel. Please like, comment, and subscribe. And if you like the content, please let me know in the comments. I will put a link to the original video in the description as well. In case you want to go show them some love and let them know Jackson sent you. I'd appreciate that. And please consider joining my Patreon. I do this full time, and every little bit goes a very long way, and I appreciate any support. Let's check this out right now. This is Snapchat footage taken by murdered girls reveals chilling clues.
Oh, wow, they showed Chadwell right there.
What's up, Iwu crew? We're back with another case that is just breaking news. The story itself isn't new. In fact, it occurred a few years ago and has stumped all investigations ever since. But there might have just been a huge development in the case, and we've got all the details here. Before we get started, if there are any stories you'd like to see us cover next, leave them in the comments below, and if we pick yours, we'll give you a shout out in the video. And remember to hit the like button if you're part of the EWU crew. And if you haven't joined the crew yet, hit the like button and subscribe.
Crew.
Now, let's get into it. As true crime fans, we're sure that many of you are familiar with the Delphi murders. But if you aren't, let's get into the background of the case before we explore the new developments. On Monday, February 13th, 2017, 13-year-old Abigail...
Alright, so this looks like, for one, I'm not familiar with the Delphi murders. And this is fairly recent. It's about...
No, ironically, like sometimes I'll just search on Facebook Delphi and then go to posts and just kind of look at stuff. Ironically, I shared the sketch of Bridge Guy in 2017. I just obviously didn't remember or know about the case until this. Kind of weird.
4 years ago, and it looks like it's the day before Valentine's Day.
On Monday, February 13th, 2017, 13-year-old Abigail Abby J. Williams and 14-year-old Liberty Rose Lynn Libby German went for a hike near the abandoned Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi, Indiana.
Oh shit, I'm from Indiana.
They had been dropped off at 1:35 p.m. by Libby's older sister, Kelsey German. The trail was part of the historic trails in the remote woodland in Deer Creek Township. But tragically for the girls, the remote area wasn't totally deserted, and so they weren't alone. Libby posted a photo she had taken of Abby as she was walking across the abandoned bridge. The picture was posted at 2:07, and this was the last that either girl was ever heard from.
Crazy. I like this guy's narrator voice.
They were meant to meet Libby's father at 3:15, but they never showed up. Worried when there was no sign of the two young girls, both of the families conducted their own search of the area. They called the police around 5:30 to report both girls missing after their desperate search came up with nothing.
Can you imagine being a parent in that situation? I'd be freaking out, man.
Police quickly began a search of the woodland and bridge, but at first they had no reason to suspect foul play. In fact, they even considered that the girls could have simply been exploring, or were intentionally hiding from their families. However, these theories were sadly very wrong. The two girls' bodies were found around noon the next day after they had vanished, on Valentine's Day. They were discovered a half-mile east of the Monon High Bridge. Police officials and prosecutors have remained tight-lipped about how exactly the girls were killed. To this day, years later, investigators have admitted that they withheld some of the details, including the exact manner of the death, in order to maintain the integrity of the case.
Man, that makes you think like something really awful happened to them.
Something many people wonder about is whether or not there was any DNA evidence found at the crime scene. But just like the details about the girl's manner of death, none of the investigators have revealed if there was any DNA evidence found.
Don't they? I mean, obviously they don't, but I thought that they had to like reveal that stuff, you know? I thought that would be like public knowledge.
Despite the lack of details being publicly released, it hasn't stopped people from sharing their speculations about the case online. One of the most common rumors is that Libby German's phone was moved after she had died because it allegedly pinged off of a few different towers. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, addressed this rumor and explained that the phone pinged, not because it was moved, but because the towers are actually close together. Another rumor, one that is much more damaging and upsetting for the family, is that the German family allegedly refused to take a lie detector test after the girls' deaths.
Well, that, you know, after watching a couple of these...
Wow, I didn't realize... Dude, I haven't watched this in forever. I didn't realize, like, that was, like, such a big thing. Interesting. I don't even know what the thing is for this video.
Recently, like... I kind of agree with some people that taking a lie detector test is actually, like... Not taking it is actually very smart. you know, because like the best thing that can happen in that situation is like, obviously.
Well, I mean, to my credit, I was born and raised in Indiana. I graduated from Indiana University in Bloomington, 2005. And then I moved to Arizona until like 2019. And then came to Florida. So I wasn't really like keeping up with Indiana news, you know? Although I do have a lot of family still in Indiana.
You pass, but you could still get like a false positive or
too.
whatever the case may be. I wouldn't want to do it.
Kelsey responded directly to this and said, "Absolutely no one refused a lie detector test. That is a very big misconception. We've been very open and given the police everything that we know." Kelsey ended up making a live-streamed video in order to address all of the rumors and dispel the ones that aren't true. She spent much of the live stream talking about the allegations that her grandfather, father, and even other members of her family have been involved in the girls' deaths. Kelsey said that these rumors are hurtful and untrue, and that her father now doesn't make public statements out of fear that his words will be changed or twisted. Even though a lot of the details about the case haven't been publicly released, which is really what has been fueling the many rumors mostly spread online, there are some key pieces of evidence that we know about the case. First, the FBI released a description of the suspected killer, a man they say is white, who weighs between 180 and 200 pounds and stands between 5 feet 6 inches tall.
Nino, were you in Indiana? Totally kidding. I am live right now, so I have some people in here watching with me, so in case I talk to random people, I promise there's actual people here. I wonder like how, like who saw the suspect.
And 5 feet 8 inches tall. The suspect was described as wearing blue jeans, a blue jacket or coat, and a hoodie at the time of the crime. Second, there have been two vastly different police sketches of the suspect. The first was released on July 17, 2017 by state
my mom's birthday, that's crazy.
Police and completed by an FBI sketch artist. As you can see for yourself, the first police sketch shows an older man with a goatee wearing a cap, often called a flat cap, and a hoodie. The second sketch wasn't released until April 22, 2019, almost 2 years later, also by state police. This one shows a much younger man who is clean-shaven in comparison to the first, and is believed to be between the ages of 18 and 40, but may appear younger than his true age. The second sketch may have been shown to the public in 2019, but according to the Indy Star, it was actually drawn in 2017, just a few days after the girls' bodies were found.
That's messed up.
This sketch is apparently based on a witness's testimony, and the third key piece of information, a video that one of the girls took the day that they died. Libby had managed to take a video of the man who police consider to be a suspect in the case. The footage was recovered from her phone. At first, only a still from the video was shown to the public, which was grainy and pixelated, but clearly shows a man walking on the same bridge that Abby's picture was taken on. But after years without any leads, the 1-second video was finally released. When the video was shown for the first time, Indiana State Police Sergeant Tony Slocum made a statement that I completely agree with, praising Libby. He said, "This young lady is a hero, there is no doubt. To have enough presence of mind to activate that video system on her cell phone to record what we believe is criminal behavior that's about to occur." On the very same day that the full video came out, the police also released the entire audio evidence that they had also collected. The suspect can be heard talking to the two girls and saying, "Guys, down the hill."
Why would you wait years to release that shit? Like, that makes no sense to me.
Guy's part of the audio is much clearer than the rest, but you can still hear that the man has a distinctive voice. I've listened to this audio over and over, and what really struck me is how familiar he sounds talking to these two girls.
He did, huh? That, like, the way he said guys was like, guys, come on, like he knows them. That's kind of crazy.
It isn't to say that he knew them necessarily, but he does sound like he is comfortable talking to two young girls he may have just met. Now remember this voice because we're going to come back to this important audio in a minute. The last piece of key evidence released in the case comes from Doug Carter, superintendent of the state police, who said that the police have new information that suggests that the suspected killer is from Delphi and could still be living or working there, or at the very least is someone who frequently visits the area. One of the biggest hindrances of this case so far have been the lack of suspects.
Well, what do you expect when you don't reveal everything to the community and the public for a couple of years? Like, what do you expect, man?
Over the years since the killings, there haven't been any arrests, though there has been a handful of persons of interest. But this all changed recently, and this is where the story gets really interesting. In order to get into the new information that is currently breaking about the Delphi murder case, we first have to start with another case, one that occurred very recently.
Makes sense.
On April 19th, 2021, a 9-year-old was lured
Wow, that's super recent.
into a stranger's house, who reportedly told her she could come in and pet his dogs. Once in the house, police have alleged that the house owner, a 42-year-old man named James...
Ooh, he kind of like fits that fucking sketch, don't he?
Brian Chadwell II, took the young girl into his basement, where it is claimed that he attacked, strangled, and assaulted her. About an hour after the girl disappeared, she was reportedly rescued by police. The affidavit states that when police were going door to door trying to find the girl, Chadwell told them that the girl had been at his residence earlier but had left.
What?
When the police returned to...
What? That's gotta be like America's Dumbest Criminals. Let's tell the police that a 9-year-old was at your residence earlier and you assaulted and strangled her, but she left. Like, dude, man, that just goes to show you that this guy is not like a right-minded person.
Check his residence, he allowed them into his basement, where the affidavit says that they found it secured with a chain lock, and that there they found a young girl who was visibly distraught and crying, with her clothing on the floor beside her.
Wow.
Chadwell was immediately arrested and charged with attempted murder, attempted child kidnapping, criminal confinement, battery resulting in serious bodily injury, and strangulation. What is really important to note is that Chadwell's house was about 15 to 20 miles from Delphi.
I actually have, I briefly talked to Ashley Chadwell a few years ago, which is Brian's brother or half brother or something like that. And there was one photo of Chadwell's where I believe I see like a child's leg, and Ashley Chadwell like completely agreed with me and was like, "There's no way that's not a leg." And, like, he even went as far as like going to check out Chadwell's like local wherever he would go in the woods or whatever and camp out, and he did find some stuff there. Like, I think he even found a knife. I'll have to find that real quick. And I'll show you guys what I'm talking about, because I really haven't shown that, I don't think, ever.
Following his arrest, Carroll County Sheriff Toby Lisenby spoke to local news outlets and said,
ACV, I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. And no worries, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
That they are now looking into him in relation to the 2017 Delphi murders of Libby German and Abby Williams.
He kind of looks like a normal guy, don't he? Like, that's fucking scary.
At first, there didn't seem to be a clear link between the recent case and the Delphi murders. But Sheriff Lisenby has said that there are several factors which has brought the attention of the investigators who are looking into the Delphi case onto Chadwell. Currently, though, any specific link between the two cases hasn't been publicly released.
I will say that a lot of things lately that I've been watching as far as like the Jackson File stuff is like it could all happen to anybody, and it's very, very random. Like a lot of it is just the wrong place at the wrong time, which is really, really scary.
And because the police have shared so little about the details of the Delphi case, I'm doubtful that they will tell us anything until it is totally confirmed. This development was pretty shocking, as there haven't been many persons of interest in the Delphi case. But then, this story took another dramatic turn. And this is where it gets really weird. Chadwell's own brother came forward after he had been arrested and spoke candidly to Inside Edition.
This is who I talked to.
Ashley Chadwell said that his brother is, quote, absolutely capable of killing someone, and should be locked up and never let loose again.
Wow.
It's pretty unusual to see family members speak publicly.
I still think Chadwell is 1000% involved. Just based off everything I see, I can't say he's not, no way.
About one another this way, especially after an arrest and before a conviction. But Ashley Chadwell went even further when he described his brother as a monster. Exactly. He's an absolute evil person. He went on saying, "Do I think that he's capable of that kind of crime? Absolutely, absolutely. He's shown numerous times not only to his friends, but his family as well, that he has that kind of evil streak to him." Another one of Chadwell's family members also came forward, his own stepfather, who agreed with Chadwell's brother.
Guy must have really pissed off his family.
The stepfather said that, in his opinion, Chadwell could probably be capable of committing a crime, such as the Delphi murders.
Like, that's just any kind of crime, man.
He also went even further and said that the police should lock him up in jail and throw away the key this time. I was really interested about why the stepfather said this time, so I looked into what he could be referring to. I found out that Chadwell is actually a convicted felon who has a very extensive criminal history. In Miami County, he was convicted of the felony of criminal recklessness with a deadly weapon. He also has been convicted of aggravated assault and stolen property in South Dakota in 2000, and of being a felon in possession of a firearm in 2001, along with many other convictions including resisting law enforcement, criminal trespass, and criminal mischief. Something eerie that
there seems to be a pretty large gap there. Like if he was last in trouble in like 2001, you know, all the way to 2017, kind of makes you wonder.
One netizen pointed out is that Chadwell has some rather creepy tattoos, some that look like young girls' faces.
Wow.
Even creepier is the fact that the girls' faces look like they are crying tears of blood. A few people even speculated that one of the faces looks a little similar to Libby German, though I think
you can't make this shit up. I only laugh because, like, how weird. That's the exact photo I'm about to show you guys where I think this is a leg. Like upside down, like the pink is a tiled shoe. And the white's the bottom of the shoe, and this is like her bone. But then I also was like, you know, maybe it's just something like for build a fire or something. And Chadwell's brother's like, no way, that's a fucking leg. I'm not going to show you the real photo because that's not showing you everything, but how weird that they showed that right now. Why is it doing that? Mouse is like being weird. Alright, well, 1 second. We're having technical difficulties. I'm trying to open something on Patreon because I clicked something wrong, I think. One second. Sorry for the delay.
Netizen pointed out is that Chadwell has some rather creepy tattoos, some that look like young girls' faces.
Wow.
Even creepier is the fact that the girls' faces look like they are crying tears of blood. A few people even speculated that one of the faces looks a little similar to Libby German, though I think this might be a bit of a stretch as the tattoo is a caricature. Since Chadwell's name was released as being looked into in connection with the Delphi murders, a lot of attention has been brought to his social media, specifically his TikTok account, which he used frequently. But if you want to go look him up, his account has since been deleted. Have no fear though. Some quick-thinking users recorded most of his TikToks, and they can now be found in compilations. After watching a lot of Chadwell's TikToks, there was one that really stood out to me, one that I found really weird. It was posted on April 18th, and in it, Chadwell talks directly to all you little kids out there. And I realized that in quite a few of his TikToks, he seems to aim his comments to people who are much younger than him. But in this really strange video, he has a cut on the bridge of his nose, which he points out, but it's his message that I found chilling. Looking intensely into the camera, as he does in almost all of his TikToks, he says,
"If you want some, come get some. Quit preying on little people."
A comment that is really unnerving given what he is later accused of doing.
It is weird.
Because Chadwell has made so many TikToks, we now have the opportunity to do something really interesting. We can compare his voice to the audio evidence from the Delphi murders. Here's the audio of the suspect saying, "Guys down the hill." Listen closely to the cadence of the suspect's voice.
"Guys down the hill. Guys down the hill."
And here are pieces of some of Chadwell's TikToks.
All you people out there that are sharing your stories and inspiring the rest of us to keep trying and doing our best. I'm still going to support you guys. I'm still going to support you guys.
"Guys down the hill."
Because the audio clue from Libby's phone,
that's kind of tough though still,
is only 3 seconds long, it's hard to make any kind of definite statement about whether or not Chadwell's voice sounds similar. Other people have listened to this comparison and said that the suspect in the clip sounds older than Chadwell, while others think they can hear a similar accent in both audio clips. What do you think of these clues, Iwu crew? Do you hear any similarity between Chadwell's voice in his TikToks and the audio evidence from Libby's phone? Do you think Chadwell looks like either of the police sketches of the suspect? Let us know all your theories and speculations in the comments below the video. We will be watching this disturbing case closely for any updates, as we're sure you will be too. More stories for you to explore will pop up next on your screen.
I mean, I'll definitely say that the sketch, I could see him fitting the sketches for sure. But the audio, I mean, it was just kind of very hard for that to pin murders on somebody based off of that audio, in my opinion. In any event, that's horrible that happened to those girls.
We don't even know.
And it sounds like the 9-year-old girl
or the
got
audio's
extremely
even real.
lucky that the cops randomly showed up at her house, at his house, while
Like, how crazy that was such like a crucial component, and now it's like it might not mean nothing.
she was there being victimized. So it's really hard not to think that he may have had something to do with those other murders, especially given his history and what his family said about him. So, I hope justice is served in this case either way. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I appreciate everybody tuning in to the Jackson Files. Everybody stay safe.
Sometimes I wish I never reacted to that fucking video. I'm not gonna lie. Because holy shit did it send me down a rabbit hole. We've been live for a long time, huh? Let's see. So This is the photo I was talking about. And that they briefly showed like the bottom part or whatever. It's this right here. It looked like a leg to me. You can kind of see like an ankle bone. It's like facing that way, like really fucking creepy, man. It's like it kind of looks like the outline of a shoe, but it also looks like an outline of like one of those. I don't really know what it is, but like a stick with a rubber thing on the end. But it makes me think more like it's a shoe because it's got the white at the bottom. And this to me looks like a bone more than it does like the other thing I'm thinking of. Dude, what a fucking creep. It's almost like he was talking to himself in that TikTok. Like, quit preying on little people. Alter personality inside me, you know? So anyways, and not to mention there's all kinds of creepy shit in this photo. Like, it looks like bodies in the fire and all kinds of crazy masking and sticks arranged in certain ways. Like, I could go on for days, man. Another reason why I think that certain people are involved is because their photos have that weird shit in them. But anyway, his brother that I was talking about said, I feel that the law needs to look into all the victims and see if anyone knows if any victims were wearing pink shoes. That is absolutely a shoe and leg, and will swear to it. Like, he's totally like not on his brother's side. I said, I agree. I don't know if you saw, but I would make sure they look into Lila Langenfelter simply because she was 6 years old and went missing from Indianapolis on June 10th, 2020. I would be curious to know if she was wearing pink shoes and a pink shirt when she went missing. He said, it's not bruises, it's the ankle bone shadow. I kind of agree. And then he said, there is no way that anyone that sees the picture that can't say that it's not a leg. It's a low-cut ankle shoe. And then, like I said, he checked out one of his like brother's normal camping grounds or whatever. And he sent me 2 pictures. Here's what I found under a bridge in Lafayette. And it looks like a pink shirt. Like, I don't think I see any crazy masking in these photos. You know, this one looks like a legit photo. With a pink shirt, something blue maybe, a rag, I don't know. But then look, there's a little knife too. Which could mean anything, obviously, but the fact that the Delphi girls were killed by something sharp, you know, makes you wonder. I wonder if he ever like turned this into police. I haven't talked to him since then, like years ago. But like, look, there's like sticks looking like arranged and stuff again. I mean, that's hard to tell, man, because it could just be sticks, you know? I don't know. The more I look at this picture, the creepier it looks. Jesus. What a weird guy, man. I gotta stop looking at photos for like a good day or something, man. My eyes are just shot. Alright, I want to skip this other video about those girls dyeing hair and shit. That was really getting to me. We'll pick it up right here where it's got the stuff about the girl that looks like the Evansdale girl. I'll probably be live until this video is over, like another hour and 10 minutes or so, just FYI.
I think this person knows something. Alright, so moving on. This is one of Chris's videos where this right here is what I saw. It caught my attention. So I flipped the video vertically, and that's where I saw this image. And to me, like, it really reminds me of Elizabeth Collins, which is one of the Iowa girls. Like, that really reminds me of her. Again, that could just be my imagination, but to me, I see it very, very well. And I have all other kinds of suspicions as well. Like, I mean, I really don't want to get into them because I'm trying to keep this to the stuff that, like, you know, you could actually see and not be like, that's just an engine. Obviously, I know it's a freaking engine, but there's stuff in there that's like clues, not literally in there, but put there.
That would bother me so much, man. Like, people would be like, you're nuts. There's no body in an engine. Like, obviously, stupid. You know, like, come on, man.
Photoshop. Like, you guys have some, I feel like some people that comment have no idea what Photoshop is. Like, you can alter photos, people. But I think this has
well, the weird thing is I see similar depictions and similar things hidden in photos by different people, which tells me that they're obviously related somehow.
Kind of symbolism for the green bikes that Chadwell posts on his Facebook with like pink shirts on them, and you zoom in on the bikes, there's all kinds of like weird stuff in that photo or those photos. And then this doesn't really look like it's the wall. Looks like an Eiffel Tower or some shit. I don't really know. But this doesn't look right like most of his photos. Alright, so on the 15th, the day after their bodies were found, Krista posted this photo, said nothing's that bad if it feels good. Okay, interesting. And then I just posted this one because it's like a similar photo, but like, where the hell's the other half of this chair? And for those of you that say, well, she's looking into a mirror and this chair is actually like over here. Okay. Why is there a wooden chair like that in the bathroom? Like, doesn't make any sense to me. And then this is just kind of some weird stuff I saw. Every girl on Snapchat right now, I put that because, like, obviously Snapchat had a play in this case. Oh my god, zoom in on this dog's nose. There's like a little thing on his nose, like somebody putting their hand in like a circle. But like giving like the okay. Again, just another thing, like, Chadwell and this person knows how to hide things in photos. March 2nd, hiding from a serial killer. Me, oh my god, I'm gonna die if he finds me. Killer, raindrop, me, drop top. Seems kind of a weird post to put a couple weeks after girls you went to school with or your friends were killed. It's kind of ironic that I mentioned the Grinch, right? That's who this is, right? That's what I was thinking of when I said the Grinch, though. Maybe I'm thinking of like the Cat in the Hat. But that same, like, kind of looks like Jim Carrey when he played the Grinch or whatever. That's what I was thinking of. Really ironic that that's in this photo, actually. I've been abducted by a man who has split personalities. That, you know, in a weird way, that could be like a clue to where we saw those scissors, how it was split. You know, maybe that's like the good and evil concept. I don't know. Y'all see this, right? How it's like dark, and here it's like beautiful. Again, that he can manipulate photos. That could also be like the good and evil concept. I don't know. I'm not just crazy on Facebook. I'm crazy in real life too. Krista Burris on the 23rd in Indiana. 179 kids have went missing in the first 45 days of 2017. Not creepy. This is one of those like bears from like the what is it? Five Nights at Freddy's. Kids today growing up with this Freddy. I grew up with this Freddy. No, you didn't, Krista Burris. Like, you're like 20 years old, maybe. I don't even think you were born when the first Nightmare on Elm Street came out. Came out in like 83 or something. Again, I know it's just a post and a meme. But maybe like it was really Chadwell that posted this, you know? It makes you wonder. The other kind of weird thing is, so she has this Krista Burris CJ account. This is the one where all of that stuff I just showed you is. So, and this was active from what I can see from March of 2016 to February of 2020. She's got like 1,700 friends on there. But then you have this Queen Chris account. This is the one I just found today. Apparently she had a kid, I'm assuming. And this is June 2017 to 2021. July 2021. She's got like 3,800 friends or something. Like you maintained like 2 very active Facebook accounts like during that time period. And then there's another one, CJ Burris, 1 of 2014 to 2 of 2016. But like, let's say for example that I'm just coming up with scenarios. Let's say she says that this was my account. I've never seen this before. Okay. Her mom has this person listed as her daughter, not this one. Again, just hearsay. I mean, probably like irrelevant, basically, is what I was trying to say. But it's also kind of weird that, again, it's just a coincidence, I'm assuming, but like D for Chadwell, B for Brian, J for James, like the same 3 letters, like CJB, Chadwell, James, Brian. I don't know. Brian, James, Chadwell. I don't know. It just seems really another one of those weird coincidences. So I looked into this first Facebook account that she had, and I found something pretty disturbing. So this next slide is something I found on Krista Burris's profile, which is CJ Burris. And obviously I have the photo on here 3 times, but while I was just looking through photos, like the first thing I saw is there's definite writing on the dog and the bed here and a hand, and I don't know if it says like Stanley, almost looks like J-Teen, almost like Justine or something like that. I don't know, I can't make it out, but something caught my eye in the background, right? I'm like, is that somebody naked in the mirror? And it's very disturbing. So this is the same photo 3 times. I just kind of zoomed in and made it bigger every time, but like, I have no idea what the hell's going on in this video or in this picture. Like, you can see a watch, you can see like it looks like a man's arm, long fingers, possibly even like, and again, it's just throwing shit out there, but it's almost like a Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street like shirt, like the red and black or whatever. So is this a man behind a woman? Because then it kind of looks like I don't really know what the hell it looks like. For all the stuff that I see, I don't really know what I'm seeing in this one. Like, I don't know if that's supposed to be like the head of a woman with her tongue sticking out, like she's getting, abused or killed or whatever the case may be. I don't know. Or, like, is this not a naked body at all? And is this like a head? Because it looks like in the bigger one, and as it gets bigger, it looks like a head. But how does that explain the arm right there? Plus, these two smaller ones almost look like somebody else is in the background watching this abuse take place. I don't really know how to make sense of this, but I definitely felt like it was worth including because there could be something really awful happening in this picture. And I shit you not, I probably spent like 2 or 3 hours on this one photo just trying to like make sense of it, really zooming in a lot more than I did here. And there's a lot of weird stuff, man, depending on which way you go with the photo. Like there's images of Chadwell's face in it. Like, check it out yourself. I can't make this up. There's like images of his face. There's what could be like the image of a body. It could be like a man and a woman right here where like I'm saying this is a face or a naked body, like depending on how you like overlay the photo and stuff. But nonetheless, I really don't know what's going on. I mean, this little part right here, that looks most like Krista Burris. This little head right here, if you can see that in her hair. So I really don't know what's happening in this photo. But nonetheless, I believe that so far, Chadwell and Krista Burris are responsible for the Delphi case, in my opinion. So moving on back to the Krista Burris profile. I know I showed you guys these photos a couple slides ago, but there's a reason I'm including them again. So I happened to come across a photo of the 14th where there was volunteers and stuff looking for her, or looking for the girls. I think it was on the 14th, not the 13th. I don't really know. But I want you to notice this jacket. I mean, I'm assuming these two are the same, and it's just the coloring is off on these two photos. Because this was taken the 15th of February, and this was like March 20th, according to Facebook. But they're both like a camouflage hoodie. And I do think they're the same because like looking at this part right here on this one matches up like with this part right here and that one. But again, I can't be certain. But I want you to notice on the inside of this hoodie right here, there's pink, right? So check out this search photo I found. Is this her? It's a camouflage hoodie and pink. Right? Same color hair, looks like blondish brown. I mean, there's obviously no way we could be certain, but it's kind of ironic though, right? That the one girl that's showing us all this evidence and stuff on the day their bodies are found, because she was there. Possibly pretending to help search when in reality she knew all along where they were. Now keep in mind, I don't know anything about this Krista Burris person. I thought it was a fake profile for the longest time, but like, you know, if researching this case for the last month or so hasn't taught me anything, if it's taught me anything, it's really hard to differentiate between what could be fake and what's real. Especially when like you look at photos that have a lot of fake stuff in them. Weird. So again, I don't know, but I'm going to backtrack here just a little bit, but keep in mind, this is the same person said, me dropping hints. 2 girls that live in Delphi went missing yesterday and was found today around 12 p.m., half in the water and half out, and they think it was a murder. And I never got to post these because I've had a stressful couple of days. But it's starting to warm up, so decided to take some pictures. Did you have a stressful couple of days because you were busy murdering 2 girls? Krista? I mean, is that your stressful couple of days? I don't know. That would probably be pretty stressful for me. And again, I mean, I know I'm kind of coming across arrogant, but it's hard for me to like not see what she put right in front of my face. Like, very disturbing how somebody could do this and then, oh, R.I.P. Abby and Libby, and like let's make a mockery out of 2 girls' lives that I may have just participated in taking, you know? Maybe I'm wrong and there's like some weird explanation for all of this, but time will tell, I guess, right? I'm really curious who Little Ray is. But yeah, this is the same person too, dyeing Abby's hair. To be honest, and I'll give you one, you know? Kind of crazy that I just mentioned the Freddy thing, right? 'Cause this is where I like stopped working on the video yesterday. And then I repicked it up when I started this segment. And the very next slide, I'm like, it almost looks like a Freddy right there. Like, I wish I was more experienced and like educated with what I had the capability to do to like change photos and look at them and stuff so I could see everything that they're doing. But it's like, who knows how they manipulated the photos or filtered the photo or whatever the case may be, photoshopped it before they even uploaded it, you know? So it's like, it's really, for me, just like pressing a bunch of buttons and shit and spending way too much time on it until I like can make sense of it. So I get to the point where I just like can't make sense of some of it, and I'm just like, I gotta move on, you know? But if anything, I could pass the torch to law enforcement. This is what I'm finding. Take it and run with it, you know? My goal in this whole ordeal is just to help bring these girls justice. I mean, sure, whatever the reward is outrageous and is life-changing for me. I'm assuming it is for a lot of people that are interested in this case. But most importantly, I mean, I grew up in Indiana, you know? I don't think I've mentioned really this, but I was born in Valparaiso. My parents worked in Portage, Indiana. They worked at the steel mill, National Steel. I think it might have been Gary at the time. I don't really remember. And then I moved to the Mishawaka area in 4th grade when my parents, they both worked at National Steel. When their jobs got transferred there because the headquarters moved to Mishawaka. And then I ended up working at National Steel when I was like 19 until they went bankrupt or got bought out or something by US Steel. And at the time I had like a year of college under my belt, so I went back to college. I went to college at IU Bloomington, the main campus. I went to high school at Penn High School in Mishawaka. I lived in Osceola the majority of my my childhood. So, I mean, when I say this case, it hits close to home. I mean, I'm not joking. I mean, I moved to Arizona when I was 22 after I graduated with my bachelor's degree from IU. I lived there for about 14 years, and I've been in Florida for about 2 years now. So I haven't been back to Indiana in probably 6 years or so, but the majority of my family still lives there in like the Portage area, like Portage, Valpo, Knox area. Bass Lake is a very big deal for me. My grandmother lived there for years. My mom lived there. My family, my brother, you know, has a cottage up there. You know, I have 2 sisters that live in the Portage area. One's in Lake of the Four Seasons. So, anyways, my main goal in this whole ordeal is to help provide these girls justice. I mean, this case is going on 4+ years with not one arrest, you know? And I'm one of those people that believes everything happens for a reason. And I believe that maybe I was meant to start my YouTube career reacting to music, you know, almost 4 months ago. And then I started reacting to true crime stuff. And the 10th one I checked out was about the Delphi case. I had no idea of it before. In fact, I believe one of the kids I was friends with my freshman year at IU in the dorms was from where the hell is he from? His last name was Flora, but I don't think he was from Flora. I think he might have been from Delphi for all I know. I don't know. So maybe I was meant to come across this when I did, to go check out Brian Chadwell's Facebook profile and, you know, saw what I saw, and everything has led me to here. Like, I literally haven't worked. Like, I do YouTube full time as of about 4 months ago. I make the majority of my income from live streaming, like listening to music and stuff like that. I haven't done that in like 3 weeks probably. So like, I've been highly invested in this case because I care, and I also believe that I'm onto something, and I've taken a totally different approach to it than anybody else has that I've seen. So, anyways, if one thing that I've found leads to leads law enforcement in the right direction to solve this case, then I've done my my due diligence, you know. I'm really curious if this is her though. Like, if so, she's got balls, you know, because like I mean, this was 4 years ago, and I think she's like 20 now, so she was like 15, 16, you know. But I do think I can't prove a connection to Chadwell from what I've found so far, except for like everything that all the weird shit I see in his photos, I see in a lot of her photos. Like, it's like they're doing the same thing, which makes me, you know, it made me think that they were the same person for the longest time, until I realized that they're two different people. So I believe that there's actually 3 people that were involved in this case. So I'm going to show you the third one here shortly, and why I think that. But it makes a lot more sense as well with everything that happened, or that may have happened, you know, with the crime scene and it being staged and all that. So, and this dog is eerily similar looking to Chadwell's dog. Like, even to the ear possibly being like tattooed, you know, like there's something there. So I found something else, which, you know, there's a reason that I reposted this slide. This is the one where might be the signatures that that law enforcement was talking about, or why it was so odd, because they like staged like a big stuffed bear and like stuffed animals and like creatures and shit, like, you know, like, I would say that's pretty freaking odd. But, you know, it did make me feel a little bit better when I came across this this next photo of when they found like the bodies and everything. I don't know how this wasn't seen by anybody or talked about by anybody, or maybe it was and I just missed it, but check that out. Like, he's walking right there holding the stuffed bear. Like, you know, like maybe people mistaked it for dogs, but it's my understanding that dogs weren't scheduled to be there until like after they already found the bodies. Like, that's the stuffed animal. Like, that's the bear. I mean, now it might not look exactly the same, or maybe it does. I mean, I really can't tell, but like, that's the bear. Like, it did make me feel a lot better though about seeing a big stuffed bear in this crime scene. Like, good, I'm not crazy in that regard. Oh man, but I will say this right here. At first I did think it was a dog as well, but now I'm wondering, like, what if that is the shadow of like somebody taking a picture, like somebody photographing this going on. And like, again, it's all hearsay, but like, what if it's Krista? Because to me, it does have like an outline, if it is a person, as an outline of like a female. Is she like taking a photo. And the other weird thing about this whole news clip says bodies identified as missing 13-year-olds. Libby German and Abby Williams. So I don't know if this was like, maybe this came out on the 15th. I don't think they were like identified until like the 15th, but I don't know. But sure as shit, man, he's carrying a big stuffed bear and possibly like another head there. I don't really know. It's hard to make out a lot of this stuff in this photos. But like this guy's also looking like he's carrying something. Plus this is another one of those photos that looks manipulated. I mean, there's numbers and letters and shit all over the place. Like typical Chadwell style. And, you know, there's something going on over here, it looks like. Very, very strange photo. Like they said, it's odd. But I'm very interested if this is her photographing what's going on. And I do think it's smart to note that, you know, when I was looking through her profile a little bit today, this is such a weird photo because you can, sorry, I'm sidetracking, but you can see faces everywhere in this freaking photo, man. Like, I know you guys got to see this stuff too. Like looks like a face right here. Like just under the bear, like almost part of the bear is making that face right here. And then this looks like almost like two girls, like, and I'm not being like weird, but it's like almost looks like two girls possibly even kissing, or if maybe if they're not, they're just, their mouths are like in the same spot. Like this is the hair of this one looking this way, and then this is the hair of this one looking that way. So many weird things, man. Something, I don't know. I got this off of Google too, by the way, so. Very strange. Now, speaking of getting this off of Google, I got this off of Google, right? This is zoomed in, but look in the background, like, what the hell is going on? That bridge guy, aka Badwell, sitting there with another person, possibly the third person that I mentioned. Again, there's writing and shit. It even looks creepy, like you might not be able to see it right now, but like obviously this is his hand. And this might be this person's hand, or that just might be part of what they're sitting on. But like in the next photo I'm going to show you, it almost looks like their heads. Like when I say that, obviously there's not heads in the photo, but the photo appears to have been manipulated to look like there's heads there. And there are two different photos, which Abby's mother actually pointed out to me. I briefly talked to both mothers in this case. But I mean, I could definitely get the sense that they probably hear stuff like this all the time, and it's draining and exhausting. I've only been doing this for like a month. And I can't imagine the scale that they have been doing it for 4 years. So, you know, I pretty much, you know, got the hint that I should just go through law enforcement. But Anna pointed out to me that the photos were different because I didn't even notice that at first. Because the way that Abigail is, you know, doing her cheerleading or whatever right here. But either way, like the photo, because I zoomed in, but I zoomed in on this part. Like his head is abnormally big because it's been manipulated. And like even right now, like they look like heads to me. But now this is where it gets really weird. So like, as I mentioned, I went through the Cameron Venata kid. I went through all of his friends, which was like 316 or something. And one of them was a real girl that, you know, I know she's real. And she has the next photo as her cover photo. On March 14th of 17. But look back here. You know, see, she's doing different things with her arms. You know, it's like a different photo. But look. Now there's like somebody looks like conveniently standing right here. Like maybe this is a dumpster area. Standing right here. Like this is their butt sticking out and their legs. But to me, like it almost looks like Bridge Guy walking with his hand in his pocket like he's got a gun. Which has been one of the theories in this whole ordeal. Is that maybe he forced them down the hill with a gun. Or maybe impersonated a police officer. But to me, he looks like somebody that puts his finger in his pocket, or maybe it really is a gun, and it's like, put the money in the bag, you know, like, very, very weird. Plus, it kind of reminds me of like the Bridge Guy photo. Got the hat and everything. But look at the heads here. Like, see? When I say heads, like, now it's all bloody. Not just his hand anymore. Like, I'm telling you, this guy, if I'm right about all this, or most of this, like, this guy should be known as, like, the Photoshop killer, you know? Like, I really feel like he kills people and, like, and then takes you on a journey through his photos to try to figure it out how. Put all the clues together and connect the dots. And you know why he would have like did what he did with a 9-year-old and like draw attention to himself is like really makes you wonder, man. You know? Like, I'm not saying he's a smart criminal by any means, because he's got a very long rap sheet, but like, I feel like he's done a lot of horrific crimes, and I don't think that he only killed these 2 innocent girls. I feel like there's a lot more. And it's like he got busted, for lack of better words, like shitting where he eats, like messing with a neighbor's 9-year-old. Like, what are you doing? You know, it's like it's almost like he wanted to get caught, you know? So this is good. This is like a little sidebar here for the Evansdale case. This is on a Facebook profile, Serenity Wolf. Now, this is one I still wonder if it's real or not, but they are still posting. So the Evansdale girls were taken July 13th of 2012 This photo is on July 31st, 2012. And to me, this really looks like Elizabeth Collins, the 8-year-old that was taken. Excuse me. Now, this is the same photo. And look, before I even like touch the photo, like with filters and stuff, there's writing in the water. Like, you can't dispute that there's writing in the water right there. But anyways, I turned the photo sideways and have some weird ass filters and stuff on it. But there's some kind of writing there on the side. And it's really hard to make out, but I feel like it could say Elizabeth somehow, like right here. Kind of a stretch because it's really hard to see. But I feel like it could take up the same amount of space possibly. But then this like looks like you could say lyric. Maybe like Lyric Lynn, because one of the girls was Lyric Lynn Morrissey, I think. Just makes you wonder, man. "18 days after this girl disappeared. 9 years ago. And there's a photo on one of these connected profiles that looks like the girl. Has mysterious writing that may actually say their names as well. Like, weird to say the least. These are some more photos off that Serenity Wolf profile. Like this one and this one remind me of Elizabeth. This is just the Serenity girl, I believe, but like there's some weird things in these photos. So like right here, where is this hand coming from that's bracing her wrist? Because if this is her arm right here, there's no way in hell it's gonna bend to where her hand can grip right there without more of her arm showing. Now the only thing I can think of is maybe there's somebody else in this photo that is not included in the photo for some reason. But that really doesn't make sense to me either. Maybe they're grabbing their arm, but like I feel like if they were, that they'd want to be a part of the picture. I think it's just a mistake by Mr. Chadwell or whoever made this photo. Plus, like the background, it just looks like a fake photo overall. And then look at these two photos. Like, there's just mysterious jean fabric floating in the air in both of them. Like, what? Where the hell did that come from? Oh, forgot to crop that out. I'm telling you, man. Like, if you're gonna hide things in your photos and stuff, man, like you can't be messing up like this and letting us know that you're doing it. And obviously there's some weird writing or designs going on. So this is a kid named Cody Navasky, and I know this video is very long. I'm going to try to speed things up so I can end this. This one's named Cody Navasky. Now, I don't really know too much about this kid. I'm assuming he's real because his name is connected to like some other Navaskys who seem to be like parents and stuff, but I really don't know at this point. But the reason I included these photos is to show you the building. So it looks like Cody was potentially cleaning out some gutters at this building. The reason I'm including this is a gutter. It's just a full photo of it. So, just to show you like what I'm talking about. Like that's like the actual size of the photo, but I just have it blown up to try to show you guys better. So, I'm not too sure what this is in the gutter, but like, could be a bone. Could be a gun. Kind of hard to see. And of course, it's got all his hieroglyphic magical writing or whatever again. Again, this is just another angle. And then I zoomed in on another part. Almost just looks like he's like hiding like some weaponry, possibly, or some tools. Like here. And of course, this you would think it could just be part of the gutter too. But I didn't include them, but he also posted photos of like clean gutters. And none of this stuff was there. So I don't know if, I mean, my intuition says that this stuff is not still there, which sucks, because if it was, it's evidence. But I do think that authorities nonetheless should figure out what this building is and check this shit right away. Like right here is totally like an imprint of a body. Like you can see the legs right here. And I just noticed that for the first time right now, but it's like normal for me now to see bodies in his photos, so it's like, oh, no big deal, you know? So I don't know what this is. It could be some kind of weapon. Like maybe with like sharp things all over it. I don't know what that's called, but this is another angle of what I said could be a gun. I really don't know, but like there's something right there. Might be like, I'm not too familiar with guns. I've just never owned one or never really cared to, but maybe that's like where you put the bullet in. I mean, if anybody knows about guns, you'll be able to tell me better, but there's also something right here. I don't know if those are connected. Or maybe it's not a gun at all and it's something completely different. Again, this is just a different angle of whatever the hell this is. I'm really hoping it's not like body parts, but kind of looks more like body parts from this angle. I'm so glad this guy's in jail. Like if this really is like all his doing. And then like, what the hell is this, man? Like, I don't even want to try to explain what that is. It just looks like organs or something. I don't know. Excuse me. And then this is like, I've seen a couple things in some of his photos that almost look like crab claws. I don't really know what that's meant to symbolize, or maybe some bones or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. But I would check this shit. Like, I don't even want to try to explain what that is. It just looks like organs or something. I don't know. Excuse me. And then this is like, I've seen a couple things in some of his photos that almost look like crab claws. I don't really know what that's meant to symbolize, or maybe some bones or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. But I would highly encourage the police to check this stuff out. I included these because I also noticed like a bunch of weird photos on these profiles that just have cars just like abandoned. And the fact that like this is on the same profile that had the stuff hidden in the gutters and shows the license plates clear as day, I wanted to include these because obviously, you know, law enforcement can check these out and see who owns them or whatever. All right, so this is just some random stuff that I found. Possibly random, I don't know. James Brian Chadwell, 2010 charges. Apparently he was dating this lovely lady. Very pretty. Tracy Landagent. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but Landagent. But this was in South Dakota, I believe. But I believe this is like a restraining order or something, but Tracy Landagent versus James Brian Chadwell. Created on September 2nd of 2010. It's got his birth date, 3/13/79. Hers is 6/12/79. But protective order. Filed by Jeffrey Neary. Final domestic abuse protective order. This order shall remain in effect for a year. And there was a temporary protective order filed by another person, Scott James Douglas. Or maybe, since this is Jeffrey A. Neary, maybe it's James Douglas Scott. That was filed on the 2nd of September and went through the 13th. Temporary protective order. And then there was a notice of hearing petition for relief of domestic abuse, which I thought was very interesting because I haven't heard anything about this Tracy person until I came across this. And I don't really like to say this, but I was not able to find anything about her now. 10, 11 years later. So like, it really makes me fear that he may have done something horrible to her. Or maybe she's just done a really great job of like hiding and not making herself be able to be found. Which I'm hoping that's the case. Now this one is just like, I just have trouble racking my brain on this. So like, James Brian Chadwell, 2012 charges. So like, I really do think that he is responsible for the Evansdale double murder as well, of Elizabeth Collins and Lyric. So they were taken on July 13th, 2012 in Iowa. And this is, he got pulled over in like South Dakota or something, but it's like a couple hours from there. On September 6th of 2012. And there's 2 counts of child abuse and 2 counts of operator assuring passengers 5 to 18 wear seatbelts. There were other charges too, like drinking. I'm pretty sure he was like drunk driving. But I'm also pretty sure that Chadwell doesn't have any children that are known about. So who the hell were these two children with him? Because keep in mind, their bodies weren't found. Their bones weren't found until like December 5th or something like that, later that year. And they were 8 years old and 10 years old, so they fit into that 5 to 18 wearing seatbelts. But two girls go missing 2 months before he gets pulled over with two children and gets child abuse charges and not wearing seatbelts. Like, it just really, like, can't wrap my head around it. Like, were the girls still alive then? And he somehow just, like, had them so scared that even being, like, pulled over with the authorities and everything, like, they couldn't say anything? Or was it just not them at all, you know? And I'm looking way too much into it. Like, it just very disheartening. And then I don't know if this is factual or not, but I think he had to go serve like a year in jail or something starting like January of 2013. So there are theories that he had to dump the girls' bodies before he had to go serve his jail sentence. But again, all that's hearsay. I don't know. I would love to see what you guys think. Now, I included this just to show how vicious James Chadwell is. Like, it's really horrible what happened to this 9-year-old girl. But I also look at it like the same token, like she's a hero. Like, this man is finally off the streets. And I don't see him getting out anytime soon. Like, the authorities are like breathing down his neck now, man. So this is an affidavit of probable cause from April 19th. Comes now affiant and being duly sworn upon oath, deposes and states that affiant is a law enforcement officer, or affiant, I don't know how to say that word, with the Lafayette Police Department in Tippecanoe County, state of Indiana, and in said capacity is familiar with the records of said defendant. Further, affiant is familiar with an investigation by the Lafayette Police Department regarding a missing child who was subsequently located in the residence of James Chadwell, Park Avenue in Lafayette, Indiana. On April 19, 2021, officers were dispatched regarding a missing child report near Park Avenue in Lafayette, Indiana. Upon arrival, officers took a report stating victim 1, a female child approximately 10 years old, I believe she was 9, had left her residence at approximately 6:30 p.m. and could not be found. While officers were searching the neighborhood, they made contact with James Chadwell. I think Chadwell like searched them out. Like, Chadwell made contact with them. But I don't know that for sure. Who told officers victim 1 had been at his residence earlier, but had left the residence. After being unable to locate victim 1, officers returned to Chadwell's residence and asked him for permission to check his residence for victim 1. Chadwell allowed officers into his residence, and officers Tate and Surveys checked the basement, which was secured with a chain lock. And I believe Chadwell didn't want them to go down there, and they ended up cutting the lock. In the basement, Tate found a young girl who was visibly distraught and crying, with her clothing on the floor beside her. She was identified as victim 1, and she said Chadwell tried to kill her. Tate observed victim 1 was injured, and victim 1 was transported by medics to the hospital for treatment. Now, keep in mind, like, you know, I think I mentioned it earlier that I'm a part of a group on Facebook for the Delphi case, and apparently they didn't like my last video and thought I was crazy or something. But I haven't been able to comment or anything like that or post on there for like a month, so, which whatever. So I stumbled across the Reddit for the case earlier tonight, and I guess they have like moderator rules that I have to wait 6 hours before I make my first post, and I can't make my own like or my first comment. I can't make my own post for 7 days or whatever the case may be. Like, you guys are really making it hard to like for people to like try and help, man. So it does say, sorry, this post has been removed by the moderators. But this is something I wrote that I just want to share with you. If law enforcement knows the killer is James Brian Chadwell, but doesn't currently have the evidence they feel they need for a conviction, the officers would have responded as efficiently and quickly as they did in saving the life of that 9-year-old girl locked in his basement. If James Brian Chadwell involves himself in volunteer searches, vigils, memorials, press conferences, etc., as theorized at times, maybe law enforcement knows that and is simply waiting to connect enough dots and information to prosecute him for a conviction. This would really make sense to me if so, considering how promptly and efficiently the officers found that little girl in his basement. And then I post a link to that affidavit. The 9-year-old was reportedly left her residence around 6:30 p.m. It sounds as if Chadwell approached law enforcement and informed them the young girl was at his residence earlier, but had left. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume most folks who voluntarily offer information in the moment like that, you would tend to think they were credible, at least on the surface in the moment. However, sounds like law enforcement returned back to Chadwell's residence within 15 to 30 minutes asking to search his place, thus finding and rescuing the young girl who was found locked in his basement with her clothes off, said to have had vessels in her eyes bleeding, and not being able to eat properly after that, in addition to him trying to have intercourse with her and making her perform oral sex on him. Now, I'm just trying to point out to you guys that Chadwell is a monster, and he did all of this to this young girl in what appears to have been a span of 40 to 60 minutes. Now, I could be wrong about the time, but yet somehow the cops had the smarts or very good intel to immediately return to his home. If they had arrived 30 minutes later than they did, I truly feel that she very well could have been murdered. So shout out to the Lafayette Police Department. This is just a couple creepy photos. Like the one of his, SUV here with the pink blanket, and this other blanket that he seems to take everywhere. I don't know, just very creepy. And then, these were both posted on July 21st, and it's almost like, hey, I'm posting these photos of this crazy sky we got going on right now. Is that what he's doing, or is he showing you that there's two cars by themselves in both of these photos in parking lots? Like, this makes me wonder. Now, you know, again, I do have to say, like the disclaimer did at the beginning of this video, everyone that I've mentioned so far, I mean, is innocent until proven guilty by a court of law. My opinions, my theories, my, accusatory notions, if you will, don't mean anything. So obviously don't go approach these people and as if this stuff is factual. Let law enforcement do that. Let them do their job. That's why I have sent this to them already. And it was probably a week or two ago. I haven't really decided yet how long I want to wait to post it publicly. Now, I really feel like I'm going to sound like a lot of people aren't going to like what I'm about to say. However, I don't believe that Libby caught Bridge Guy on her phone. I don't think that Libby got his picture. I don't think Libby recorded him on a video. I don't think she recorded him on an audio. I don't think she did any of that. I mean, put yourself in their shoes. If somebody was showing that they're for lack of better words, about to do harm to you or possibly end your life, and you're a young girl, you're not going to pull out your phone or your Snapchat camera and, take a photo or whatever so people can solve your murder. And I hate saying that because people aren't going to like to hear that because she's been made out to be a hero. And if that is the case, God bless her heart, man, But just hear me out, I believe this guy is a master manipulator of photos and videos. This is a zoomed in shot of Bridge Guy, but as someone that's literally been looking at his photos nonstop pretty much for a month, where my eyes literally look like I have freaking pink eye, because I've strained them so much, they hurt like hell. I see so many of the same similarities in this Bridge Guy photo as I do everything else that I looked at of his. I think he planted it on the phone. And there has been a lot of talk about the phone. I think Chadwell was a part of this search, if not Krista. We have reason to believe Krista may have been there already. I showed you that. And they didn't find the phone until the next day. Not to mention, I believe, I want to say it was Mike Patty, but I could be wrong. But he did mention something about from 2:30 in the morning, which I think they stopped the search at 2-ish that morning. And at 2:30, that phone started pinging from different towers, all over town, from 2:30 till noonish, when their bodies were found. And I could be off a little bit on that, but to me, it's completely plausible. I already showed you that I feel like he posted photos of the girls, or of Abby, under the car on the 13th. I think he planted everything on the phone. I mean, obviously they haven't shared everything with us. It's on there. You know, it would help prove or disprove my theory on that if we could hear and see everything that was on there. But I believe he did this on purpose. Like he knows distortion. He knows pixelation. Like he knows how to, like, probably a terrible analogy, but he knows how to, like, put the steak right in front of your nose like you're the dog. But like you can't reach it. It's like you're so close to making sense of his photo, but you can't get closer to make it like crystal clear, you know? I think he did this on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Now that being said, I don't know how anybody hasn't mentioned this before. Maybe they did. But this right here looks like a 3 to me. Keep in mind, I told you that there's James, Brian Chadwell, Krista Burris, and one other person. This was on a profile of somebody named James Housley, who I believe is a real person, but I asked Ashley Chadwell, because I've talked to him a little bit. Like, he wants justice for them just as bad, man. And he pretty much said, yeah, no question, that's Chadwell. I mean, obviously it's hard to, like, tell it's Chadwell because you can only see, like, that much of him, but it's his dog. And this was on a photo on James Housley's Facebook. Kind of weird. And then I'm just posting this again on the day the bodies were found. Sometimes your kids just need to be reminded who really is in charge. Or do they know? Obviously, he could be talking about the dog, but this guy very rarely, hardly is ever just talking about what's on the surface or showing you, like, what's right in front of your face in the photos. It's all about hidden meaning. Like, try and remember that, like, as you try to comprehend some of the stuff that I talk about his photos and his words. Like, it's like a game, like cat and mouse. It's like he likes to, like, likes to get you thinking. And then this is just a 9 pages of, like, charges. I didn't feel like breaking all that down. I mean, you could look that up for yourself. It's all Chadwell stuff from different states. Now, I thought this was weird. You know, because a lot of people suspect Garrett Kenneth Kurtz. And a lot of people now suspect Brian Chadwell. I mean, in fact, Garrett Kenneth Kurtz he's at least killed 2 people that he's admitted to. He's confessed to. And then Brian, you know, he almost just killed a 9-year-old girl that he got caught with. The reason I'm showing you these, is it a weird coincidence, guys, that Garrett says cowboy and Brian says outlaw? That really, really makes me wonder. Like, Are they part of like a special, like, you know, satanic group? Are they part of a gang? Is it completely coincidence? Like, what the hell does that mean? Really, really strange. And then these are a bunch of vehicles that I found in some random profiles that just looked like they could have been abandoned. Thought maybe this might be helpful to the law enforcement. Now, the third person that I believe may have been involved in the Delphi case
So this quick video that I'm about to play is kind of interesting regarding the down the hill thing. For some reason it keeps telling me it's unavailable on this playlist, but then it plays. Makes no sense. It is on my channel. It's called Down the Hills Odd Similarity. It's a quick video. It's like 3 minutes and 13 seconds. But just pay attention to like the dates, locations, and you know the crimes, and you'll see why I play this at the end. And then we're gonna be doing the 3 Robert Ives interviews. It's like down the hill, 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 down the hill.
It's about that time, y'all.
Here, but like, what are the odds that there's 2 like horrible murders of young females in the Midwest, like bordering states, Ohio and Indiana, days apart, like within a week's time frame, and they both get killed and their bodies found like down a hill, and there's down the hill audio. Like, what are the odds?
To him,
Down the hill, 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 down the hill. Interesting that you said it sounds like Doug Carter, because I don't think I ever I ever even thought of that. And now I'm like, holy shit, it sounds exactly like Doug Carter. I don't know, I feel like a lot of things are making more sense, or as much sense as they can make now, with everything coming out at the trial. Like, I'm pretty sure the photo is fabricated of Abby on the bridge, and the footage of Bridge Guy, Libby really didn't take. Probably something that law enforcement saw on a trail camera or something, and they plugged that in there. And they probably have no audio that Libby took from Bridge Guy. They just had Doug Carter, like they're trying to play a little game against the culprits, saying down the hill, when in reality, the audio on her phone is Abby, or saying there's no path here, we need to go down there. So Doug's trying to like play some little game, like he knows that they had to go down a hill. I don't know, it's fucking weird, man. And he talks about investigative strategy, and you never thought we would shift gears or whatever in the second, or the 2019 one. I think law enforcement tried some things in this case that aren't really like par for the course kind of thing, and fucked it up, for lack of better words, and it didn't work. And now they're left with like this can of worms that they have to like somehow explain away, or
just conveniently not allow at trial, like the sketches, and I don't know, it's so crazy. I wish I had all the answers. Such a complex case. Weird that I even heard that. Like, I was listening to some true crime case about what happened to Reagan in Ohio, and I heard that down the hill thing, and it caught my attention. And then I saw the date, and it was like February 11th, 2017, and I'm like, what? What are the chances of that? Yeah, I was gonna show something real quick. I just gotta grab it. We've been live for like 8 hours, man. That's impressive. I haven't done that in a long time. I did a 28-hour stream one time for no reason. Not doing that ever again. We are pretty close to the goal of sending $50 to Carrie as well to help with her trial expenses there, being there for the month in Delphi. We're at 32 currently. If anybody wants to help, half goes to Libby's mom, excuse me, Carrie, and half goes to my relocation fund. For those of you that don't know, I lost my apartment recently from the hurricane flood for the second time in 2 months. Or not 2 months, 11 months. So trying to save up to figure out the next move. But yeah, I really I've been enjoying like doing this Delphi stuff again recently, because I really feel like I'm onto something, and like all these different things keep coming out every day at trial, and like making more connections. But unfortunately I make zero from it for the most part. And I'm doing this instead of like my job, which is the music live streams and stuff, so it's not a good it's not a smart philosophy probably. Any support goes a long way, that's what I'm getting at. But anyways, I wanted to show a couple things real quick about the Chadwell thing. Like, obviously he's got the tattoos. He looks like the sketch. Talks about sleeping under bridges, hides creepy things in his photos. And he posted this 2013. Or 213, excuse me. I'm getting tired, obviously. Can't even talk. He posted this on February 13th, 2017. And I think I actually have the time he posted it. Hold on a second. I recently found like some old photos and screenshots that I had in my email. Getting hungry. So the first post on the 13th, this one, you made at 7:07 p.m. on the 13th. It says, "Yep, my girl is more badass than yours. Always working on something, LOL." You're about to see what looks like it could be Abby right there, unless I fucked it up somehow. Yeah, I think I did mess this up. Hold on.
Because I think I tried to fuck with this picture and I made it weird. But I have it, the regular one here somewhere. Alright, that's a little better. So, for one, there's a girl up here that to me doesn't really match like the girl down here. And she's wearing the same thing Abby's wearing on the fucking bridge. On the same day, 2/13/17. This little thing sticking out that kind of looks like a tattoo is a selfie stick that I matched to Liberty's Facebook picture, which I could show. The hand's really dirty, which is expected if you're working on a car, obviously, but there's also like some, I don't know, writing on her hand with red around it, almost like the skin was irritated with the writing or something. And then I'm not even going to get into all the weird shit I see in this fucking, these photos of the engine. The girl's tongue is weird as shit right here. It doesn't look real. Me, it almost looks like a, I don't know, like a female part or something. I don't know. Like a weird thing, either way. Like you can tell that's not normal. At least I don't think that's fucking normal. So weird. But anyway, I was just trying to show you guys some stuff real quick, but so he posted that on the 13th at 7 p.m. And you can see like Abby's on the bridge, or the picture of her anyways on the bridge. That Snapchat photo is conveniently the only one that was uploaded to her Snapchat that's not on Liberty's phone. That's a red flag. So yeah, gray jacket jeans, both from the same day. I'm gonna get more to the tattoo in a second. That I don't think's a tattoo. So, hold on, it's better if I just make this. Hold on, man. The one that's already on my channel with the narration is so much better. And I don't have to talk as much. I do have an entire video on my channel, by the way, if you want to check it out, called the Chadwell Coincidence. That I use a really cool AI voice. So you don't even have to listen to mine. You get to listen to like this girl. It sounds a lot better than me. Why am I not finding it? Oh. I am getting tired. I can't even think. Sorry if I'm lagging. Been a long stream. Long few days, actually. I'm just gonna let this play. We'll wait on the Robert Ives stuff. This seems like people are interested in right now. It's good to see. This is my song, Touch the Monster.
Seem crazy, but you haven't touched the monster. You Won't even scream at all. Call me baby, my attachment is much harder. I'm the ghost creeping up your wall.
The information provided in my videos are for entertainment purposes only. I offer no statements of fact beyond those available.
I wish I could do this for all my videos and just have this narration and stuff, but like, it's such a process. Like lately, I just want to get the videos like done and out and move on to the next one, especially with the trial going on. I feel like I'm running out of time.
Through information freely available to the public, and through diligent public and private research. While I may theorize, question, and speculate about certain persons in my videos, I leave the conclusions to the audience. To the extent that pending or settled criminal matters, crimes, or possible crimes are discussed in my videos, all parties or defendants are presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Welcome and thanks for tuning in to the Jackson Files. In this episode of Devil's Advocate, The Chadwell Coincidence, we'll be taking a closer look at James Bryan Chadwell, specifically proposing his potential involvement in the Delphi, Indiana case that took the lives of two young girls, Abigail Williams and Liberty German. The primary purpose of this video is the pursuit of justice for Abby and Libby. We won't be discussing whether the accused, Richard Allen, was or was not involved. Rather, as the title suggests, we'll be a devil's advocate and go over several reasons why I personally believe that Chadwell was involved. Much of this information is from my own investigative research, beginning in 2021, as well as information of public record. I ask that you please keep an open mind and think of all of this information in its totality, and determine whether it's all coincidental, or that he could possibly have been involved. Again, my primary purpose for making this video is to bring whoever was involved in this horrific crime to justice. I encourage dialogue in the comments, but ask that you please keep it respectful.
My eyes are dead.
Any hateful or disrespectful comments will be deleted. Let's get started.
Accused of kidnapping and attacking a 9-year-old girl found chained in his home. He's also being investigated in connection with the murder of 2 8th-grade girls 4 years ago. We spoke with some of his family members who told us flat out he's evil.
He's a monster, exactly. He is an absolute evil person.
He's talking about his own brother, James Chadwell, who was accused of imprisoning a 9-year-old girl in his basement and is under investigation in the unsolved murders of teens Libby German and Abby Williams in 2017.
Do I think that he's capable of that kind of crime? Absolutely. Absolutely. He's shown numerous times, not only to his friends, but his family as well, that he has that kind of evil streak to him.
Chadwell's stepfather also fears the 42-year-old ex-con may be the mysterious figure caught on Libby's cell phone approaching them on an abandoned train trestle in Delphi, Indiana.
Is he capable? Probably. You know, and should they let him back out on the street? Not ever. Throw the key away this time.
Chadwell's brother Ashley says James tried to drown him when he was 4 years old.
He is absolutely capable of killing someone.
Chadwell has been in and out of jail since he was a teenager.
I also just really don't like people. I have dogs.
His body is covered in tattoos. One across his chest says rebellious. But this is the tattoo that's drawing a lot of attention today. Some see an uncanny resemblance to slain Libby German. Look at them side by side. His brother says that's a relatively new tattoo.
I really don't think that he had that tattoo when he got out of prison.
This is a virtual reality reconstruction of the moment Libby and Abby were approached by the suspected killer.
Westy, wait till you see like the thing that, because I put the one photo over the other and used an overlay, like a transparent overlay. It's pretty wild.
It was made by Crime Door, an app which recreates the scenes of notorious crimes. There's Libby bravely capturing the stranger on her cell phone. Now, could investigators finally be closing in on an arrest?
He should be locked up and never let loose again because he's a monster.
Chadwell is officially charged with attempted murder, kidnapping, and child molestation of the 9-year-old.
Section 1. The tattoos. Located on the...
Like, I wouldn't say I'd put my life that Delphi or that Chadwell is involved, but like, Be pretty damn close, man. I would say I'm like 90 to 95% sure that he was at least one of the people.
Inside of Chadwell's upper right arm is a tattoo that is eerily reminiscent of Abby Williams. The possibility that in fact it is a portrayal of the slain young girl is compounded upon realization that he has another tattoo that is eerily reminiscent of Libby German, located on the inside of his upper left arm. Not only do the tattoos resemble Abby and Libby, they also appear to show both girls crying, potentially even crying tears of blood. Could these tattoos
Fun fact, I made this really cool instrumental that's playing right now.
be his way of commemorating his crime? Trophies of his victims, perhaps?
Also, over the course of the Delphi investigation, there were two primary sketches of a man police were looking for. They don't look alike. The sketch of the man with the hat came out during the start of the investigation in 2017, and 2 years later, a sketch of a man with curly hair was released. So I had this question. 2 years into the investigation, after we got the initial sketch, we were told to not rely on that sketch anymore, that this was a new sketch that came out that looked completely different than the original. But when we see the mugshot of Richard Allen, he looks mostly like that initial sketch. So why the change 2 years into someone that didn't look anything like the person that we were presented with on Monday?
Well, I'll answer the question in two parts. One, isn't it amazing that he looks a lot like one and a little bit like the other, depending upon the eye of the beholder, right? And I've said all along those sketches are not photographs. There are reasons that we structurally, and not structurally, but logistically changed the investigative strategy throughout the middle of this in multiple phases. Some were not even recognized, nor did they have to be. But those detectives are going to base what they're going to do based upon what they know. And what they know comes from the people that live in that community and around the world, literally around the world. So I think that was the absolute right decision at the time to do what they
I will say the one thing I don't necessarily like about Doug Carter is, like, there's been several times where he's been asked a question and he's like, yeah, isn't that something? And then he doesn't answer your fucking question, just like, you know, hops around at the entire answer.
They did. I've always said that the two sketches are simply sketches, they're not photographs. It's a piece of an investigative puzzle. And when we're all done with this, we're going to be able to meld the two of them together. And we're going
I mean, I've sent, over the years, I've sent like pretty much everything to people and got nowhere. I tried to get a hold of people, defense, didn't get anywhere. Some people reached out to me claiming that they're investigators for the defense, and we've been talking about some stuff, so hopefully, because I do think that they need to see a lot of this stuff. Like a lot.
And we're going to find an individual. That's what happened.
If I had money, I'd go there
Section
myself.
2. The sketches. Police released this first sketch of a suspect roughly 5 months after the murders, on July 17, 2017. As you can see, the comparison of James Bryan Chadwell to the sketch is uncanny. Indiana State Police released an updated sketch on April 22, 2019. As you can tell, this sketch was vastly different than the original, as it shows a clean-shaven younger man with curly hair. While there appears to still be some similarities between Chadwell and the newer sketch, I agree with investigators that the two sketches are of two different individuals. In fact, later in this video, I will present a speculative theory on the identity of the younger suspect depicted in the updated sketch, who may have been an accomplice of Chadwell in the double homicide. Could it be that the video Libby supposedly took of the infamous bridge guy is actually a guy that's proven to sleep under bridges for extended periods of time, and has countless photos of himself near bridges?
Makes sense.
Section 3. The Facebook photo, February 13th, 2017.
The hardest part is making it all make sense, like the why. The why, it's hard.
This was a privated photo originally uploaded to Brian Chadwell's Facebook profile between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, the same day that Abby and Libby went missing. Notice that the woman in the bottom left corner appears much thinner than the woman in the top left corner, and may even be wearing different clothing.
I made this instrument.
The female in Chadwell's photo from February 13th, 2017, is very thin and wearing a gray sweater jacket and blue jeans. Abby, also very thin, was last.
Me too. That's been one of the biggest frustrations I've had since like researching this case. Is I see writing in like so many photos, and I know it's there, but it's like unintelligible, and I can't make it out. And straining my eyes, it's just brutal after.
Seen in Libby's Snapchat video, taken on the same day as Chadwell's uploaded photo, February 13th, 2017. She is also wearing a gray sweater jacket and blue jeans, in addition to a pink top. If that wasn't weird enough, I found a photo on Libby's Facebook profile, where she is seen with Abby, her sister Kelsey, her other sister I believe, and another girl. I was informed by Abby's mother, Anna Williams, that the object Libby was holding in the photo is a selfie stick. The female in Chadwell's photo from February 13th, 2017, had something visibly tucked into her.
The ironic thing is like, over the last few years, like when people would watch my videos like this, they would just be like, you're fucking out of your mind, you know, and lay off the drugs and do this and do that. And now people are like, maybe this guy actually was onto something.
Jeans. It blew my mind when analyzing this further,
Wouldn't that be something?
and when comparing the tucked-in object to the selfie stick.
I just want justice for the girls. I don't care if I'm right or wrong, but I do think, hey.
As you can see,
right
when a
about
transparency overlay is applied over the tucked-in object, with the selfie stick from Libby's photo, they appear to be, in fact, the same object. To me, it also appears that there is some unintelligible writing on the exterior of the jeans. If this actually is Abby and Chadwell's photo, could this be some...
Like if you, I never said anything about this, but like if you look at this photo of Libby's, like even that's got some weird things in it. Like I really feel that this this case has some kind of art or photography or combo of the two like element. Because there's certain parts of her photo that there's like black and white, what looks like drawings or illustrations like in the video or in the picture that I don't think are actually like caught by the camera. I feel like somehow they put this stuff in the photo, like, but they had to know how to do that. I don't know. So I often wonder if like a lot of these people took a class together and learned how to do something to their photos, but I don't know what, man. It's weird that it's in Liberty's photo on her Facebook.
some kind of twisted advertisement, or perhaps a sick individual hiding horrific things in plain sight.
Like, you see how that matches up like perfectly? And there's writing here, like I almost want to say it says something like MySpace. Like I see like an M and a Y maybe. But again, you can't make it out really. But you can clearly see that that's not a tattoo sticking out of her jeans. And you can see how skinny this girl is, which doesn't match the other girl in the photo in the top right that they want you to believe. But yeah, not only does this match like perfectly, but once you put a filter on the picture, it looks like a bunch of
bunch of blood coming out of Abby's head. So, warning. Speaking of warnings.
Warning. The following may or
I don't know, have any of you ever seen The Sopranos? Like, I get the vibe, you know, when, like, forgive my language, but the character's name is Pussy in the show. And they find out that he was wearing a wire for the feds or whatever. And even though they didn't want to, and they loved him and he was their friend, they knew they had to get rid of him or else they were fucked in the long run. And that's what happened. I feel like there's something similar that happened in this case. Like Libby found something out. They had to do a factory reset on her phone to get rid of whatever she found out. Then they had to think about what they wanted to do next. They decided that they had to get rid of her. I think that Abby was just collateral damage that Libby probably confided on whatever she found out with Abby. That's kind of like my part of my working theory, I guess.
may not contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah, I love The Sopranos too. Thank you for posting and giving all your help tonight. Pretty close to the goal, like we're at 32.
When applying one specific filter to Chadwell's photo from February 13th, 2017, the shadow on the ground underneath the female becomes very red, perhaps revealing a pool of blood. Her head also appears red, as does her left side, right above her waistline, and right next to the possibly identified selfie stick.
This is my song Oblivious, just the instrumental though. I love this song.
Section 4, the Facebook photo, February 14th, 2017. This was another privated photo originally uploaded to Brian Chadwell's Facebook profile on February 14th, 2017, the same day that Abby and Libby's bodies were discovered. Notice that he appears.
So the 13th, he posts that picture of a girl under the car wearing the same kind of clothing as Abby on the bridge, the bridge photo. Got a selfie stick on her that matches photo of her with Libby. And it looks like she got blood coming out of her head. Her figure's different than the other girl picture. And then on the 14th, Chadwell's clean shaven and says sometimes your kids just need to be reminded who really is in charge. And remember Krista Burris on the 15th. Something like nothing's that bad if it feels good. Come on, man.
It's freshly shaved. His caption states, "Sometimes your kids just need to be reminded whom really is in charge."
Too many things to be coincidence.
On the surface, his comment seems to be in regards to his dog and him having the ball in his mouth and not letting the dog have it. However, given everything discussed thus far, the comment being posted this particular day, and knowing that 2 kids were just found deceased, I believe it's highly feasible that his comment was a subliminal message to either the girl's parents, or just the community, or parents in general. Section 5, the audio.
A key piece of evidence in that case is that brief video and audio clip saying, "Guys down the hill." Cops say 14-year-old Libby German captured it on her cell phone before she was killed. And we had an audio expert compare the voice on the recording with the voice of James Chadwell to see if there's a match.
They're the most tantalizing clues in the unsolved murders of 14-year-old Libby German and her best friend, Abby Williams. The haunting video and audio were recorded by Libby at the moment the murder suspect comes at them on this train trestle in Delphi, Indiana in 2017. Inside Edition asked a top forensic audio expert to compare the mystery voice with that of James Chadwell, who faces charges of imprisoning a 9-year-old girl in his basement 20 miles from Delphi.
Come find me, or I will find you.
We discovered recordings of Chadwell's voice on his creepy social media posts.
I'm in my boxers. Thunderstorm. Because I can. Live life. Have fun.
In this post, he's training his pit bull Outlaw to chase cats.
Kitty cat. You see it? Kitty cat. I love you.
And here, he's designing a tattoo of a woman being attacked by a demon in a tree.
It's all about putting your emotions and your feelings on paper.
A creepy dude for sure with a long criminal history. But does his voice sound like the man Libby German recorded? The recordings were analyzed by forensic audio expert Anthony Nelson at the Garrett Discovery Audio Lab in Orlando. Are you able to say that there are any similarities between these two sources of audio?
No, I'm not, Steven. Basically, the audio file is a little too short. When you only have 3 seconds, it's just not enough time to figure out those kinds of characteristics.
A disappointing outcome, but could it still be the same man? As detectives reportedly set their sights on the 42-year-old laid-off welder.
So apparently I was like a
Same age as me right now.
Almost. I was just trying to support and didn't really understand exactly what they were about. But I'm still gonna fucking support you guys. You got me, I got you.
So weird.
All that matters. Keep doing what you're doing. So this national rape thing, it's a bunch of young ass kids fucking starting some bullshit just to get some social media support. They're not really fucking doing that. Nobody does that. If they do, we fucking kill them. That's all. They know.
Harsh.
Don't be a lamb. Be a lion. If you fall into that trap, that's your fault. Because you're a fucking dumbass. Get over it. So I said I would never do this. Because I'm not photogenic for one thing, but I also just really don't like people. I have dogs.
Funny statement, photogenic. All this shit is photos. Fucking creep.
I just want to say thank you to all you people out there that are sharing your stories and inspiring the rest of us to keep trying and doing our best. It means more than you know.
I forgot to put that picture of the leg, I think, in this video. That girl's
That's
leg in this picture.
Really all I got. I'm not here for the shares and the likes and...
Trying to keep track of all this fucking fuckery.
I'm just here for support for others. So, all you chicks on TikTok trying to sling your booty or sling your taco, whatever you're trying to do, you need to wrap that shit up. It ain't working. Nobody... We got Pornhub for that shit. We don't need your little extras. So, take that shit somewhere else. We're looking for a real ass woman. Over the age of 30. And...
That aged well. The bar, that aged well.
Confident. And... you know who you are.
Section 6. The Memorial Ride. This clip is from the Memorial Ride on February 18, 2017, just 4 days after the girls' bodies were discovered. Could this be Chadwell standing with some of the family?
Like this, I really don't think is him.
It does have a lot of similar features, but I feel like if it was him, we would know already, and it should be easily debunked, because whoever this guy is, people are going to know who that is. But man, he's got some similar features. Yeah, that's not him. Unless he really made himself
This should
look weird
easily
that
be
day.
able to be debunked if this individual can be identified as someone else.
I'd be curious to know who that is
However,
next to him.
I believe it does resemble Chadwell a bit, and there are some photos on his Facebook of Harley-Davidson memorabilia. Section 7. Chadwell Children.
This is my song When I'm Down that I should probably release already.
Is it possible that Chadwell has children? You'll understand why this could be relevant to the case as this video progresses. While residing in South Dakota, he was arrested on August 25, 2012, for driving under the influence, with 10 and 11-year-old children in the vehicle. While initially charged with child abuse, he pled guilty to contributing to the neglect of a child, a misdemeanor. Who were the two children in Chadwell's vehicle at 11:30 p.m.?
Welcome, Rebecca. Welcome, Monday.
Please remember, any persons mentioned in this video are presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law, and all of this is speculative theory and not proven factual. Chadwell has two nephews, Austin and Aaron, that I believe would have both been 10 and 11 years old in 2012. More than likely, they are indeed his nephews, and not his own kids. However, with him spending roughly 15 years in and out of prison before his final arrest, it is intriguing. I also think Brian's comment to Austin on Facebook, stating, "I should have been there more," sounds more like something you'd hear from an absent father, rather than an absent uncle. It sparks curiosity further upon learning that in January of 2021, when the mother of the boys, Jessica Chadwell, filed a petition for dissolution of marriage from their father, Christopher Chadwell. She had first filled it out without kids, and had to redo it showing kids. Their father was also charged in September of 2011, with domestic battery committed in the presence of a child less than 16 years old. The very peculiar thing is that on February 14, 2017, there is a post on Austin Chadwell's Facebook profile where he comments, "Hey, I didn't make it, because the same thing, not feeling well." It says there are 5 comments in total on the post, however, only 3 are seen. Could one of the missing comments been from Brian Chadwell mentioning he wasn't feeling well and didn't make it to an event he was supposed to be at? Either.
So think of that. You got the picture on the 13th with Abby in his picture, or it looks like Abby with all that stuff. You got him on the 14th, clean shaven, saying like, your kids need to be taught a lesson or whatever. And this is showing that Austin and more than likely Brian were supposed to be somewhere the 13th or the 14th and didn't make it because they weren't feeling well. And they even said, like in the presser, like one of the things was like, you know, was there somebody that was supposed to be somewhere and they didn't make it? Or they said they had a flat tire, and at the time seemed, you know, like a normal excuse, and now in hindsight it's like, maybe not. Like, telling you.
On February 13th or 14th. After all, it does seem like Austin's comment is in response to a previous one on the post that is no longer there. Not to mention the post is liked by Brian.
And Austin.
In September of 2019, Austin was arrested and charged with operating a motor vehicle with a false plate that belonged to another vehicle. This charge is clear proof that Austin could be deceptive, and it's time to revisit the second sketch released in 2019 of a younger suspect. Whether he is Brian's nephew or potentially his own son, could Austin Chadwell have been Brian's accomplice in committing the double homicide of Abby and Libby? One sketch looks very much like Brian. One sketch looks very much like Austin.
I think they're really his kids, and for whatever reason, they don't want people to know that. He looks just like the fucking sketch, man. Curly hair and everything. And one thing I was thinking of is, like, you know, obviously the first sketch they released was of a much older person. I feel like maybe they didn't release the younger sketch until 2 years later is because it was of a minor. You know? You ain't kidding, dong. You ain't fucking kidding, man. Assuming you're a man, I don't know. Please smash the like button if you're just joining us. We're almost to 100 likes. And there's 60 of us in here, looks like. Appreciate you coming through. Andy got in trouble for having a false or fictitious plate on a car. Interesting. Speaking of, there's somebody named Preston German. I'm not too sure, like, where he falls in the family tree. But I think when he was like 19, maybe 21, I think 19 though, he got arrested for leaving the scene of an accident or something. Or failure to stop at the scene of an accident, something to that effect. And a month later, he's dead. And you don't hear anything about this kid. That's in German. Interesting. So let me know if anybody knows anything about that. Be curious to know. I heard a rumor that
he's guilty. The man who abducted, beat,
really
and molested a
girls
9-year-old girl in his Lafayette home faced a judge today and admitted to all of it. James Chadwell II is now going to prison for the rest of his life. Today at 5, Emily Longnecker watched it all happen from inside the courtroom and says the guilty plea saves jurors from a horrific trial.
Tippecanoe County prosecutor Pat Harrington says he is relieved that this case didn't go to trial because the police body camera footage that a jury would have seen is some of the most shocking he has ever seen. So bad, Harrington says, that many who have viewed it have had to have counseling. Handcuffed and dressed in a prison jumpsuit, 42-year-old James Chadwell II told a Tippecanoe County judge he was guilty of trying to murder a 9-year-old girl, first luring her to this home.
Like, just knowing that he did this, and he lived in Lafayette, and he had those tattoos that look so close to Libby and Abby, like, how do you not look at this guy like fucking with a fine-tooth comb?
With the promise of petting his dog. In front of the little girl's family who was in the courtroom, Chadwell also admitted to beating the child, strangling her to the point of passing out, and then sexually molesting her in his basement.
It's disturbing that a human being could ever treat another person in this manner.
Chadwell told the judge he suffers from schizophrenia and post-traumatic stress disorder and had been drinking April 19th when he attacked the little girl who lived nearby. Police later found her in Chadwell's basement on a second visit to his home that same day after the girl's mom.
I will say this is one case, this Chadwell and the 9-year-old thing, where like justice is served, man. Got fucking 90 years, like, go justice system.
Reported her missing. On their first visit, Chadwell told police the girl had been there, but had left. Officers doubled back when neighbors said the last time
Yeah, I got a whole video about it. We actually played it earlier, Westy, about Chadwell's biological father and his brothers. Yeah, you have to go check it out though. On my channel.
They'd seen the 9-year-old was with Chadwell.
You heard him admit that his intent was to kill her. Had they not gone back, yeah, the results may have not been as they were today.
The case received wide media attention after Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby said they were investigating if Chadwell could be connected to the murders in Delphi of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. But Chadwell was never named a suspect in the case. Friday, his defense attorney spoke to that issue.
There's nothing to suggest that I've seen or that I've been told that he was part of that, so I don't believe he had anything to do with the murders of Abigail and Liberty.
Prosecutor Harrington said he hadn't discussed the possibility of a connection between Chadwell and the Delphi murders with anyone.
They keep that investigation very close to themselves, and they should.
Harrington remained focused on his case, saying the only closure for the victim was that the criminal case was over.
Every day is a day where they are trying to recover from their grieving process.
Chadwell's sentencing is set for December 16th. He could face up to 160 years in prison.
Section 8, 90-year sentence. James Bryan Chadwell was charged for attempted murder, child molesting, attempted child molesting, kidnapping, criminal confinement, battery resulting in serious bodily injury, and strangulation. Section 9, fake Facebook profile. There's a Facebook profile with the name James Tousley. The person looks very young, around Abby and Libby's age, yet it shows went to Delphi High School from 2010 to 2014. In one photo, I confirmed with Chadwell's brother, Ashley Chadwell, that Bryan is in the photo, along with his dog and couch. The main photo is even a dog behind the wheel of a vehicle. There's a photo of a white Ford Mustang on February 23, 2017. 2 days prior, there was a photo of what looks like either brand new tires or tires that have been recently cleaned. 2 years later, in January of 2019, there's a post indicating he got a new vehicle, yet it appears to possibly be the same white Mustang. There is also a photo of artwork that looks similar in style to that of artwork posted by Chadwell on his own Facebook in July of 2017.
I need to finish this damn song. Lately, my thoughts been getting the best of me. Let the rest of me for the rest of me.
There's also evidence that this person used Snapchat, and at least had an interest in weapons. Again, doesn't seem like posts a young person around the age of 10 would be making in 2014, in my opinion. Another individual mentioned early on in this case was Max Snowberger. Not only was he the person who started the Rest in Peace Abby and Libby group on Instagram, supposedly before that was known to the public, but on Facebook, he's friends with Garrett Kurtz, Abby Williams, Libby German, Austin Chadwell, and James Tousley. It was also said Max was involved with setting up a meeting between the girls and someone at the bridge, and was originally meant to have gone with them, but backed out. Section 10, Other Items of Interest. I'm unsure of what year this was posted, but it's extra eerie if January of 2017. Chadwell states, "I'm in love with a little redhead. You make my soul smile. I'll chase you till I can't walk. Then I'll chase you in my wheelchair." Garrett Kurtz, another person mentioned early on in the case, who is currently in prison for other murders, has the word cowboy next to his name on Facebook. Oddly, Bryan Chadwell had the word outlaw next to his. Could this be indication that they were in some kind of club or group together? This is a post Chad uploaded to his Facebook on February 13, 2017, apparently from Kokomo, Indiana, stating, "Another pic of my landlord's truck. Boy has good taste." Then on March 9, 2017, another post seemingly in the same truck, stating nostalgic, 260 AC, open 2 windows and drive 60. Could this potentially be some kind of coded message to somebody? I'm unsure if this is Chadwell's ex-wife or just a former girlfriend, but shows in 2010 he was served a protective order, and she filed a petition for relief from domestic abuse. This photo is from Google Earth from February of 2017. I was unable to narrow to a specific date. However, I know it is before the 20th. While it's too hard to figure out, in my opinion, one person resembles Chadwell, with his hands in his pockets, and possibly even his dog. Another person in the photo, to me, resembles possibly Richard Allen or Ron Logan. This is another post from Chadwell's Facebook on February 14, 2017. It was a video clip of a dog rolling around in mud. It's kinda creepy that even in a childhood photo with his siblings, Brian has some kind of sharp object in his hand. Thank you for watching. Please be respectful in the comments. May there be justice for Abby and Libby.
think I just realized I wasn't talking that whole time again. I do that sometimes. You're all like, what's going on? I'm going to take a quick like 10 to 12 minute break. I'm going to play a couple of my tunes. Hope you enjoy them. And then when I come back, we'll play the Robert Ives stuff. Then I'll probably be done for the day. So.
Send me to my grave. Send me to my grave. Yes, yes, yes. I gotta make me a woman. This time I listen to my heart. I'm overdue for a brand new start. That part of my life's over. It's time to get clean and sober. I don't know who the fuck I've been. I don't know where the fuck I was. Fucked up on sex and drugs. Some are thinking I was in love. I'm in a tunnel and I can't get out. It's dark and I'm having doubt. The monster in the mirror ain't me. He scares the living shit out of me. I fucked up and ended up in jail. And now it's time to escape this hell. Speed sent me to be a slave. Thank God she didn't send me to my grave. Send me to my grave. Send me to be a slave. Send me to my grave. Send me to be a slave. Yes, yes, yes. I gotta make me a woman. Look at the animal I've become. An asshole to the girl I love. Forgetting my own moral code. Stuck in manipulation mode. Addicted to sex and drugs. Stuck in a codependent love. Sick and infatuated to this high. Craving a taste of that devil's pie. And now I'm smoking on a cigarette. It's full of hatred and regret. The first song I wrote sober. I hope it's giving me some closure. Music is my rehab. Reciting every single thought I have. Speed sent me to be a slave. Thank God she didn't send me to my grave. Send me to my grave. Send me to be a slave. Send me to my grave. Send me to be a slave. Yes, yes, yes. I gotta make me a woman. All night. And all day. Keep on coming. Yes, yes, yes. They say time heals everything. No more methamphetamine. Everything they say is true. It will take everything from you. You'll cheat and lie just to get by. Just to find that one more high. Speed sent me to be a slave. Thank God she didn't send me to my grave. Send me to my grave. Send me to be a slave. Send me to my grave. Send me to be a slave. Yes, yes, yes. I gotta make me a woman. stuck in my head, yeah. Having suicidal thoughts just like my ex. Imagine slits on my wrist, I'm stressed, yeah. I'm doing drugs just to ease the pain. I gotta feel this way just to feel okay. I saw the look in your eye, like I'm not the same. I guess I changed, yeah. Still I keep pushing through the pain while my life goes down the drain. Seems like just the other day heard my mama yell my name. Better stop playing in the rain, son, that's not how you were raised. I'm still trapped in a cage, hope I'll be okay. Hope I'll be okay. I just wanna get out of my shell and scream for help, yeah. Can't figure out if I'm lost in a dream or if I'm stuck up in hell, yeah. I just don't know anymore, I just don't know anymore. I'd rather be a poor man lost in a dream than a rich man lost in between. Still I keep pushing through the pain while my life goes down the drain. Seems like just the other day heard my mama yell my name. Better stop playing in the rain, son, that's not how you were raised. I'm still trapped in a cage, hope I'll be okay. I hope I'll be okay. Yeah, I hope I'll be okay. I wish I had someone to talk to. I wish I had someone to walk to. I wish I had someone to walk through life, yeah. Cause all these days gone by, relying on drugs to hide from the truth and all the crying on the inside. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot, my emotions got me caught. I have no motivation, I ain't got no excuse. Yeah, I just don't know anymore. Yeah, I just don't know anymore. Sometimes I ask myself why. Hope I'll be okay.
I do hope I'll be okay. I lied. I'm gonna play one more. I just dropped this one the other day after forever. It's called Oblivious. Then we'll probably play the 3 interviews with Robert Ives and maybe this quick video about the Shack and maybe Shane Evans, and then I'm call it a stream and hopefully sleep all day. But this is called Oblivious. I love this song. Thank you again, everybody, for joining and hanging out with us today.
Such a lonesome face, lost in the echoes while my mind decays. Synthetic fueled nights keep chasing empty highs, blinded from the smoke, the heat burning my eyes. Clueless in the chaos, can't break through this. Mind playing tricks, feel so damn foolish. Moving with delusions, can't seem to get away. Chatting with my sanity, praying it'll stay. Of my soul's demise, I've become a puppet with the strings untied. I see more black than I see blue skies. Rather look up at stars and look up at the light. dreams scattered, hearing silent cries, picking up the pieces like when Kobe Bryant died. How can I find myself if I'm wearing a disguise? I don't wanna hide, I've never been too good at goodbyes. Lost in verses where my story lies, symphony of whispers realize. Staring at the mirror with them eagle eyes, can't figure out if I'm dead or alive. Now that I'm aware of everything that I've been going through, feel I've been found, know exactly where I'm going to. Listen real close, you'll be hearing what I'm gonna do. This time it's different, biting off what I'm gonna chew.
Makes me want to work on music.
It's oblivion. It's oblivion. It's oblivion.
That particular song is only on YouTube right now because I kind of released it on a whim 2 weeks ago. I need to set it up for distributing, but I have a lot of music on Spotify and all the other platforms. I probably have 100 songs. I do have physical copies of my most recent album called Level Headed available as well. In my music streams, I usually have info about that in the description. And everything's on YouTube, either on this channel or I started a new channel for my music. I actually need to put this song on, but if anybody wants to subscribe, this is my newest music channel that all my new music's going to go on moving forward. And eventually I'm going to move all my older stuff to it too. It just takes a while. I can figure out how to do this. I'll just share this link, but it takes you to channel. Appreciate it. I haven't worked on music in months. Hopefully I remember how. Been an interesting year, man. I never thought I'd be affected by bad enough hurricane flooding that I would lose my apartment not once but twice in 11 months. It would have been 3 times in 13 months if I stayed there. It's nuts. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what this is. All right, so we got the former Delphi prosecutor on early days of investigation first.
I knew the girls.
These are interesting interviews. It's been a while since I watched them. One's about 6 minutes.
Were missing the day before. And I can tell you, I at least, and I think most people thought, oh, well, you know, they're hanging out with friends, they've had a fight with mom. No such thing happened, don't misunderstand me, but we didn't think much about it. And when the next day, when their bodies were found, it was shocking to everybody. It was certainly shocking to me because in Carroll County, such a crime was unprecedented. You know, people kill each other sometimes, but generally it's a crime of passion. It's about boyfriends, girlfriends, husband, wives, or some emotional dispute. We've never had, in my time, I was first prosecutor in 1987, we never had a murder in a robbery or a random murder. You know, we had drunk driving deaths, we had murders of husbands and wives, but nothing like this. And so it was tremendously shocking. And the outpouring of law enforcement support was incredible then, because not only did the FBI come in extreme numbers, but the law enforcement, the police departments of the surrounding counties, the sheriff's departments, the city police departments, they all sent detectives. And in those early days, there were plenty of leads, you know, but there was no great lead. You know, people have asked me sometimes, was there a point where y'all knew who did it, but you couldn't prove it? No. when I was involved, that point was never reached. There was never a time where we thought, this is the person, we just don't have enough to charge. But there was so much physical evidence at the crime, and the crime had been found so immediately after it had been committed, that it's the sort of thing that experienced law enforcement officers, experienced investigators all believe, well, this is going to be solved really quickly. And normally it would be. It's shocking to me that it hasn't been solved today. In today's world, we have cell phone evidence and we have DNA evidence. But if you had been a police officer in 1960 and you had arrived at this crime scene with the traditional physical evidence that was there, and then not to mention the fact, of course, we had video and audio of the person I think certainly killed the girls, you would be certain you were going to catch them within 48 hours. So when you add in the fact that we have evidence today, or we have investigatory methods that we didn't have in the 60s, all police officers, I believe anybody who was involved, I doubt anybody in that first 24 hours had any doubt it was going to be solved within 2-3 days. And
just from the evidence at the scene?
Yes, yes. The circumstances of the crime, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And, then after that, what happened was they developed a system where when there were tips or there were hints or there were reason to believe somebody was in the neighborhood, they would assign, we had so many officers working on it that the guys they give them sheets, in effect, go find these people and interview them about where they were that day and so on. And so there was this unbelievable manpower, totally unprecedented in my experience, working on this, and enthusiastically and passionately. And I would have been certain, if you had asked me at the time, I said, oh, next couple of days, they're going to find a suspect and action's going to be taken. Not because I had any particular feeling about a particular thing, it's just because of the circumstances of the crime.
At the scene?
Yes. I've told people before, there were times in those early days, it'd be late at night, and guys wouldn't go home because they thought, no, we're going to go out and do this, and then we're going to solve this, because that's the perception everybody had. Not because we had necessarily a really good lead, just because it just seemed like, well, of course this is going to be solved. The location is it's not a tourist attraction or anything. If you weren't from around here, you'd have no reason to even know such a place existed. The trail actually terminates at the bridge. The girls had gone out because it was a beautiful day, 52 degrees as I recall, in February. They just decided we're going to go out for a walk. And I remember at the time I would see on the internet or nationally people saying, I can't believe those girls were out there, as it was the wilderness. You could walk from my office downtown out to where they were in 20 minutes, maybe half an hour tops. And you could drive there in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And so it was just on the edge of town. In fact, there were houses. In fact, where the crime scene is, there's a house up on a hill that can actually look down. The backyard can look down and see that house, or the crime scene, I should say. And so the idea that they were someplace dangerous, I wouldn't have hesitated to have my child at that age to be walking out there. That's another thing that's shocking about the whole thing. Well, I guess I fear at this point that the most likely thing is, and this is a terrible thing to hope for, is that some other crime would be solved and the person, as has sometimes happened in the past, the person would say, oh, I committed this crime in Delphi also. I started to say, on the one hand, because it's not a very famous kind of place, I always tend to think it was a local person. But the fact that it's not been solved, and the fact there doesn't appear to be any motivation for it, it appears to be a serial killer type of thing. I'm not saying it is, I don't know, but makes me wonder if it wasn't a random act by somebody who isn't around here all the time. But I don't know. I mean, I'd like to tell you I have a strong feeling about that, but I don't. Early on, I would have said, well, it's surely somebody local, because who would know to be out there? Why would you be out there? Why would you even expect to find any other human beings out there in February?
Right.
It's broad daylight. This is something that needs to be emphasized. This is not like these girls were in a back alley in the middle of the night. They're in broad daylight in Carroll County, Indiana.
On February 25th, 2021.
Welcome, Jay. So this one looks like an interview that Robert Ives did with Dr. Oz that was deleted. Interesting. whoever posted this said, it has since been removed of any online presence. I found a recording of that interview and found the statements made by Ives to be very interesting, considering the recently released court documents indicating the accused Richard Allen's more than 27 confessions and incriminating statements that he's made while incarcerated. I think that we may also hear about incriminating statements made prior to Allen's arrest, making Ives' intuitions that much more profound in hindsight. Ives also shared some insight on the various law enforcement investigative avenues utilizing the VICAP linkage system and how they looked at the person who took the lives of Liberty and Abby potentially being a serial offender. Interesting. I don't know if I've seen this before.
Former Delphi prosecutor Robert Ives did an interview with renowned talk show host Dr. Oz. I recently found a recording of this interview, which has been deleted from most online sites, including the network. Interestingly, Ives had some things to say about the unknown Delphi murder suspect regarding his thoughts on confessions, along with details pertaining to the VICAP system, which maintains the largest repository of major violent crime cases in the U.S. Court documents filed by the state prosecutor Nick McClelland have recently revealed that the accused Richard Allen has confessed and made statements to more than 27 people since he's been incarcerated. We first found out about these confessions at the court hearing held on June 15th, 2023. Testimony and statements by both the prosecution and the defense indicated that Allen had confessed to his wife, mother, mental health and medical professionals who worked at Westville Correctional where he was being held, along with testimony by Warden John Gallipo regarding letters that Allen had written to him personally. Allen has made confessions and statements to 16 staff members, including IDOC guards and 8 prison inmates. I found it interesting that Ives had been so intuitive all those years ago when he told Dr. Oz that inevitably, when people commit horrible crimes, they feel compelled to confess.
The girl's cause of death is still protected, which I understand, but what can you tell us about the actual crime scene, with what you're allowed to share? Could this have been the work of a serial killer?
Well, I think like most people, because the trail is not well known, it's not a big tourist spot, and because the bridge itself is something you wouldn't cross unless you were familiar with the area. And the bridge was abandoned 30 years ago. And when you see the person walking across it with his head down, it's because it's not safe to cross that bridge. The bridge was not part of the trail. The trail terminated at the bridge. And so most people, I believe, and most people in law enforcement thought it must be a local person, because why would anybody be there? Why would you be familiar with that trail? But on the other hand, the crime is so, it's impossible to think of a motivation for the crime. Generally, when you have a murder in rural Indiana, Carroll County, the motive was obvious, the suspect was obvious, and in this case, the 2 girls were murdered. And as I told people, the crime scene is very unusual. It's all very strange. And so while we certainly thought in the early days it would be solved in 2 or 3 days, now I have to wonder if it wasn't a semi-random crime of the sort that we occasionally have had in this country, where a person had an opportunity and they committed these murders, but still it doesn't make any sense for them to be there just outside of Delphi, Indiana.
So without giving up details that could compromise the investigation, you said there's some unique physical aspects to the scene.
Well, as this 4-year anniversary has come up and some people have wanted to talk to me about it, it has made me think about something I've been concerned about. Besides the fact of the video and the audio, which is amazing evidence to have from a crime scene, as I've told people, if you had arrived at this crime scene where the girls' bodies were found, there were 3 or 4 physical characteristics of the crime scene that you absolutely would take pictures of. Now, law enforcement has good reasons why they don't want to release information. I am not involved in the investigation in any way. I hope the people who are handling the investigation will consider whether perhaps it might be time to release some more of that information. So connections to other crimes and other places, or if someone had ever spoken to the perpetrator of this crime, perhaps it would give them a clue that they had learned something from the perpetrator.
So just so I can connect these dots a little bit, if another crime scene had some of these unique characteristics that are worth photographing, could you connect that and potentially think this is the work of a serial killer?
Well, I think so. I'm no expert on serial killers, but I can tell you in the early days of this investigation, of course, law enforcement, the FBI, the Indiana State Police, the Carroll County Sheriff's Department were looking for crimes in other locations that might have similar characteristics. But of course, the public doesn't know some of these similar characteristics. And even then, the characteristics they were looking for tended to be more general things than the items I'm talking about. And I'm not certain of the exact significance of these things, but they are very unusual.
As a former prosecutor, are you confident this case will be solved? That's the real question our audience has.
Confidence is a difficult word. People ask me, do I think it'll be solved? And I think it will be, but I can't give you strong reasons for that. I'm hopeful. You know, when people commit a horrifying crime, they feel compelled to confess. They feel compelled to brag. I can't help but think that the person who committed these crimes will talk to somebody at some point, or someone will realize, gosh, this person said something to me that makes me nervous, concerned about this.
That's kind of wild. Because, like, I don't know, if I ever committed some egregious crime like that, or atrocious crime, I should say, I wouldn't want to tell people or confess. Like, no way.
You know, if it's someone you care about, you'll think of all sorts of rationalizations to not believe they committed a terrible crime, but we know terrible crimes get committed. So I think that's a possibility. And in addition, I don't hope for this, but there's always the possibility that someone will be caught committing another crime, as serial killers have sometimes been caught in this country, and will confess to this crime here in Delphi, Indiana.
Well, Godspeed.
I was telling my mom earlier, it's like I really feel in my heart that, like, I'm on the right track, but then I, like, stop and think to myself, like, if it really was a, you know, like some ritualistic cult sacrifice, you know, ceremony, and people were watching it happen, like, it seems so wild and bizarre to me that there would be a larger group of people all involved in something so heinous and, like, being okay with it and then not saying anything for 7 years. Like, that's some fucking crazy stuff, man. But it does happen in our history, you know, like they had the Jonestown thing, or, like, I don't know, 1,000 people or something crazy all kill themselves at the same time, like, because they have weird beliefs and stuff. It's hard to fathom and wrap your head around it. But that doesn't mean, like, it couldn't have happened, you know? Our world's a fucked up place, man. Sad to say, but it's true. Alright, so this might be the last one. I'm probably going to call it a stream. Starting to hit a wall. But I do want to do these lives more often if I can. Like I said, it is hard to, like, do it if I'm not really, like, to be blunt, making money. Because, like, in my music live streams, I've been averaging probably like $130 a stream, you know? And when I don't do that for, like, a week, and I just put all my time and investment and energy into this Delphi stuff, it, like, definitely does not put me in a good spot, you know? I really want to, like, learn as much as I can about everything. Since the trial is going on right now, you know, it's like now or never in my, you know, in my mind. Plus, like, like I said earlier, like, everything is kind of, like, making a lot more sense as far as being connected to certain things, and I don't know. Been waiting 7 years for this shit, you know? But anyways, I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. If you do want to help, half goes to Carrie as well. I'll be sending her $32 after the stream on Cash App. We've already sent her $75 a couple of days ago. So we're up to $107. This is the Delphi murders, our recent Q&A with Carroll County Prosecutor Robert Ives. And this is on Crime Dive Investigates. This is from November of 2021. Today is it Thursday? Other than that, I hope everybody has a great Thursday. A good weekend coming up. I don't see you or talk to you before then. This one's about 8.5 minutes.
Robert T. Ives was appointed the prosecutor of Carroll County, Indiana in 1987 and served until 2017 during the county's two largest profile cases, both the arson death case in Flora and the Delphi double homicide. Both of these cases were only 4 months apart. Over the years, he has made many interviews about them. In October, Mr. Ives gave us the opportunity to ask him some questions. This is our interaction. It gave us several new insights into the Delphi case's veil of secrecy. So sit back and let's talk. We are making these interactions publicly available to quell some of the misinformation out there about the case and our sources. To me, it's a damned if I do, damned if I don't thing. But every comment made by Ives deserves to be looked at and broken down. Once again, we would like to thank Mr. Ives for his willingness to talk. Kate did a great job getting this stuff together, so thank her in the comments for her resolve in finding answers for these victims. use the zeal of needing answers and justice with pride. These 2 lives were ended way too soon, before they ever even got a chance to live. Stolen by a selfish, egotistical psychopath. A hunter. With 5 years now, and tens of thousands of leads that have gone nowhere, how do we even take this information without utter rage? Do we question how God allows this evil? Do we blame the groups that the county helped to create? Do we blame the mothers and families of these girls for vanishing to hide from the shameless accusations by a few miserable Karens or a conspiracy buff? The simple fact is that the girls arrived at the trails that day as kids. They were happy, together, in love with life. And they left this world as the footnote for some murderous prick. A man that is no closer to being found unless we all begin to peel the bandages off and start seeking him out. Not just with wanted posters and charitable donations. We need to scream their names. Liberty Rosalind German and Abigail Joyce Williams. Of course, in the United States, there will be thousands of children, just like them, who will get no notice for their abduction. Something we all should have issue with. But due to quick thinking on behalf of the girls, Libby filmed him, and his days will one day be numbered. With this video, I was going to break down every point that Mr. Ives made. But would you listen anyways? So, I felt it best to let the girls and their stories speak the truth, and to simply release our talks. Maybe if you can't listen to me, you can find it within yourself to listen to them. Their story, about families that have been torn apart, about love and support, and about the problem of evil within the world. He's the true enemy, folks. But it's your job as viewers to hear the truth.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So you can wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence on. No, you don't for me. The hurt doesn't show. But the pain still grows. So stranger, you and me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Feel it coming. I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I can feel it. I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Prisoner, prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind, Lord knows I tried a million times, ooh, oh, why can't you just let me go? Strung out on a feeling, my hands are tied, your face on my ceiling, I fantasize, oh, I can't control it, I can't control it. I try to replace it with city lights, I'll never escape it, I need the high, oh, I can't control it, I can't control it. You keep making it harder to stay, but I still can't run away, I gotta know why can't you, why can't you? Just let me go. Prisoner, prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind, Lord knows I tried a million times, ooh, oh, why why can't you just let me go? Prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind. Lord knows I tried a million times. Ooh, oh, why can't you just let me go? I tasted heaven, now I can't live without it. I can't forget you, and your love is the loudest. I can't control it. You keep making it harder to stay, but I still can't run away. I gotta know why can't you just let me go? Prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind. Lord knows I tried a million times. Ooh, oh, why can't you just let me go? Prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind. Lord knows I tried a million times. Ooh, oh, why can't you just let me go? Can't get you off my mind. Why can't you just let me go? A million times I wanna know why can't you? I wanna know why can't you? I gotta know why can't you just let me go? I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo, so much space. When you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly. And I hope you're having the time of your life. But think twice. That's my only advice. Oh yeah, come on now. Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, bless your soul. You really think you're in control? I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Just like me. My hero said the heart